everyone. Welcome to the stream.
The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go. Vote for Trump.
He's alive. What's up, Zoner? What's up, Boo? What's up, Suzuka? What's up, Swimmit? What's up, Guts? How are you guys doing? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Edby? How are y'all doing, gang? Zero monitored broadcasts? What does that mean? Okay, maybe chat is not being read here. What's up, Rosie? I wish we know that Christian participated in the election. Is that true? I haven't kept up with that, but what's up, Gwen? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. I would like to remind you guys that this stream is going to be like bipartisan, okay? All opinions that are said in chat will be respected. We have no lean whatsoever. All right, we're just going to be looking at the information that is broadcasted because most of us are United States citizens. And if you're not a United States person, well, welcome to the ride, Boo and Edby and most of you. But I'm a United States American person, and we will be paying attention because this is our next president for the next 4 years. Continue with the music. What's up, Pato? Greetings from Brazil. Hey, that's awesome. Welcome to the election stream. How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. There it is. Now it's working. All right. It should be working now. God bless America. There it is. Here he is. Haven't only 2 states finished? Yep, but we're probably going to be live for the next 6 hours. So isn't that hype? What is this song? It's called Trump Song. Look at this shit, man. But it's a fucking banger, though. Like, let's be fair. It's this shit, man. It's a great song. I have school. It's over for you, gang. You'll probably learn by like tomorrow or some shit then. If you have to dip. Holy shit! Thank you so much, Edby, for being a member. That's so hype. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, gang. I'll just be very small and just up here, just staring. Anyway, it's a good song. It's a good song. We'll continue with our normal music now. If it'll unpause. But yeah, this is the election stream, boys. Today, we will learn who will be the leader of our nation for the next 4 years. Whether it will be Kamala Harris or Donald J. Trump. That is what we are going to learn today. I also got a new camera, which is cool. I can do zoom-ins and shit. It's pretty awesome. Hold up. You can see my pores. Like, you can see me, like, super, what's it called? Everything. I have a really greasy nose. But other than that, I have fairly fair skin. It's awesome. HD MarcLIVE. Wait, what if I just have like I just keep it like this the entire stream? This is literally like a frame from like SpongeBob. I can also do the same bit where I eat you guys. Do I have the song? I don't think I have the song. I'm not gonna do the song bit. It's like I can't eat. Hell yeah. Put the results like above your eyebrows. That's so stupid. I'll just have a map just right here on my eyebrows. It'll be great. All right, I'll zoom you guys out. That's beautiful. I love this country. That's what I'm talking about. Amen. But yeah, today's not gonna be that serious of a stream. So if you're here looking for like genuine election coverage, probably not the best place. I'm sorry to tell you. But we'll have some fun and talk about the election like any normie would. We're just gonna screw around, talk about the election, just enjoy it. We'll probably end up playing Madden or some sport game. Vote for Bussy. That's what I'm talking about, Goldilocks. As well as this being the first stream on MarcLIVE. So a solid amount of you guys are what's it called? I'm sorry if it's too loud. It's so loud, right? It's so loud. I'm sorry. A solid amount of you guys are probably people that are tuning in for your first stream. Since this is the MarcLIVE YouTube channel. I used to stream on the regular main channel, Marc. Now I'm streaming on MarcLIVE. And so that's why you guys are probably like looking at this stream now. Which is cool. Hi. What's up? Welcome to the stream. You guys will now learn all the stupid ass shenanigans that we do other than the Chris Chan streams. It's also just very interesting that this is a, what's it called? Going to be the election stream, and that is the first stream just here. You suck for that, by the way. What are you talking? I suck for that? Why do I suck for that? It makes sense. And I'm also just going to be posting like hella just on this channel now. She vote on my ballot till I elect. That's what I'm talking about. That's all. That should be like a pin. I'm going to pin that shit. There it is. She vote on my ballot till I elect. I voted. I early voted, actually. What's it called? Results are coming in. But it's nothing too crazy to be like, oh my God, holy shit. Oh yeah, they already, oh, okay. So they already confirmed Indiana and Kentucky for Donald Trump. All right, I'll show y'all. So Indiana, Kentucky was already confirmed. Trump, Vermont was already confirmed. What's it called? For Harris. I've got a couple of sources. I got ready, actually. Ready, actually. If they tie, then I get elected. If they tie, they actually said in MarcLIVE. That one was obvious, yeah. Where is it? I think it's the New York Times that has it all set up. It's like, Trump expected to win easily. It's really hype. Like, I actually subscribed to, like, the New York Times, to what's it called? To, like, get this info. It's just like a buck. And it shows, like, all the states that are, like, meant to be won by Trump, states that are meant to be won by Harris, the states that are going to be, like, a little difficult, which are, like, and then these are the swing states. Can you explain why some states are worth more for us that don't live in the U.S.? I think it's because of population. So, for example, a lot of people live in California and Texas. So, therefore, if Texas turns red, it's going to count for, I believe, 40 votes, I think. This is a better graph that shows it. Texas is 40 electoral votes. California is 54. So California turning Democrat, that's 54 votes towards Harris. So with Indiana, that was 11 electoral votes, and that went to Trump. Same thing with Kentucky, that is 8 electoral votes, goes to Trump. And they're both like relatively like small / moderate sized states. And that's why it works that way. Texas being big ass state, California big ass state, 54 and 40 respectfully. And I guess that's how it works. I'm gonna stop with the American music. I'm American, but I wanna fuck around with this. How are you guys doing? It's been a fat minute since we had streams. How are y'all feeling? How are y'all doing? Was that a dog in the background? No, that's actually my cat. I got a cat. I don't know if y'all can see her. You can't because of camera. I'll move it. Can you guys even see her? It's too dark. It's too dark for you guys to even see her. That is Molly. She's amazing. This stream is about to be heated. This stream's about to be very ass. It's gonna be like the most boring ass. You turned off the patriotic music to put even more patriotic music. It's Nintendo. I haven't even ate. I got, what's it called? Burger King. Hashtag patriotism. Hashtag feeling so American right now. On God. Anyway, let's watch some people that actually know what they're talking about discuss this shit.
Remember from 2020, that was overwhelmingly Republican. We don't think it's going to be anywhere near as overwhelming. We still suspect it's going to be more Republican than Democratic, but we don't know that. So the key here is maybe put a pin in this. 3/4 of the vote in Douglas, and it's 66-33-6.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Trump. When this gets
Mark,
up to 100, has this moved?
Guts?
How much has this moved? Because that is going to be the story.
What's up, Lee? Welcome to the stream, gang.
If Harris lands somewhere around here in Douglas, that's progress for her. That's what the Democrats want to be doing. They want to be squeezing more out of this big population dense immediate Atlanta metro area. Again, I'm just showing you how this county has evolved politically. Look at this. It was a battleground in 2012. Donald Trump came along, lost it by 10. Biden 25, now 32 for Harris. Democrats in all these counties, these 9 counties right around Atlanta, this is what they want.
I've only got like 3. I've only got like 3
the big margins there because they've been suffering losses.
For what's it called? For the maps, which is the Associated Press, Politico, Decision Desk HQ, BBC, and New York Times. So I've got like 4 or 5. Mark has a no kissing rule. That's untrue. I mean, you can kiss. The one rule that I have for chat is no role playing. So you can actually kiss, but if you role play kissing in chat, that's when it's a little bit of a no.
Again, every one of these counties in the core Atlanta area, Democrats want the Harris number to be bigger than the Biden number. They need to squeeze as many votes as they can. And then, if you were watching at the top of the broadcast this evening, there's one county, and it's right here that I singled out. It's Fayette County. This one has remained red, as all these other counties in here have
Who's trying to kiss during the MarcLIVE Twitch chat during the elections 2024?
They may be reporting votes out incrementally.
Mark, you should tell us all who to vote for. I will not.
In these other 2 counties.
You guys just have to vote. Tell us what to think, Mark. I will not. I do not deserve to have any sort of influence on your lives.
We really want to pay attention to because, again,
I should just be funny man that tells funny joke and react to shit and that you guys stare at and think is cool. Other than that, make your own opinions on everything else.
Exactly the kind of place where Democrats have been gaining by leaps and strides in the Trump era.
Mark, be our
to show you the history.
We're all just a hive mind. We're like, if I
Republican bedroom community county, Trump comes.
Vote Jill Stein. Like I just say, like all that.
Democrats want to be
I base all my opinions
tonight.
on
We only
you.
have 6%. We need a lot more vote here. But this
you probably shouldn't. The think is cool part is a little far-fetched. Okay, well you watch me. So I'd hope you think I'm cool.
In Georgia, just take
and not just
here.
intrigued.
We can go to the far north to seeing what's in. These are the far northern part of the state. This is the most overwhelmingly Republican part of Georgia. So the question for Trump here, he's going to be winning these counties with 75, 80%.
Mark, tell me who to vote for.
Trump just does not want to have slippage of 2
Look,
3
man,
points even in these.
You can go ahead and vote, dude. If you look at a population map of Georgia, the places that have people have way more blue.
Okay,
that's why the what's it called, the electoral college is the way that it is.
He's at 80.3 right now. This is the early vote
to make it a
County.
bit more
Remember,
fair.
one of these things that we saw in Georgia was Republican voters who were very hesitant to vote early, to vote by mail in 2020, really embraced.
Let me show y'all. So Georgia and Florida just came in. Florida is about 50% of the way through. It's actually kind of close. I'm thinking Donald Trump edges it out. Yeah, for sure. It's looking like everywhere is pretty red, but like pretty populated areas are having, what's it called? solid Kamala Harris, what's it called, turnout. Yeah, with Kamala Harris pretty much like winning Orlando. Disney World. But yeah, we check out Georgia. Atlanta is turning up blue. It's still very early to call though. It's still very early to call. With it just turning in. We got some like red dots here, but Atlanta, the Atlanta area turning blue is pretty telling. Pretty awesome. Donald Trump edges. Donald Trump may edge out this win. No, it's actually very close. According to Twitter, which I'm going to take with which I say all of us should take with a grain of salt, no matter what. Mark, what stock should I invest in? S&P 500, whatever. Watch H-Rock. According to Twitter, they're saying there's a possibility for a Harris landslide, which I think is insane. All right. They're saying there's a possibility for Harris actually like having a little bit of a blowout, and that's been the general consensus due to what is the name of the lady that does the polling? She did a poll, and she's a very credible source for the most part, and her algorithm was that like Harris has a slight edge above Trump so far, and she's been correct for the most part. It's crazy. Like, what if I want right? I'm so scared about this election. Yeah, it's pretty tough. I will not survive another 4-year Trump term. This is very interesting to me because this is my first election ever voting. This is my first, like, I guess, being an American thing. You get me? My first, like, I guess, like, couple of years assimilating to society or whatever. Do you have something to say to us, Mark? What do you want me to say? I said, what's up? I said, hi. That's about it. Bro can't stop saying edge. Is that what it is? Hey, man. I'm MarcLIVE. Tell me this, Batman. I want rights, but society tells me that I don't deserve them. Doesn't matter who wins the bomb I put in. Don't say that! They're gonna find you! They're gonna raid the YouTube chat, bro. Don't be saying that. He's coming out as a woke. No, but I can't, dude. I can't wait for, like, bro, in the next, like, 50 years, 20, 30 years, when I become, like, insanely, like, what's it called, far right. That's gonna be so awesome. It'll be funny as fuck. But like, it has to be like when I'm already like happy, don't care about anyone's public opinion of me. I just come out as like insanely far right. I host a podcast where I talk about like how the doctors are putting like gay in our vaccines or some shit. I'm a week too young to vote. Really? Oh my god, that's so sucky. So your birthday, I'm assuming, is next week, and you'll finally be of the age to vote. That's so fucked up. Hey, 4 more years though. Wait it out. Mark, when will you come out of the closet as a racist? Untrue. I need to restart my stream deck.
Really hurt by Hurricane Helene, and you're in
On
Asheville
the
now.
11th.
What are you seeing
yeah,
there?
yeah. I will wish you a happy birthday, man. If I'm
Sure,
live.
Savannah. So where we are right now in Buncombe County, which is the home of Asheville, certainly this is one of the most directly impacted areas by the storm. They're starting to pack up now. Just about an hour or two earlier, there was large applause here because they reached 1,000 people voting in person here at this
He is a
precinct.
time
And what's so
traveler and
interesting
goes
about
back
this
in time to
particular
change his
location
vote for whoever
is it
wins.
wasn't intended
Just so
to
I can be
a voting
right.
site. In fact,
Just so that I can
the
be
church that
correct.
was supposed to be had helicopters
So
delivering
stupid.
supplies, which is why they had to shift it. It's one of about
Like I check to see like who wins, and then I go back just to be like, okay, so this is who I have to vote for. And then like I vote, and I get to tell everyone like, I told you so. Like I'm only a time traveler only to tell other people and win arguments and be like, I told you so. only reason why I'm time traveling.
Numbers in terms of just the overall presence, and the western part of the state, Savannah, and this is really what I want to drive home, outperformed the rest of North Carolina when it comes to early voting. That was at 56.7%, in Buncombe 58%, but then there were 11 different counties that exceeded 60% before people even came on election day. And I say all of this as you see cases of water over my shoulder, right? People are still doling out supplies. And just to give you a snapshot of what's going on the ground right now, people don't have potable water. You're staying at hotels where families are still displaced, and they are just wondering, when are they going to get their loans for their businesses? When will their employees be able to have stability? These are all the things that are weighing on folks' mind as they're still voting. Now, we talked about North Carolina as a wild card, as it projects strength in terms of some of the
we saw the state of democracy #1. That's taking second here. Economy.
Go back in time and invent
so
Mario just to shit on Miyamoto. You ever have like those thoughts though, of like, man, if I went back in time and I just like created Microsoft and I just came up with the idea of like computers or whatever. You ever thought about like if you were a time traveler, that would be the first thing I would do. If I was a time traveler, that would be the first thing I would go ahead and do.
2020, when he famously said, I just need you to find me 11,780 more votes. What's interesting is when these, again, preliminary exit polls, but as far as the confident the election conducted fairly and accurately for 2024, 81% confident in Georgia that it is, which is significant. Another big number we're going to be looking at all throughout the night, women. So far,
5-year-old me
again,
should
just
have bought
preliminary,
Bitcoin.
but 54% of the voters in Georgia.
Well, like, that's what I mean. Isn't that hard?
And they are breaking.
I should have been fentanyl by
53%
bringing
for
in the
Kamala Harris,
1600.
Donald Trump, 46%.
And then all of you guys would just blame me.
Perspective here.
I would have brought it earlier.
2020, Biden actually.
I would have been like, guys, Fed is actually awesome. And I would have been like the OG drug dealer. Like I would have been the one that controlled the prices and shit. I'd be like a gazillionaire.
In Georgia, at least this early in the night.
That is correct. Just by
and then when the police come and raid me, I'll use my time traveling powers to go back in time to like find out like, oh, they're gonna break through my window. It's kind of like having save states in like an emulator. That's the way I would use time traveling. Like, damn, the police was at my door. All right, let me like load up a save. I'll go out from the window. Type shit. Better yet, to vent with a Victorian child.
Very
Timothy
significant
Chalamet.
because quite often we have heard that idea of people trying to undermine the election integrity. But I will say throughout the last few nights, we've talked to secretaries of state throughout the country who are all saying business as usual, people should be prepared that the process is playing out.
All right, 26 minutes past the hour. When we come back, Lindsay, thank you. We're closing in on 7:30. Polls are about to close in the North Carolina battleground state with its 16 electoral votes. So again, we're already tracking Georgia in just about 4 minutes here.
Florida's almost done. Florida is almost actually looking super close for some reason. 3.8, 3.3. I was thinking Florida would be like actually a blowout. But the fact that it's looking like somewhat close is a little concerning. Donald Trump more than likely wins it with the 53% advantage, but very crazy. Half of the votes are in. A little bit more than half of it. What if Florida turns purple? That would be crazy. People are coming up with stories saying like Florida and Texas would turn blue. Like they're like, there's actually like a possibility of Florida or Texas turning blue. And it's like, that's crazy. Texas has never been Democrat since like 1980, I believe is what I checked. What if Jill Stein wins and it turns green? No, that just wouldn't happen. It would genuinely be like a first, like that, like, dude, there's no, like, what's it called, world where I see Donald Trump winning if he loses Texas. If he loses Texas or Florida. Texas turns blue before GTA 6. That would actually be a meme that people would run, dude. The undecided voters would be so happy. Like that, it would just genuinely be like a crazy thing to just figure out. Holy shit. MAGA hats have taken over the Palm Beach County Convention Center. Mark, please tell me who to vote for. It's 7:30 right now. I'm not gonna tell you who to vote. I am not the man to tell you to vote. I'm just going to tell you to vote. You know, write in MarcLIVE if you so believe so. Virginia keeps leaning red and blue very close. It's right here. No, Kamala Harris seems to have got it in it. I'll switch over here. Oh, it's because there's different reportings right now. DDHQ's got it at as like at a kind of red. Well, DDHQ has a weird, what's it called, poll. Like, this is their president win chances. They've had Donald Trump at a 63% for some reason, which is kind of crazy. For like literally every other poll has said 50. This is the only one that's like, all right, Donald Trump 60. We're gonna be a little different, boys. Because, like, realistically, this is going to be a very close election, as far as we know. Yeah. Oh, shit. West Virginia was called for Trump. Kentucky as well. Yeah, West Virginia was called for Trump. But what about normal Virginia? I wonder why Virginia is a blue state. West Virginia is total hick country. Just got a campaign ad. Mark's trying to push his agenda. You get a Jill Stein ad. That's where my vote's going to. Pennsylvania will be one to look out for. Yeah, Pennsylvania is like the big one. As far as we know. Hate living in Pennsylvania during this time. It should be awesome though, no? Like, your vote matters. Me, like, I live in Texas. I feel like no matter what, if I vote like blue or red, it's like Texas is gonna be red. I don't care. It's like, I can imagine how that's how people feel like in California. It's like, you vote red or blue, it's like, California's gonna vote blue. I don't care. Like, you should feel awesome being in like a Pennsylvania state where you're like, oh, I know for sure, like, me coming in voting, this is gonna be a big one. I feel so epic. Not trying to spread propaganda that your vote doesn't matter if you live in Texas or California or whatever. Everybody's vote equals differently, but some votes are a bit more important. I'm glad I live in a blue state, my goat. Yeah, according to DDHQ, Kamala Harris has got like 60% of the vote, bro. But I don't know what makes them say that. It's primarily Arlington, bro, it looks like. Arlington, Virginia. Dude, that's insane. 180K from just this small little area, bro. 180K, 80K. That's insane. How's everyone tonight? How are you doing, Karen? I'm doing great. I woke up at 4 a.m. I wanted to try to nap earlier, but I just couldn't. Like, I worked out, and then what's it called? I was like, okay, I'm showered, I'm gonna go to sleep. I was like, actually, I don't really want to. I started looking at like Twitter, started looking at everything. It was great. But I have not slept. I'm glad to know you're doing okay. $193K now. Close to 200K. New Hampshire. Looking close right now as the votes are being counted. I just want politics to go back to normal. Same here, man. I look at, what's it called? John McCain shit, bro. Ooh, all right. You got a little bit of a commanding lead here in Florida now. Everything looks to be turning slowly. Looks like Kamala might be losing Florida. We got 60% of it estimated reported right here. Georgia also looking to be a Trump victory. South Carolina. I really hope whoever wins, the other side won't have a freak out and say it was stolen like 2016 and 2020. All right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, here's the idea, right? If Harris loses, the world is just going to like accept it. Thank you so much for Guts for becoming a member. Oh my god. Appreciate it. Thank you. If Harris wins, more than likely it's gonna be like, ah, damn, what the fuck, fucked up. But then like the Democrats are just gonna accept it. The world's just gonna accept it. If Trump loses, Trump's gonna be rigged. Like that's what's gonna happen. This is rigged. And if he even gets like a slight lead, like I'm surprised. Like I haven't looked at his Twitter yet. I would not be surprised if like right now with like 4.4 million votes, he just starts sucking and fucking like real hard on like a microphone and just starts saying, "We won! It was a landslide." Like, like that would be very funny. Or on his Truth Social, actually. MarcLIVE, my favorite political streamer. Thank you, man. You made the right choice in choosing your political streamer. MarcLIVE. Pretty crazy. The Associated Press hasn't like called like as many as like all these other what's it called? Places are calling. Florida. Yeah, Florida seems to be lost. It's like all red except for like fucking Palm Beach and Orlando. Tallahassee. Florida seems to be lost. Virginia looking blue leaning, but just from Alexandria. There's like nothing reported there. 10%, 2%, 4, 9. North Carolina seems bluer than usual. Bro, I can't see shit. Oh, wow, actually. Yeah, you're right. There's like barely any like signs of red. But maybe to be fair, 2% votes. Can't be too crazy. How's North Carolina looking? Oh, right here. No one is voting in North Carolina. Yeah, it's just gonna take them a while to count. New Mexico, let's go ahead and check. They're not closed yet, man. Nevada just started. Or North Carolina just started, yeah. New Mexico's still polling. Yeah, there's gonna be a stream that goes into like the next 6 hours. Right now it is 6 p.m. Final polls start closing at around like 11:10. But the majority of them are gonna be like here within like the next like 3 hours. I can't vote. No. Just reminding yourself that like you couldn't contribute. You were about a week away or whatever. It's so much fun, bro. How's Michigan, my home state? I don't believe they're out yet. Like the polls. No matter who wins, we'll at least see one tweet from Christian. I don't even follow bro on Twitter. Do they even have a Twitter? Donald Trump has just added me at GSMarkYT. Stay in line. Republicans, we are doing great. Stay in line. Do not let them move you. Stay in line and vote. Amen. Amen, brother. Amen, the great leader. West Virginia, red. New Hampshire, more than likely going blue. Ohio just started getting votes collected. Let's check out the guy. Let's see what that little man has to tell us right now. Nothing, it sounds like.
In North Carolina, lines at Appalachian State polling places there in Boone County, lines in Nevada at UNR and UNLV.
It's how to find their Twitter because there are many fake accounts.
Have 1 to 2 hour lines.
I used to follow their account religiously. I just didn't care.
Stein
Stein has 4,000 votes in Virginia. What?
They're also looking at Philadelphia right now. As of
And then whichever candidate loses by 4,000,
that
would be so crazy.
Raw turnout. They're overperforming on what they had set as their benchmark numbers in Philadelphia, and they're looking at the high.
Yeah, Jill Stein has 3K votes in
Philadelphia.
Virginia.
That's also making them feel really good at this point in the night.
And that's because like it's only been called what's it called?
We'll be checking back in with you often. I want to bring in Marc.
That's because like only like 11% of the votes are in for Virginia. Like that's so insane. 2,000 Chase Oliver, and only 11 points percent of the votes are in. Eee. A lot of the smaller counties though have being very red, but they seem to have Alexandra on lock. Eee. 12% of the votes are in now. Yeah, Florida's taken absolutely. Oh no, it's 54%. I thought I read a 59. I swear. Even then, this is absolutely a Donald Trump victory in Florida. It's everywhere else that's kind of like right here. Trump's got what's it called? Georgia? Nah, it's too early. Too early to call. Taking forever to count these votes now. The only place where you can really like decipher is right here in Florida, where you're like, okay, this is a Trump. This is Trump's. The more densely populated areas are blue, though. Yeah. I mean, who knows? Yeah, Atlanta having blue, but all these smaller areas or all the areas, like the rest of the areas, is red. In South Carolina. Ohio, we've got yet to get anything from over there. Usually small counties are red for some reason. Because they're filled with real Americans, Lee. They've got amazing cold-blooded red Americans. Scraw. I fucking love Diet Coke. Sorry. It's so funny how they just have a cam for this guy Steve, but it's like, he won't even be presenting or whatever. He'll just be like reading. And you got a camera just on bro. Like that's kind of hype in its own way. Like it's literally called the Kornacki cam. If that's how you say it. Say his last name. The Kornacki cam. The Steve cam is very important. I've heard this man is very, very smart, very good with his like poll analysis. Is that Scott the Waz? Jesus Christ, is that Scott the Waz? Yeah, like this man, I love this man with all my heart. He's like, oh, he just pogged. He's like, oh shit. Oh, yup. Yup, here it is. MarcLIVE has won New Hampshire. Crazy shit.
Shaq Brewster in Milwaukee. We're used to waiting for Milwaukee until the wee hours of the night. I want to go back to the table here. Hallie, you've been looking at some of the exit polls. I think we've got some North Carolina information and some interesting results.
So there's some conventional wisdom here, and then there's some data that flips the conventional wisdom on its head. So let's talk about that, specifically as it relates to these age groups. We know, right, the Biden coalition in 2020 that propelled him to the White House involved young voters, right? And for our purposes, young is 18 to 29. In North Carolina, and I want to show you here, you can see that for
18 to 29, that's a little generous.
Senior vote here, former President Trump won those older voters. That is not unexpected. His campaign has long thought that he would do well with seniors. But here's what's interesting. Look at Vice President Harris. She's got 47% of the senior vote. She's doing better than President Biden did with seniors in 2020 in North Carolina. So she is outperforming where he was 4 years ago.
That could be the tilt.
Youth vote, right? Again, not unexpected that Vice President Harris would have a slight lead. And I would say this is very close. We are waiting for more numbers to come in, more of these waves as they're called from the exit polls, but still interesting. But again, look at 48% for former President Trump. He is outperforming among young voters in North Carolina. So you have that kind of conventional wisdom. They're overall sort of winning the groups, at least to a degree that we thought they'd win. But each of them are overperforming on the sort of flip end of that.
All right, well, Savannah Sellers is here to talk about a huge role that the youth vote could play in the outcome of this election. What have you been seeing? You've been tracking a lot of the polls leading up to tonight.
Yeah, I absolutely have. And first I want to dig in a little further on North Carolina and what Hallie just said, because if we dig even deeper in and we talk about gender in that
Indiana
under 30, it's similar to the trends that we've been discussing. Trump has improved what he did with young men. Tonight, 60% in our NBC News exit poll there say they support him. That is up from 42% that voted for him in 2020. Whereas with Harris, she's performing even better than Biden did with women. 65% saying that they support Harris in this exit poll, when 58% actually supported Biden. Is that just
North Carolina, or is that an
That's just North
Personally,
Carolina.
I think this country should be run by Twitch chat. How awesome if they
I've been talking with college Democrat and
whoever wins presidency just runs like a huge like Doug style stream where they like, I have Twitch chat, decide whether or not I write this bill into office. Let me control the country. And it's like based on however many people in chat like type in one, like whether or not they assign an abortion to federally or some shit like that.
Earlier in the night, Joe Rogan, Logan Paul, things like
20K
that.
bits per
seems
amendment.
to be where he is gaining that ground. I'm interested to see if it continues in other battlegrounds.
And just underscoring how important the young vote is, the Harris campaign tonight touting the fact that they have Paul Rudd, for example, out trying to energize college voters in Pennsylvania. Jennifer Garner as well.
Keep them in line.
Stay in line.
Mark Cuban is FaceTiming voters in a 4-hour line at UNC Chapel Hill right now.
It speaks to how close this race continues to be as these results come in. On the other hand, you have the Trump campaign saying, hey, we're seeing good turnout in Philadelphia. Yes, in the Trump areas. We'll have to see how that actually bears out when we start to get results in Philadelphia. But it does speak to the fact that there's a real focus on this epicenter and on young voters.
And when we talk about young men in particular, and to the point that you're making here at the table, that the Trump campaign has really looked to turn those young young men out. They're not typically the people who show up to the ballot box every 4 years. They're
Marc,
what's
can you
called
run
those
a poll
low
so we can all
propensity
pseudo
voters
vote
we've been
for the
talking about.
president?
I will tell you that the Trump campaign feels like they've been doing a pretty good job trying to turn those, not always voters into
Who would
voters
you
at
vote
least this
for?
cycle, because for them, that's one of the big keys. If they can get this demographic out to the ballot box to actually show up, whether that was early or whether that's
Where is
now,
it? How do I
they're
make a
feeling
poll?
Like they're gonna have
I
some
forgot how to
way
make
to
a poll.
go back.
I haven't
Take a
streamed
step
in like
back,
years.
The story of this election is the gender gap. It's the battle of the sexes election, and whether you want to say it's young men or senior women, or it's men and women. If Trump turns out more men, he wins. If Kamala Harris turns out more women, she does. It's kind of as simple as that.
No doubt about it. And what's so fascinating is that the Trump campaign tried this sort of unusual, unconventional tactic to get out the vote, which was to outsource it to Elon Musk, to other outside groups. And they were quite bullish heading into tonight, saying, look, we feel good about this decision.
And remember, the Harris campaign was concerned about black men as well. They brought in President Obama to make the case. Any evidence right now how that appeal has translated into votes tonight?
Well, that's one of the things that she has talked about on the campaign
All right, poll is
trail.
active.
I sat down with the vice president not too long ago, and she feels like she needed to earn every single one of those black male votes just as much as Joe Biden would have. That's why you saw her. We talk about podcasts, doing like an NBA podcast, a football podcast. Sure, she did call her daddy to try to reach out to those young women. That's the name of course, that very popular podcast with
So
women.
far, it
but she
seems
also was trying to
like
extend it
Kamala
out
Harris
now,
/ Tim Walz is doing a quick sweep.
Right? Kamala Harris.
Somebody voted Jill Stein.
Let me say it this way. Donald Trump is doing better with
that's
men
just funny.
based on public polling right now than Kamala Harris is doing with women, though that gap exists. But also remember that historically, women have turned out more than men in every election dating back to 1980. And so that is going to be one of the big key factors into tonight.
And that's why that moment with Donald
More
Trump
people are
former
voting for
President
Jill
was so
Stein.
significant when he
People
called
are
on
taking
them
their
not
votes
to
away
stay
from
at
Kamala Harris and
Well, we're
giving
just
them
a
to
few
Jill
minutes away now
Stein.
from a big batch of poll closings at 8 o'clock Eastern time, including the one that everybody's been watching.
A
Pennsylvania.
landslide.
We'll be right back.
What's my goat Steve saying? Is he saying some shit? Oh, he's playing around with his little board. He's just freaking around with his little board right now. Virginia's in. Oh, wow. 95% in. It's got looking to be for Harris. Yeah, that's pretty hype. Where are you? Well, 19% is in. Right here it shows. I don't know why that read the way that it did. Here's being like 52% counted. 20% counted right here in Virginia. Shit's different. You're 20% in. 20% in. Vermont, New Hampshire. Too close to call in New Hampshire, though. Concord, Denver. Ooh, actually, might actually be pretty. You actually can somewhat call this with the two populated. Ooh, unless like what's it called? The Democrats lose this area, Hillsborough County. But I imagine with like Dover, Concord being pretty heavily Democrat, it might overtake. So they might have New Hampshire. That'd be pretty cool. Sorry.
Those states, they weren't voting for Donald Trump anyway, and they voted for Nikki Haley as a placeholder because she's the only one left. I want to see what happens in those states with those voters, because a lot of the assumptions that the Trump campaign is making on the early vote when they see Republicans is, oh, we're going to get 95, 96% of that. But if these numbers are an indication they may have a lower number, and that will hurt them in those states.
That's a really interesting point from the governor. And Mary Bruce, we were talking about this. Nikki Haley, she did endorse, obviously, Donald Trump. She wrote an op-ed just this week in the Wall Street Journal. But she wasn't out there on the trail. You saw the Madison Square Garden rally, for example.
I made an oopsies.
No Nikki Haley to be seen. And I'm sure the Harris campaign was likely glad that that happened, that Nikki Haley wasn't on the trail.
Yeah, they sure were, especially as they have been making a very aggressive push to reach out to those disillusioned, dissatisfied Republican voters, especially Republican women, who may simply not be able to tolerate the idea of a second Trump term. You have seen the Harris campaign, out there. She's been in every single key battleground in the blue wall states with Liz Cheney by her side, urging Republicans to get out there and vote. And they continue to believe that they, have a real shot tonight at winning over some of those Nikki Haley voters. And I think they were probably a little bit astounded that Donald Trump didn't take the opportunity to get Nikki Haley out there with him.
It really is a remarkable thing, John. We just got 2 minutes before this break, but to have Liz Cheney saying you can go into that booth, you don't have to tell anyone how you voted, vote your conscience.
And Liz Cheney
Jill Stein clears easy. I'm telling you guys, it's going to be like an RKO out of nowhere. Jill Stein's just going to take over every vote.
4 points last time.
Every state.
By just over
it's like my bag of 20 million votes have just come in
They count quickly
for Jill Stein.
He has a 10-point lead, far surpassing where he was against Joe Biden 4 years ago. That's just Florida. Nobody thought
Jill Stein is high galaxy
Kamala
level
Harris
at
was
least.
gonna
The
win
green
Florida, but
wave.
That's got to be a concerning
Hashtag
sign
green
going
wave.
forward, because it's a big state that we actually have a lot of returns in, and she's significantly trailing where Joe Biden was 4 years ago.
And the makeup of that state hasn't changed dramatically in 4 years.
It hasn't changed. And look, Wright's made another good point that we haven't counted anything in the Panhandle yet, which is the most solidly Republican part of the state. So that number is that margin is gonna widen out, and you see her in county after county underperforming where Democrats were 4 years ago.
In the state of Florida, I will point out, for some reason, the Harris campaign seemed to know this was coming, maybe not this extreme, and they said, don't look at Florida to extrapolate much, but it's got to be a little alarming when they see that the margin is far wider than Joe Biden.
I'm going to be so real. I didn't know Jill Stein existed.
It's now coming up 5 minutes
It's
before
all
8
good.
o'clock here.
It's all good,
The
honestly.
state of Pennsylvania closes at 8 p.m. 16 states about to
What's it
begin
called? I
reporting,
barely learned of
including,
her,
the
like,
Keystone State,
probably
19
like this
electoral
week,
votes up for
actually.
grabs there. Just to
Or
bring you up to
honestly,
speed,
last
Georgia,
week.
North Carolina
When I
have
voted.
already closed. Also key battleground states. I see Rick
still
Rowe
has
at the board.
hope.
New numbers coming in.
Guys,
top of the hour.
Joe Biden still has a chance to win this race. You just got to write him in.
Presidential race 2024.
There's no way we're going to let that old man retire. Is my goat going to talk? Too early to call out Georgia. Oh, everything seems to be turning. But it's just like populated areas that are blue, but everything else is complete red. People, Joe will never get to rest. It's like, sorry, buddy. I'm going to get you for 4 more years. The wise hold their tongue. Let's write in Jimmy Carter. He's so full of life. I feel like he's got 4 more years left on him.
If this race is as tight as it was 4 years ago when Joe Biden won by about 80,000 votes, those mail-in ballots will be crucial to make the call here. So we're still talking days, Savannah.
Yeah, and in some of these big jurisdictions like Philadelphia, Stephanie, now they have election workers who are prepared to work all night and count all night. So perhaps it goes a little bit quicker. We'll check back with you a bunch. We have got Tom Yamas over at the big board, and you're still getting voted.
Boys! I'm a little late to this, but ladies and gentlemen, wherever it is. Bernie Sanders has won re-election to the U.S. Senate in Vermont. It's like that shit happened like an hour ago, man. Whatever. Though. Would you kiss him, Bernie? He's so handsome. And I'm gonna hit Joe Byron for the ice bucket challenge. I would genuinely kill him. Give Joe Biden Fent. Let's do Fent with Joe Biden. And I do Fent with Joe. Yeah, dude, Joe would be so cool to hang out with while doing drugs, I feel. Imagine doing drugs with Joe Biden. Imagine doing drugs with a guy named Joseph Biden. You think that man was crazy back in his college days? And just doing drugs, just getting drunk. Like with Joseph Robinette Biden. With a guy named Joseph Robinette Biden. Joseph Biden gets down. Imagine Joe Biden just fucking dancing and shit. Like at the club and shit. Joe Biden gameplay versus Joe Biden lore. Joe Biden gameplay has been him the last 4 years. Joe Biden lore, him just living it up in the club. God. It's stupid, bro. Go crazy. Go stupid. More of Georgia coming in for Donald Trump. Florida 80% of the way through. Looking pretty confidently that Florida's gonna be a Democrat. Pretty hype. Ohio 20% of the way through and holding a 52% lead. With having majority votes from the big cities, it'd be cool to see what Cleveland shows up as right here in Ohio. So that's pretty interesting. Donald J. Trump has won Mississippi. Wherever that is. Right here. Donald Trump has won Mississippi. Oh, Donald Trump has won Alabama. Yeah, but Kamala Harris won something here. I believe wins Maryland. Very hype. And it's confirmed Donald Trump wins Florida. Associated Press also has all of this called out. Texas is coming in. Holy shit, we've got a blue Texas so far. Oh, wow. Okay. 8% of the vote in. This is all Dallas. All right. What's up, Pecco? This is all Dallas. Like, this doesn't count. This is not real. I was like, whoa. like I saw this grab. Oh, whoa. Like 60%, 38%. That's insane. Look, the odds have went up 10%, dog. Oh my God. We have, what is this, Missouri? A lot? Oh my God. Donald Trump's getting a lot of states. Pretty huge. Indiana, what's it called? Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama. To be fair, Donald Trump is more than likely going to get a lot of this. We're just hoping, like, these states to hit, what's it called, blue. It's so Jover.
of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more rural. Some of that coal mining country, it's going to resemble West Virginia. We have some of the vote in a county like over here, Wise County. This is a good Trump barometer. He's at 78%. He was at 80% in 2020, but
Donald Trump has won Oklahoma.
He's underperforming slightly. I guess the thing that sticks out to me, which it's too early to know if it's a red flag, but Loudoun County, again, you know, this is a place where Democrats want to run up those votes in Virginia. Not that Virginia is
no one lives in red states confirmed. Red votes usually get counted first because it's easier / faster to count small counties first.
A number like
thank you for letting
this,
me
it's
know.
going to worry them a little bit, but
I'm a huge normie when it comes to
about
this.
that area than I do.
Well, actually,
so thank you for enlightening me with your
a
knowledge.
resident of the Commonwealth of Virginia with us, Chuck Todd. So, I mean, you look at that, you know those suburban collar counties around Washington, D.C. very well. Is that a warning light if Kamala Harris is not performing as well as Biden did in some of those suburban, exurban counties?
It could be if we're going to see that if it's moving. You know, Virginia is sort of the gateway now to the north rather than being, I always joke, it's sort of seceded from the Confederacy, right? It is the one southern state that has been consistently a Democratic state, not even a swing state anymore. So if that is consistent, yes. One thing I've learned, though, with the Northern Virginia vote, you may have 95% of the vote in. That 5% can account for a lot more uncounted vote than people realize. So, and there is a sense, so that's a wait and see. Look, the bigger thing that I've taken away so far is we are seeing, we're in the middle.
I don't believe Texans are real. Hey, come on now, I'm Texan. I exist, I'm real.
Elections, we're like, hey,
I'm a figment of reality,
The fact
I
of the
think.
matter is Donald Trump's makeup of his.
All the states that are currently red are the ones who are like always red historically. My partner's from Arkansas. My God. Might be Jover.
So it looks like that Donald Trump's going to be stronger in the Southeast. Why? Because he is doing better with Hispanics.
That's right.
And there is a larger population of Hispanics in the Southeast and the Southwest than any other part of this country.
11%.
The exit polls indicate that she is going to do better with older white women. I've been
for Texas
messing around with Indiana.
It's gonna be
Indiana's
cool to
not
see
going
what
to. It's a
Texas.
red state. Donald Trump's
how far Texas goes in. Pennsylvania just started counting.
In almost even in the rural counties.
Oh yeah, I
can
can see
a very
it.
white state. That's a tea leaf.
Yeah, we can stare at it. Right here. So far, it's very heavy Kamala, but there's only 3%. We're looking at Pittsburgh and what's called Northampton County. So that's very interesting coming from a big city right here, Pittsburgh. Being overwhelmingly Harris is pretty crazy. Alrighty, chat. Just close the store now. I count the money. Wish me luck. I believe in you. I'll just start saying numbers. It's actually really bad for you. Like if you're gonna count money. I mean, Georgia is 36% of the way through. 7, 28, 29, 3, 14. Green wave. It begins now. While you count, I just start saying shit, just saying numbers. I feel like I'll look really weird here. Sorry. I'm gonna close myself right here. Oh, this feels like an American song. Technically, I have a machine that counts for me, but good try. Stein wins California and Alaska. We're gonna learn Alaska like at 12 a.m., bro. Will I be around by then? We'll see. I'll be alive for as long as I'm at the computer. Like when I turn off stream, I'm gonna be heading to bed. That's what I'm gonna let you guys know.
We have independent voters. We know that they are going to be potentially a crucial voting block here.
This just in Stein wins Europe. This just in all the votes for fake. They all were meant to go for Stein.
To get them over to her side. Look at how they're breaking nationally here. She is winning independent voters nationally. 51%. Donald Trump 44%. Here's the thing. Nationally is not how you win or lose the White House. You win the White House in the battleground states. And look at the state of states, Pennsylvania, right? The most key battleground this year. In Pennsylvania, it's the opposite. It's former President Trump who is actually leading with independents over Vice President Harris in this really important state where the margins could be really close here. You can see it here. He's at 50%. She's at 44%. Again, that's in Pennsylvania. So
what the fuck happens in Wyoming? That's what I'm asking. Moving to Wyoming as we speak.
Generally with independents now in Pennsylvania. You see in 2020, 44%. He's doing a bit better now in 2024, 50%. And Savannah, Lester, Chuck, Chris, and I'll toss it back to you at the table. table. This could be really interesting as we watch this develop throughout the course of the night, not just in Pennsylvania, but in some of these other key battlegrounds as well, like Michigan and Wisconsin.
All right, Texas is 17%
No, I just think we are
in.
seeing something else happen, which is you have a country that's really sour about our politics.
17% in Texas, and it's just these areas around Dallas that is actually very heavy Trump. And that has made it like a 50-50 now. With only 17%, I believe, of the vote counted. Still cool that it looks to be competitive. As a person who just wrote a six-page paper about this election, I'm so ready to see if Georgia swings blue once again like it did last election. I mean, we have like the huge cities of like Atlanta, August, Savannah looking to be turning what's it called, blue, but everywhere else it looks very heavy red. Even Mason, well, 2% of the votes in. I can't really say anything about that. But welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, Big O, man. Real perchance. What's up, Neebs? Hello, it's me, Freaky. I don't know what the flip is going on. I will show you, man. Pretty much, we're just these votes are being counted right now, and we're just waiting to see what happens. Cleveland came out to actually be very, very, what's it called? Very Democrat. Pretty hype. It looks like hives. Do they count the mail-in ballots for Georgia late? Not sure anything specific. I'm not sure about like specific states. But that does seem to be the case, and that's why people are saying like more than likely like we'll get like an answer to the presidency by like tomorrow. So that's that. My skin after ingesting peanut butter, it looks like this. It looks like the map of the United States. It's just crazy.
How about the direction of the country?
Don't vote for Donald Trump.
At what point in all this do you begin to let out a sigh of relief here?
Well, listen, I think depending on what happens in Georgia and North Carolina, if by any chance she wins those two states, then I can breathe again.
I'm just so American
if
like
she
that.
does not, and
Amen,
then
brother.
obviously
Amen,
Pennsylvania
brother.
becomes even bigger. And let's don't sleep on Nevada. I think
America
that may be the
hates
closest
peanuts.
margin in this
Hey,
race.
man.
I think it may
Clearly,
be
you've never been to Texas Roadhouse.
literally maybe 500
Or Five
to
Guys.
2,000 votes separating the two candidates. I think it's that close in Nevada.
Well, we're waiting polls to close there in less than an hour. Nevada and Arizona, those big western battlegrounds, but we do not expect results there, frankly, for days. So I guess Senator McCaskill is going to be holding her breath for a very, very
Taking into account the population density within Atlanta versus more rural Georgia, it could very well swing blue. Although with the amount of voter turnout it's seen, it could be very, very close. Honestly, majority of the election is going to be very freaking close. With just 30% in, 52% lead for Kamala, and that being the more populated areas. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at fucking Virginia. Where's Georgia? Right here. Voter turnout like right here, but dude, fucking 70% is crazy. 57% of the votes in it too. Oh shit! My camera turned off on me. Go ahead and give me a second, boys. I'll be right back. I need to change the camera out. I need to change the battery out. Here, you guys will stare at Steve. No, that's not Steve. What did you do to Steve? Where is he? Where? Found him.
Of the story we
Oh, he's talking!
4 years ago, the story was they counted the same day first. Trump had a big lead, and night after night, Biden was chipping away at it with the mail vote. Tonight, we expect just about all of the mail vote to come in, followed by the same day. And the question will be on the same day, can Trump catch Harris? So again, yep. Yep, I was just checking in on a couple others there. But so Pennsylvania again, and I'm just seeing if anything else came in. Michigan, by the way. Let's take a look here at Michigan, and we've got, oh, look at this, 2 biggies. So this is, we set this up earlier.
Biggies.
Oakland County, remember,
Hey, y'all,
this is gigantic suburbia, high income, high concentration of college degrees right outside Detroit. Now, what you're getting here again in Michigan, they overhauled elections completely this time around. So for the first time in Michigan, they have early in-person voting. A lot of people taking advantage of that. There's also vote by mail. And I think what you're looking at, it's going to vary in Michigan tonight. Unlike some of these other states, there's not a lot of uniform rules here in terms of what sequence the vote's going to be reported out. But in Oakland, I suspect just based on this margin, you're looking at a lot of vote by mail, early vote here. But remember, we said at the start of the night, the test we're going to be applying all night, one of them is to compare Oakland County to its neighbor to the east, Macomb County.
I'll be right here.
Big blue-collar suburbia
Mark reacts to
in
Christian.
Macomb,
I have to edit
white-collar
the videos.
suburbia in
That's what I gotta
Oakland.
do.
And the Democrats, what they're aiming
And they will
for
be
here in
edited.
Oakland County.
I try to get one out today.
I
thought that would be interesting if I got one out today while I went live
won this thing
on
by
the
14
channel.
points. That's what Democrats want to be seeing again.
That would've been, like,
this
pretty
was
cool.
a big jump for Biden.
But I failed,
over
myself
2016 for Clinton. Clinton had won it by single digits. Biden got it to 14. If Harris is in that ballpark tonight, if she's in that double digit or higher a ballpark in Oakland, she's got to be feeling very good. Yep.
Split screen Christian and the election. I'm not going to do that. I feel like that would like ruin my mental health. Oh shit. They've muted my goat. Fucked up.
Other Trump candidates could be helpful to Trump in that state.
All right, Garrett, we have a call to make. This is North Carolina. The governor's
is home to Greenville. Vice President Kamala Harris at 52%, Donald Trump at 46%. Look at where Stein is, the Democrat, 59%, running ahead of Vice President Kamala Harris compared to Robinson, who was just at 37%. Let's take a look at what this looks like statewide, David. You could see here, this is exactly why.
Wow, I can't wait to see the results of this
better
election.
than Donald Trump in this state, the state that Donald Trump won twice. This is exactly why former President Donald Trump was not even campaigning with Robinson in the state after all that controversy came to light.
And while we have you there, let's look at the presidential race where it stands at this hour in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Donald Trump.
So we just checked Greenville. Let's go back to it. The county of Pitt here. Let's see how Vice President Kamala Harris is doing compared to President Biden. He was at 54%. She's at 52%. You have 75% of the vote in. Let's check the benchmark to see how she's performing. All right, so a little bit of ways to go here. Our 538 benchmark has her at 54. She's at 52 currently. Let's go take a look at the research triangle over here. Raleigh, Durham. Let's take a look at Orange County. 86% of the vote in. Vice President Kamala Harris at 75.
Do epic rap
Donald
battles
Trump
of history.
at 20.
Kamala
Let's
and
take a look
Trump.
at the benchmark.
Just have it in the corner.
Interesting.
Just have
All right,
that.
we're going to continue to watch North Carolina. Lindsay, you've got some
that
exit polls
video
from
just
North
playing in the
Carolina.
corner on loop.
Sure do. And I think that there are a few things worth
It's a
pointing out
genius
in North
idea.
Carolina. 1/5 of the population actually lives in an area that was devastated by Hurricane Helene. There are a number of headlines that basically say there are a number of people who lost their homes, lost their possessions, but they are still turning out to vote and make their voices heard. Another thing that's significant, North Carolina is one of very few battleground states that has a significant portion of black population. 22% of the electorate is black. It's also home to the Research Triangle, so you have a number of college graduates there in North Carolina. That's where we'll begin with the white college grads. 31%
Kansas is currently
of the
being
electorate there
counted,
identify
as well as Illinois.
graduating from college, and they are breaking no surprise there for Kamala Harris, 52%. So more than half of those college grads going for Donald Trump, going for Kamala Harris, versus, look at this, Donald Trump losing.
We have
He's down again.
44% of the vote is in for Georgia. It's looking the same thing with the density of these cities having to keep up with literally everywhere else around Georgia being red. But this is how it looks. 44% of the vote in, relatively close. 200K under Kamala Harris. And they're yet to call like Macon, Columbus, and a majority of Savannah. So that is interesting to keep an eye out for. 26% of Texas is in. And still pretty close as well, with about like a 200,000 lead. Not even 200,000, like 1.5K. 150K lead. Donald Trump. Kansas being counted. But it's only these couple cities that are up 6%. Pretty crazy. Pretty cray. TBH. On God, no cap. On Drizzy. Still way too close to count these shits. Even though it's like 30% counted, 37% counted, way too close. 50, 48%, bro. Crazy how this is the way like the votes are counted. This is the way like the election works. New Hampshire looks like it. Nah, it's only 17%. But I'm over here thinking like it's gotta be one. A Harris win. Well, who knows? I'm pretty stupid. I just be saying shit. I'm live on YouTube and Twitch. One thing that's pretty crazy is how overwhelming Pennsylvania is for Kamala Harris. So far with, I mean, admittingly just 7% of the way. Relatable. What's up, Biggie Ching? like literally, if you're watching this stream, it's like your experience is just to like experience being clueless about politics with me is the idea, I guess. It's just to be like clueless, like, damn, these are some numbers. I wonder what they mean. Some of them are red, some of them are blue, some of them are other. Damn, that's pretty cool. That's pretty crazy. Oh, damn it, bro. Very likely Democrat right here, Illinois. Very likely Republican, Missouri. Very likely Republican. Likely Republican. Ooh, shit. Why are you very likely and why is Texas only likely? A blue Texas? Lane's Democrat. Toss up, Pennsylvania. Shit, bro. It's cray. That's cray. That's cray. Man, these numbers are numbering for sure, though. That's what I'm saying. 50% of the vote in. And favoring Donald Trump. 48%, 50. By 200K. 30% of the way in. Corpus Christi. Still very close right there. Has Louisiana started counting anything yet? I don't believe so, yeah. Polls closing at 9 a.m. That's next hour. 9 a.m., 9 p.m. That's in like 40 minutes. I really like the New York Times map compared to all these other maps. I'm just looking at them to see like what numbers change or whatever. Of like who's got what. But for the most part, I really like the what's it called? The New York Times map. It just looks so much cleaner compared to like all the other ones. The other one's got like random ass different shit. It's like, I don't care. All I look at this says likely Republican for Texas. All I say it's red. All my information's right here. Look at this sexy ass. What do you want? What are you looking at?
And you
man?
can see she's leading by about 9 points among early voters. That's the margins that she's racking up. One of the counties we have a lot of information on, it's Orange County, where UNC is. It's a college town. That is going very, very blue for Kamala Harris, but she is just about hitting that 538 benchmark, just about doing what she needs to do in that county.
Rick Klein, we're at the big board tracking North Carolina. We're going to get new data in from Pennsylvania in a moment. We'll go back to Georgia as well. We're going to take a break for your local news. They're going to update you on your local.
Georgia, 50% of the way through. New Jersey is being counted. Holy shit, it's pretty close. But likely Democrat. New Jersey is so fucking tiny, but the fact that it's, oh my god, it's so tiny, it's so close. 14 electoral votes. At the risk with New Jersey. 17%. Jesus, it's actually going to be pretty close right there. NJ. 36% through Texas. Sorry if I keep clicking on Texas. I really like Texas. I'm like from there or something. I'm like from there. It's whatever though. It's not that big of a deal. Like I'm just like from Texas. It's like I bleed. What's it called? I bleed the Lone Star flag. Are you wearing any shorts? Yeah, I am. I got Texas shorts. I got Texas shorts. Cause that's how Texan I am. 40%. I'm gonna go grab water to let it. Mr. Brisket, man. Damn, Houston fucking loves Trump. We in Houston endorse Donald J. Trump. Should I get dinner or should I keep in bed and rotting? Should eat dinner. Dinner's good. Dinner's good for the soul. As long as you get something in you. Georgia has changed to leans Republican. No longer a toss-up, it seems. Dinner heals my soul. That's what I'm talking about. I may swipe some Chef Boyardee's ravioli. You're goated for that. That is actually based. I visited Texas a couple times for family, and they gave me Houston Astros socks. My goat. You should wear those socks every day. 48%. Holy shit. Some new polls came in for... Some new data just came in for Kamala to be at 2.2 million. That's pretty cry. Least based Georgia moment. Yep. Very likely demo. Yeah. I saw a number move here.
Party is taking place. Jay, what's the feeling there?
What's the feeling, Jay?
There is this sense of optimism here. There is this sense that the night is early and that there are votes to still be counted in must-win states, particularly Pennsylvania.
Guys, number go up. Actual monkey brain for this shit, bro.
That I've talked to, though,
number go up.
There's a lot of attention
going
across
higher.
every single swing state. But two states to keep an eye on. North Carolina, a lot of attention from both parties that I've talked to, but also Wisconsin. There's a feeling from both Republicans and Democrats that I've chatted with that there is an intensity of looking at Wisconsin. I've even talked to some Democrats who said that they were checking the classes schedules at places like the University of Wisconsin to see when students would get out of class and possibly go to the polls and cast a ballot for Kamala Harris.
Ohio's changed to likely Republican.
And Republicans that I've talked.
Ohio's changed to likely Republican with 40% of the vote in. It's looking 50-50, but it's probably counting likely Republican because we've gotten most of the votes from these big areas, right? Actually, no. I haven't even gotten most of the votes. Interesting. I mean, I will trust the New York Times. If it is saying that it is likely Republican, it is likely Republican. Did I hear Wisconsin? The polls close in 30 minutes from Wisconsin, so we won't hear much from there. Michigan is a toss-up. Pennsylvania, toss-up. Georgia has changed to leans Republican. Ohio has pimples. Ohio's a big dirty butt. Virginia is leaning Democrat. Number went up 1%, so I had to click on it. What are you telling me, Google? Tell me what you're telling me. See what AP News has to tell me right here. Election is historic. Why the Associated Press called Florida? I want to know why. I don't care. I just want to see, like, what are y'all talking about, man? Some precincts in Boston ran out of ballots. That's crazy. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Chance of control. Live forecast of the outcome. Georgia being a swing state, currently leaning Trump very much. Michigan, North Carolina, toss-ups at the moment, as well as Pennsylvania. But it seems like everyone, except for Kansas, are winning the states that they were expected to win, and pretty strongly. Like they very strongly won. Connecticut by like plus 28, plus 29. Winning Mississippi by plus 7 is a little tough. But yeah. Will we get a Star Spangled Banner cover this? One thing that is kind of funny. NBC News is saying majority of Texas voters think abortion should be legal. I believe that's been the case, like with the early polls in generally everywhere. Like if you don't attach like the thought of abortion being legal to a candidate, you start like for the most part, humans are normal, which is a huge like congratulations, awesome that they believe like abortion should be just like should be just like normal, just should be like a medical thing. It's like nothing. Why should we get rid of that for women? So like when it's not attached to a candidate and not like, oh, Trump says abortion sucks, fuck it, yeah, you know what, fuck abortion. Or whatever. Or like Kamala says, or like supports abortion. Well, I don't support Kamala, so I don't support abortion type shit. Like when you take it out from a name and you just ask them like, yo, what do you think about abortion? They're show with it. Oklahoma has been called for Donald Trump. This just in. Not Oklahoma, Arkansas. MarcLIVE. Look at this sexy ass, bro.
Suburbs like Delaware County, Delco, that's an area where our projections are that Kamala Harris has to get about 60% of the vote. She's at 75. Now, we should note,
just finished working. Congrats, man.
What
is the Jane Dodger Trump stand for? Donald Junkler Trump / J. You don't have to / J.
This is a really interesting one.
This just in. Kamala Harris has won New Jersey.
We've seen Democrats grow their vote share. Donald Trump doing a lot worse than he did 4 years ago.
Well, it hasn't
a little
changed
worse
yet,
than he did in 2016. You see how Biden was able to jump 3 points in a place that's about 5-6% of the vote.
They have yet to give her. There it is. Good job.
Harris netting about 14,000 votes. It is still very early. We have less than 10% of the total vote in. But as these counties come in, you start to see some interesting trends emerge where Kamala Harris, in that early vote that's in, beyond where Joe Biden did, and
beefing with a fucking county.
This is one of those sort of boomerang counties, right? Northampton being watched very closely.
That's right. That's right.
Because it flipped. It went to Trump.
I'm beefing with
it went from Trump to
County.
Biden.
That's right.
And now, obviously, Kamala Harris is trying to win that county as well. Let's look up at Luzerne County, Lackawanna County. Obviously, Joe Biden's sort of home turf.
Yeah, we don't have any
Nothing
vote.
in
We
yet.
don't, no vote in yet, but these are going to be interesting ones.
Kamala Harris is
Allegheny
close
County
to
back
50.
to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Pittsburgh, we're seeing about 30% of the vote in, and it's almost all early by mail vote. That is 100,000 votes. That's about half
50% of
the
Texas
margin
has
that
been
Harris
called and is
has netted
changed
so
to
far.
likely
It's coming out of that
Republican.
one county, again, ahead of where Biden was.
Wow.
Pointing to that interesting bright
It's
spot
still
in
pretty
early
close.
vote that we saw for
50%
Democrats
of
in
it
Pennsylvania.
called killed.
We're going to be looking
and
at the rural
Kamala's only
portions of
down by
Pennsylvania too, Terry,
100K.
because you've reported on this extensively. And
Crazy.
Biden's, Donald Trump is going to have to keep
that it
that
looks like it
rural
may
vote,
be somewhat
right
close
where it
because this
was,
is only
or
calling
improve upon it
Austin,
if he
San
wants
Antonio,
to
Houston.
make up for the loss 4 years
A
ago,
majority of
80,000
San
or so
Antonio
votes.
and Houston.
Exactly.
And
that
assuming
is
that
his
pretty
strength,
much
and he
the
looks like
rest
he's
of
doing well in
Texas is
rural
going to
places.
be
But one thing we
red,
heard that, York
I think,
County,
yeah, it is pretty
here
safe to
down the
assume that
southeastern
Texas is
part
going
of
to
the
be
state. That's a Republican county, but the Democrats there have made a concerted effort to reach out to rural Democrats up in the northern part of that county. And these are Democrats who first found each other. And you're seeing that a lot, too. These self-starting organizations, get out the vote organizations that...
We'd just be staring at this guy. It's like watching Plague.Inc. gameplay, unironically.
Democrats.
Except it's IRL.
They got people to
Except
knock on
it's
20,000
real.
doors, and they're pumped up there, and they're also coordinated with a national campaign as well. They're hoping that across the state, that get out the vote effort, not in the cities where Democrats are strong, but in those rural areas, can make a difference in a state that's going to be as close as it is.
Let me look over to Erie County. Do you have anything from Erie yet, Rick? Not to take you back over to Pennsylvania, but
love Pennsylvania. We're going to be talking a lot about it, no question.
Yeah,
Erie is interesting because you up there in the northwest corner of the state,
with
we have
50% of
almost
the way
no vote
through.
in right now, but that is your classic boomerang county.
Yeah,
Someplace
Delaware's
that
got
Barack Obama
46% of the
was
votes
winning,
in.
Donald Trump won,
It's
Joe
leaning
Biden
very
brought
heavily
back to his
blue,
column.
so it's very
All right,
likely
we'll be tracking that. Lindsay, you've got some exit polls,
gonna
particularly
come
when
out
it
for
comes to
3
women
for
voters in
Kamala.
Pennsylvania.
Yes, and I think that this is significant where we're talking about on a national level, white women could very well decide this election. They are the largest voting bloc, 59 million voters strong.
Virginia's
and
looking
what's
pretty
interesting, I think
close.
you mentioned it earlier in the evening, but it bears repeating that
With
white
about
women haven't
with
actually
about
voted
50%
for
of the
Democratic
votes
presidents
in.
since Bill Clinton in
42%, sorry.
1996. Even Hillary Clinton
Looking very
only was able to
close.
get
It's saying it's
43%
leaning
of the
Democrat right
female
now,
vote. So let's see what's
but
happening
it's
in
very,
Pennsylvania with
very
the female
fucking
voters.
close.
53% of those,
49,
again, this is
49.
preliminary, 53% of those voters say
Love
that they are
playing
women,
it, hate
and they
living
are
it.
breaking in favor of Kamala
You're
Harris
so
by
real.
55% compared to
You're
Donald
so
Trump. This is
real.
roughly about the same with where women were for Joe Biden in 2020. White women in particular, white women make up 42%, again based on these preliminary polls, and 48% of the white women voting for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is beating her out when it comes to white women. Now, what makes this election potentially different from the past is that this is the first presidential election since Roe v. Wade was overturned. You have abortion on 10 states. Abortion is on the ballot in 10 states. 2 of them, with Nevada and Arizona, are battleground states. So will abortion make a difference in this election?
White woman.
That compares white women from
White woman is going to be a big.
It's roughly the same. We
For
don't
some
actually have
reason,
it in a
is
graph for it,
going
but
to be a
she's
big.
running about the same as Biden so far.
The tilt in
2%
this
better
election.
than where Biden was in
Apparently.
2%. And in a very tight race, though, that could make all the difference. And Martha, there has been significant outreach, in particular to suburban white women in Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. She absolutely needs those suburban white women in Pennsylvania, across all of the battleground states, of course, but particularly there. And those women, the women I've talked to in Pennsylvania, in those battleground states, all over the place, it is Donald Trump's language that is turning them off. And Kamala Harris is taking full advantage of that. She's reminding voters the kinds of things Donald Trump has said. Like,
Hey, I'm a white
I want
woman.
to protect women,
Rosie,
whether they
you
like
are
it
you
or
are
not.
you are
He
the
talks-
deciding
he calls
factor of
her
this
names.
election.
He calls her retarded. He calls her
Whoa.
names that are very
Whoa,
offensive.
you just
to
quoted
female
that.
voters.
Whoa.
But they are also a
Hard on
voting bloc
live television,
that
my
gets
God.
out there. And when you look at those long lines that we've been talking about tonight, and the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign trying to get those people to stay in line, women are very, very motivated and very angry. Women I've talked to
What was the
in
quote?
these
I missed
states
it.
about
I'm
what
not gonna
Donald
repeat
Trump
it.
has said. They may stay in those lines, those low propensity male voters that Donald Trump has gone after, those younger voters who don't usually vote. Will they stay in those lines? But we have just seen that massive gender gap.
Yeah, really interesting. And you heard the warning, Mary Bruce, from Nikki Haley in recent days, particularly after Madison Square Garden, that the sort of bromance or the bro presentation at some of these rallies. She reminded, she was sending out a message to the Trump campaign that, remember, women vote.
Absolutely, and that is what the Kamala Harris campaign is banking on.
Kamala Harris has won Delaware.
Women, especially in Pennsylvania, they have made a huge
Kamala
push for
Harris
those
has
Harris
won
Delaware,
boys
for those
for
dissatisfied
3
Republican voters. I
electoral
think back to an
votes.
event in Bucks County just a couple weeks ago where Harris was standing there on stage with over
Gotta go to bed now,
100,
Mark. Good luck to y'all Americans with your Kahoot. The way I meet. I'll see you around, Suzuka. Appreciate you. Appreciate you even watching this really stupid American stream.
Come out, put country above party.
Sleep well, man. Good night, man.
About your vote, and also one of the
I
things
decide that you are our
pointing
next
on,
president,
the
Mark.
ground operation.
I decide,
is just
please
massive,
no.
and it is something that the Harris campaign is eager
I don't
to tout.
consent.
But it's not just the size of their ground game; it is
Results
where
will probably
it
come
is.
on
They
like
have a
sometime
lot of
next week. I'm
offices,
guessing
16 of
since some
them
states take a
across
lot
the
longer to count
state
all the
in
votes.
Republican counties,
It's possible that I could come in
Donald Trump won by
tonight.
double digits
More than
last
likely
time,
coming
and
in
they feel
tomorrow.
that it is that kind of
is the
mobilization
idea.
effort that is going to make a big difference, especially when it comes to reaching those Republican.
Oh yeah,
voters.
Texas has changed to
John Carter's been
very
so much
likely
reporting on this.
Republican.
You heard the Julia Roberts voiced ad in recent days as well that basically encouraged
Kamala Harris
women
has
to
just
go in
won
there and to vote
Illinois,
however
boys.
they'd like, reminding them that their vote is sacred and also no one will
Kamala
ever
Harris
know
has just
how you
won
voted.
Illinois.
Now, whether or not that actually bears out at
50%,
the end of the
8%
night
of
or
the
end of
vote.
these couple of days that we're covering this election,
Sorry.
we'll see. But it got under Donald Trump's skin.
This music makes me feel like I'm playing a Jackbox game. It's just Jackbox but IRL.
What we know, which
We just
is
have like some
if
game. We just
Kamala
get some
Harris wins
game
this
show
election,
music going
it's gonna
in
be because of women
instead
voters.
of the.
It's going to be because of that gender gap.
Instead of the fucking like.
To me, in the final days of this campaign,
Mark,
is
please,
the
mod
Trump
Suzuka, I beg
campaign
you.
and his supporters have been
I'm
explicit in their
going.
effort about trying to drive up the male vote. I've never really seen anything quite like it. Stephen Miller, who of course is one of his closest advisors, was out today on Twitter.
There, I did it.
saying,
Are we
"Any
happy,
men
boys?
out there, if you know any men who haven't voted, get them to the polls. I mean, I've never really seen that.
Hey,
they are
time
trying
to walk to the polls.
Look, if that's what you have, if that's your best option, if that's what you've got going that's going to get you the most votes, then I would say you've got to go for it. I think one of the interesting things that we haven't talked about tonight was if you look at Osceola County in Florida, if you look at that county, you'll see that Donald Trump right now is winning that county. That is a very heavy Puerto Rican county, and if you go look at 2020,
I was talking about Puerto Rico.
he lost that county by, 12, 13 points. It's a pretty amazing thing. The other thing that's going on right now is Virginia is about tied with about 40 to 45%.
I'll convince Kamala
of the
Harris to
voting,
buy me tickets to
which is
Tyler,
one
the
of things
Creator,
that
on March
political
28th,
folks
my birthday.
out
She
there
will
look
say
at
yes.
Because it's a pretty quick
Or
state.
else,
that closes at
do
7
not
p.m.,
threaten
and for a
the
lot of us who
political
look at
figures
Virginia,
in the chat.
Kind of get a sense on where
Whether
things
it
are
is
at around the
Kamala
country.
Harris or Jill Stein or Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that is getting a lot of attention so far is Loudoun County. These are suburbs and kind of extended areas outside Washington, D.C. This is the part of the state that has made Virginia essentially a blue state at the national level. And it's a place that you can see Hillary Clinton getting about 56%. Joe Biden goes up to 61%. So far tonight, it's about 95% of the vote in. Harris is looking more like Hillary Clinton in Virginia. Now, she won the state as well, but that's not
Don't
the
say
kind
that.
of trend line you want. And again, these are highly educated suburban voters. These are places where you'd expect Harris to do extremely well. She's going to be hitting her benchmarks. I don't think it's a real concern in the Harris campaign right now. But as you know that Donald Trump is going to be running up his numbers in more conservative parts of the state, this is where Reince is right, that it could be a warning sign for other trends we're seeing elsewhere in the country.
Or a tighter race than it was 4 years ago.
Definitely that. I mean, we can look at a state like Florida right now, which is going overwhelmingly Republican. I don't think we're going to see the same
Hillary
kind of
was
trend
such a
in Virginia,
fever
but we're not seeing
I'll be
Democrats
honest,
overperform in the same
I
way
was
Republicans
okay, so
are
I am
in
20
a
years
red state
old.
of Florida.
When Hillary was running, when it was the Trump v. Hillary,
Reporting on the gender gap and this
8 years ago, right?
voters, and particularly young men and
I was 12. And I would watch the debates, and I just thought it was fun as shit. What's it called? I just thought it was really funny rooting for the guy that everyone was hoping would lose or whatever, like during the YouTube landscape or everything. So like I was 12, I would just vote for fucking, what's it called? Or not vote. I was like, damn, I was staying up all night being like, oh my God, what if Donald Trump wins? It would be so fucking funny. And then he won. And I would go to school like, guys, isn't that pretty funny? Like that guy is our president. Not realizing that like this would be like a whole fucking crazy ass thing for the next 8 years. It's not insane. I was 12. I had no idea what politics was. I still to this day barely even know what politics is. It's your fault. It's not my fault. Why this all happened. I'm actually a time traveler. I decided to go back in time to make sure that Trump wins when I was 12. Just because I thought it would be really funny. It all comes together. I'm a time traveler. I decided to go back in time just to make sure that Trump would win.
To draw young men in.
I felt that, Mark. Is this relatable? Is this relatable that you like
Trump's youngest son?
Like we were kids, like at least like me, I'm so young, and most of you guys are old. What's it called? Like I was 12, and I was thinking, oh man, this guy Donald Trump, like everyone doesn't want him to win, and I'm like, well, I don't really know why. I don't really know why they don't want him to win. He's funny, he's orange, and he just like he says shit on public television. That's awesome. Like he said bad words on public television. That's pretty awesome. I want this guy to win now.
Seeing from the exit polls in Florida, what we could extrapolate.
Not knowing that all of this would happen for the next 8 years. I did that with the Eagles and some other team. I do that, but like in the Super Bowl. Like Kansas City, they've been winning too much. I don't want them to win anymore. Kind of based in a weird way. It is just based, but not weird. It's pretty normal. I was just a kid, and I was like into my rebel phase, you know. I was 12 years old. I was starting to listen to My Chemical Romance and rock music. So it's like I wanted to be a little rebel, man. I just remember going, that guy from Home Alone 2 won.
It has provisions.
I don't remember how exactly I thought of it. I just thought it was funny as fuck that like Donald Trump won and everyone else was like, no, we don't want him to win. So I was like, like people probably thought I was incredibly far right. As a kid, as a 12-year-old. The pipeline is My Chemical Romance that led to for me going for Trump. I was 16 when Trump v. Hillary happened, and I was forced by my history teacher to stay up and watch the live voting thing for homework, and because it was a school night, I was tired as fuck the next day. I'm canceling you for this, Mark. Canceling me for having a really dumb opinion when I was 12. Sounds like the internet. Georgia, yeah, leaning pretty heavily Republican with a 300K lead. What's up, Neo Turnips? Gerard Way 2024. Now, if he ran for president, it's a Gerard Way sweep, the Way sweep, My Chemical sweep. Virginia's be leaning Democrat. Please, Lord. No, because we're in Canada and some kid wore a MAGA hat. Like, that's so crazy. People living in other countries and just walking around with a MAGA hat. You live in the UK and you pull up to school and you're Make America Great Again hat. Like, you should be probably, like, be thrown in the chamber. It's like, what are you doing talking about America? You're in the UK. Fire. America's sweeping romance. So stupid. In English class. Pulling up to the government class with my MAGA hat. So that's why kid was wearing a MAGA hat in English class. Like, bro, you cannot vote. Thankfully. Main likely demo. Toss it, toss it, toss it. Kansas is currently leaning Democrat, and it's a state that Trump was expected to win. Those are going to be like the turning points, right? The few that if whoever picks off of each other. I truly don't think, what's it called? Trump picks off from any of these states. Trump, like Harris easily wins all of these states. Like Washington, D.C., Oregon, New York, Maine, Hawaii, Colorado, California. It's these that I imagine can be like a little like very possible that Harris can just like maybe pick at them. But at the end, it's the huge decider is going to be these states. Gerard Way will win. Will run for next election as an independent candidate, and if he wins, will release the new album. It's like Gerard Way will become president before MCR5. And the same kid like argues during social class and says shit like women should have rights. Dude, that's so stupid. You are from Canada. You are from Canada, and you're arguing women should not have rights in the United States. You are from Canada, and you're like, actually, the abortion law is actually like pretty base. I actually fuck with Roe v. Wade being like done with. New Hampshire, Maine. I love graphs. I love numbers. Oh, God damn it. Not this one. Go away. I'm going to X you out now. Because you have been so mean to me.
You know, David, President Joe Biden did very well with Latino voters in 2020, with 65% of the vote versus 32% for then President Trump. And Vice President Harris' support among Hispanics is a bit lower. The latest ABC poll had Vice President Harris at 54% versus 39% for former President Trump. But it's not all bad news for Vice President Harris, because when she entered the race just over 100 days ago,
what is your favorite album from MCR minus Danger Days? I'm a big tied between 3 Cheers and Bullets. Boyo. I'm a big in between of those two. Big fan of what's it called? The Black Parade as well. Danger Days have their I like to cherry pick songs from that album. But I'm like a huge tie between 3 Cheers and Bullets. Like some days I'll tell you actually I'm really feeling 3 Cheers, and other days I'll tell you I'm really feeling what's it called, Bullets. So I think they're both awesome.
In Pennsylvania, home to over 400,000 Puerto Rican voters, as well as North Carolina and Georgia with hundreds of thousands. And here in Florida, where Puerto Ricans are the second largest Latino voting bloc, I know previous said that they were leaning towards Trump, but we have to wait to see those results. There's also indication that the insult on Puerto Rico could have influence on other Latino voters who have expressed outrage at the incident in solidarity with Puerto Ricans. They say an insult to one of ours is an insult to all.
Maria Salinas, I really appreciate that. Governor Christie, I wanted to bring this over to you because Florida really has changed over the course of several years here. And
every album from my camp changes all the time, but right now it's probably Bullets.
Some of this Latino support that Biden.
I guess also right now, same. Yeah, same. I'd say I also feel the same way. Right now I've been on my Bullets train. I've been listening to what's it called, Demolition Lovers a lot.
2010 by 1.5 points.
But personally, like as of like if we're talking about like the music I've been listening to over the past couple of weeks, I've been listening to Panic. For the first time ever, I listened to their first what's it called album. I don't even remember the name because it's a Fever You Can't Sweat Out, I believe. What's it called?
During COVID,
I finally listened to the album, and it's odd, but it's good. A Fever You Can't Sweat Out, yeah.
Drastically from 2018.
That's such a basic bitch answer. What?
Rick Scott's numbers show it. Rick Scott has
Come on now.
been a big winner in Florida. He's been a barely winner. 1.5.
I love A Fever You Can't Sweat Out. I just got my second A Fever You Can't. I want it on vinyl, bro. I think shit like that is so cool, dude. I think. Ooh, why are they saying? Oh, that was the House. That's not the presidency. I was gonna be like, how the fuck did they call it 83 for Harris for Blue? I was about to scream.
Marijuana legalization.
They have the tricolor vinyl coming out. Mark, you know their second album is called Pretty Odd, right? Yeah.
Florida, and I believe it's the
I have yet to listen to it.
2020 to 2024.
I have yet to listen to Pretty Odd.
Driven mostly by COVID.
and who are now.
I love having physical things on music. I love having what's it called, vinyls.
Where are we at this hour?
I have a vinyl player. I rarely use it, but it's just I don't know. I really like the aesthetic. So like I guess call me like a very showboaty man.
There's still a lot of vote to go.
I have a small vinyl collection. Same here. I really only have like 4 albums, I believe. I have.
These are really the Democratic bases.
I have like a couple My Chems and one Nirvana. I have Nevermind. What's it called from Nirvana? I don't have In Utero, but I really want it. And those are the only vinyls that I've got. I don't think I have any other vinyl. I can go check. It's been a while since I've checked.
That's a problem for Kamala Harris because of the imbalance that we talked about in the early vote. We didn't have as much of a Democratic imbalance this time, so Democrats need to have a bigger election day. We're just not seeing signs of that yet.
It's just 3 Cheers, Black Parade, Bullets, and Nevermind.
Especially when good chunks of the vote are coming in already from the
currently have 13 vinyls, bro. You're what's it called? Your vinyl collection is a lot bigger than mine. I thought it was smaller.
She's about a point below that. And just to put in perspective, Fulton County is 170.
Should I get the orange vinyl of Almost Here by the Academy is? Yes.
Think about how
9 being MCR, 3 being Panic at the Disco, and 1 being Hesitate Alien. My goat. That's actually very hype.
Enormous amount of vote, and it's vote that's already banked. Now we'll see what comes
9 of MCR is crazy, bro. How do you get that many? I'm assuming you've got like you've got some of the live albums, do you? Like Black Parade is Dead and like Love on what's it called? Something Blood Up Murder on the Murder Scene or some shit. I don't fucking know.
And this number stays stubbornly high.
Yeah, live albums.
And how much of this is early vote versus day of? Is all of the early vote in now?
We're getting almost all, about 80% of the expected early vote.
Yeah,
so far.
what's it called? Donald Trump is gaining quite a lead in Texas over Kamala. So it's looking Texas is more than likely going to be thrown at Donald Trump. Ooh, interesting. Harris expected to win narrowly. Trump is going to be picking out at Maine and Virginia, possibly.
They did turn out in force, and we have to wait and see how in some of these
way too close to call, though. Holy shit.
Donald Trump leading in Georgia at this hour.
Can someone explain the lore of what the funny map means? So it's the votes are currently being called. Let me shut up. You're sexy ass, bro. Chill out, man. All these are like votes, individual votes. So like 343,000 votes have been called for Donald Trump in just this county, and all of them are being counted, and that's what makes them change colors. And if there are more votes for Donald Trump than there is for Kamala Harris, Donald Trump wins Texas, and that gets 40 electoral votes, and this turns red. And that's what happened to Oklahoma, Arkansas, Illinois turned blue because Kamala Harris won the popular vote here. And yeah, that's pretty much how it works. It's fairly simple, but what's difficult is like figuring out like who's going to win what, or like trying to speculate or like read graphs or anything. It's very easy to just like look at it and be like, oh, number going up for here, that, and now it's red. Okay, I can read that. And bigger number means good for whoever, but still a lot left of the country to like to find out. Wait, they're separated by color? I thought that's illegal. Yeah, not illegal. Definitely controversial though. Illegal but funny. This is stupid. Alright, I'm back with your sexy ass, man.
Next Tuesday.
Never mind. You're looking at ads. What is Steve saying? Talk to me! Talk to me! Next poll closing in 4 minutes! Oh boy. Alright, I won't talk to Steve's sexy ass.
May have had their votes skewed. It's really interesting because, you know, some people are talking about policy. Others are talking more about kind of like vibes. Well, I like the vibe of Trump, or I like the vibe of Kamala Harris, but it's not so policy specific. But that's just some of what we've seen. We're almost to the end of the line. We just wrap around this corner. But again, right now we're in Maricopa County. This is a county with 2 point something million voters. ASU has 74 24,000 students here, most of them voting age. So what we see here at Arizona is going to be very important in this election. Back to you guys.
All right, Gotti, thank you so much. Abortion on the ballot in Arizona, also Florida. Lester, I know you got a key call here.
Yeah, we do have a call here in the state of Florida that abortion, that would restore the constitutional right to an abortion there, but it had a 60% threshold. It will not clear it, so amendment
Let's talk about your
right
balls.
to abortion will go
not
down
disappointed.
86% of the vote in there.
That was quite expected. I'll be unit test tomorrow, guys. I need to study, but I'll be back near the end of this, hopefully. Bye. I'll see you around, Mikey. Appreciate you, man. They have a countdown for Wisconsin. I'm assuming it's going to be immediate. Will it? If they're having a countdown, it's probably going to be pretty immediate, like a couple of the prior
No, it's
ones,
just the
right?
same number. Right, it was 57-58 in Ohio, 57-58 in Kansas. I mean, I think we know what the number is. Ironically, I've talked to some Florida Republicans who secretly had hoped this would pass, because now Florida elected officials in 2026, which is their big election year, they will have to face the voters on a 6-week ban, and then suddenly that will sort of upend just the state's politics.
Yeah.
But
Ron
there's clearly
DeSantis actively campaigned
really did.
against this amendment which is
and he used the government power. It's going to create an interesting, there's going to be a fascinating, if the Democratic Party ever wants to have a chance in Florida again, they're going to get an opportunity, ironically, because this thing went down tonight.
Think about how complicated this was for former President Trump. I asked him about this. He said it went too far. And then
50% of Virginia has been counted, and it is leaning Democrat. So that's pretty cool. What's up, Pung? Welcome to the stream, man. Ooga Booga? Hey, man, brother. So hyped to see Wisconsin. We will see, man. Green Bay.
And Donald Trump in knots, and now it lives to see another day in Florida.
And this is why the vice president and her team have been pushing on this issue. It is on the ballot as well in Arizona and Nevada. Trump orbit folks that I'm talking to think that there is a likelihood of perhaps ticket splitters in those states, people who will back these abortion ballot initiatives, but who will also back former President Trump. But you have seen the vice president hammer this in the state of Georgia. She went to the state of Texas, which nobody really thinks is going to flip blue on the presidential race, but she wanted to use it as a stage to highlight that state's controversial restrictive abortion law. She did it in
the
Georgia
Bill of
with Amber
Rights.
Thurman.
You could actually vote for
Florida,
that.
She talks about it as a place that she is concerned about.
We don't have a ton of time because we're coming up on a poll closing, but in Iowa,
Here we go.
polls are going to close.
Polls are going to close. Let's see what Steve is thinking. Here it goes. Whoa! Whoa! Pung is ball sack in Swedish, so I just said ball sack. Oh my god, that's so PewDiePie coded. You know, the only swear word I know in Swedish is javla, but that's only because PewDiePie said it like in every other YouTube video at the time. All right, polls have closed in a couple of areas. So we are going to find that out shortly. Find out the polls of Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona. All these places have closed, and we will hopefully start getting numbers from them shortly. All these numbers make my eyes hurt. That's what I'm saying, Emily. I don't even understand what many of these numbers even mean. I'm just staring at them and hoping it either goes red or what's it called, blue. Oh! Kamala Harris has won New York. 28. Donald J. Trump has won Nebraska. Pretty big. Donald Trump wins South Dakota. Nothing too crazy that was not expected. Talk to me.
The polls have closed in Iowa and in Kansas. They've closed in Nebraska and in New Mexico tonight. 5 electoral votes up for grabs. We'll continue to track that as well. The polls have closed in all of those states. Let's go right to the map. The road to 270, which is the road to the White House, as we know. Kamala Harris winning 3 states.
Isn't it bad that I
plus
forgot
Washington,
Nebraska
DC,
existed?
For 27 electoral
A little
votes.
bit.
Donald Trump with 14 states so far, 154 electoral votes.
I think the name
whole
Nebraska
team
is
here.
pretty.
Stay tuned. Our live coverage continues.
What's it called?
Right now.
This is pretty easy to remember. So much red and blue, and I think I'm seeing purple. We might be colorblind. We might be colorblind. If that's the case, gang. Donald Trump wins Wyoming. Ooh, oh my God, wins North Dakota and Wyoming. Donald Trump. Now at 120 votes. It's going to be a little catch-up for Harris, it's looking like, at least in real time. Electoral College estimate is 279 for Trump, dude. Chance of winning, they're still saying it's a toss-up, but it is leaning right. The economy. Georgia is leaning Republican. Fairly heavily. Crazy that only 16% of the vote isn't for Pennsylvania, bro. You've been out forever!
David, abortion is on the ballot in 10 states across the country, Florida being one of them. I want you to take a look. They needed to get 60% to pass here. 57% said yes, 43% saying no. Florida has a 6-week abortion ban right now. That is what Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed into law there. Former President Donald Trump himself has even called that too harsh.
Scared.
We're going to be watching some other states tonight. These are the 10 states where abortion is going to be on the ballot.
Don't be too scared.
This from
the
Florida,
states
though, David,
that are being
notable.
won
It's the first time that we are
lost
seeing abortion on the ballot
what's it
actually
called?
fail. Because you remember that abortion on the ballot has won in every
all
single state,
expected.
including conservative states.
Nothing ever
like
changes, so it doesn't really matter. I just like
Kansas.
watching Marc.
It's
Appreciate you,
also going to be on the ballot tonight in
It's
2
very nice.
battlegrounds,
Appreciate you, man.
Nevada and Arizona. This is going to be a major
I
blow
think that's like the
to
general
Democrats.
consensus, unless you are from like marginalized groups. This what's it called? This election really matters for you. For people like, I guess, like me, where it's like I'm pretty blessed in my position. I'm pretty much like a straight white male in society, and I'm currently very blessed to be able to go to college. What's it called? Near my home and whatever. Like I didn't have to leave or whatever.
This amendment failed, but I also think the data tells us that
That's why I don't care too much about elections.
voted for Donald Trump also voted
But
for
it's very.
The question is, Kamala Harris has tried to make
It's a very important election for marginalized groups, people, as well as like the rights of women and marginalized groups.
what the law surrounding abortion will be.
Election's scary, but silly commentary. Yippee, yippee. I mean, bro, we're listening to like, what's it called? Video game music while staring at this man's sexy ass face.
It's going to get into this whole notion of, sort of a split ticket.
Like,
whether or
what
not
do you
vote
expect,
for the
man?
amendment,
What do you
but then
expect?
don't vote for Kamala
Stop
Harris.
rubbing your privilege in our face, Marc. I'm just letting you guys know that I'm aware of it, so you guys don't call me out for like being privileged and being like, oh, he's so privileged. I'm saying I'm aware of it. I know that it's something that I have.
Trump, because we'll have protections here for voting for this
Very
amendment
important for
that
oppressed
may or may not be
minorities
true.
like gamers.
What if
That's what
Trump
I'm
is
talking
elected
about.
president?
If you
What
are a
if the
gamer,
federal
this
law
election
with
is
respect to
huge
abortion?
for
But
you.
there may be complex calculuses going on about kind of what state law will mean with respect to abortion and what the federal government could do with respect to abortion.
Absolutely. We're going to continue to track it, particularly in those western swing states. Let's go back over to the map. Rick, you're studying North Carolina right now. 41% of the vote in. And
He
Donald
truly
Trump
has no
leads
reason to
by
be that
about
fine, though. Like, I'm
100,000
getting
votes.
distracted from the results.
Yeah, it's really
He
a
looks
kind of a
like
microcosm
Patrick
of the
Bateman.
divided country, because it's not that Kamala Harris isn't hitting her numbers. She is.
Did you apply an age filter to these reporters, Marc? They age 35 years when the camera is on them. That was not me. This is just how they look. You should get mad at the ABC News cameras. They be showing like all their pores and shit, man. It's okay. I also have the filter.
There. A lot of this so far is the early vote. We'll see what else rolls in.
This is just gonna be the face cam from now on.
needs to be doing outside of Charlotte, in the suburbs, in
He
the
looks like
more
Patrick
rural areas
Bateman if he
outside
was
of
a
there.
liberal.
Donald Trump running ahead of where he needs to win the state, according to our 538 numbers. And that's a county, Union County, now that has 94%
They went to the beach that makes you
of the
old.
vote in already.
I never
So
watched the
it's a
movie.
significant amount of vote. Davidson County,
I think it's
another
just called
example of this,
old.
where he's slightly ahead of his benchmark. So we're seeing them run, kind of an even race.
It's not
in the places
called
we have a
Old
lot of
Beach.
data right now. We'll
Mark
see
is
where it lands
white,
at the end of
yep.
the night, but Trump is turning out people.
But my
in
name is
very red
Marcos
parts of the
Martinez.
state and across the country. It's a trend we're seeing.
But I'm very
even
white
in states
passing.
that aren't that competitive. The Trump base is out
So I
in
am
force.
white.
Let's look at Nash County. Can you find Nash County for me? It's one of these boomerang counties that went for Trump.
I love how after I found out I was trans, they put me in a culinary class.
In North Carolina.
It's like
here,
mandatory. If you find out you're
take a
trans, you
slightly
have to
deeper
learn how to
dive
cook.
on whether or not
I don't know why.
Trump is winning.
Yeah, right. So it's right
Wisconsin
here.
needs to
right
hurry
outside
up and
of
count
Raleigh.
the votes.
This is one of those that we're watching, as you mentioned, David, because there's a possibility, at least for Democrats, to flip counties like this. You see how close Hillary Clinton came, how close Joe Biden came. Right now, Kamala Harris not quite over the finish line. Donald Trump winning by about 1,800 votes in Nash County. And the benchmark would suggest he doesn't even need to win that county.
Yeah.
It could slip away from him and he'd still be in line. This is a small county. But you're right, it's emblematic of what's going on across the state and really across the region and the country.
And it could be a bellwether, in fact, because this is what Donald Trump is trying to do, is flip some of this territory back his way from 4 years ago. We'll just
I
keep
found
our eye on
myself.
it.
Now I'm
I
the
want to take
next
this out to
Gordon
Byron
Ramsay
Pitts because
for
he's
my
in
goat.
Nashville tonight. And Byron, there was a lot
Congrats,
of concern, obviously, over the victims of Hurricane Helene and whether or not they would be able to vote. And both campaigns saying that they did like what they saw on the ground as far as the effort to help people have their voices heard. And what have you seen there on the ground?
But David, this has to be one of the feel-good stories
All right.
of this election night.
Some votes are being collected right now.
David, you spent a lot of time.
Ohio has been
Hurricane. You saw
confirmed.
the devastation firsthand.
What's it called?
It is
Republican.
remarkable the turnout here.
Donald Trump has
Western
won
North Carolina
Ohio.
outperformed the rest of the state in early voting, and that's a good sign for the Trump campaign. As you guys have been discussing, Western North Carolina has been reliably.
I'm waiting
Trump
for it to
country,
confirm, but
and
it
he
has
to do
confirmed
well
on the
here,
map.
and he is
Hasn't been
doing well.
confirmed yet by
The voting
New
is
York
high.
Times.
There are parts of the western part of the state where they've had.
There it is. It's been confirmed. New York Times. Ohio. Donald Trump has won Ohio despite very heavy turnout from Cleveland, Akron, Columbus, Dayton, Cincinnati. Everywhere else is bleeding red. Jill Stein won the election. I left for dinner. What did I miss? You missed the Jill Stein sweep. It just happened, bro. Georgia's still fairly close, but leaning heavy heavy Trump. Ooh, Savannah, only 6% of the votes in. Interesting. Interesante. Lean Democrat. Minnesota. Michigan is a toss-up at the moment. Yeah. All right. Interesting. I'm scared for this shit, dude. What if I get personally assaulted by everyone in the history of the world ever? We're gonna hope that doesn't happen. That's why we voted for Jill Stein. That's why we voted for MarcLIVE. To make sure you do not get assassinated. Steve talking.
4 years ago.
Yes,
Tonight,
I love hearing you talk, man!
With about 20% more to come. That's the pattern we're seeing very clearly, I think, in these rural counties with significant African-American populations where turnout and support level was a concern for Democrats. One thing you have to add in a lot of these counties, too, is that it may not just be turnout. There is also declining population in a lot of these counties, too, that might be affecting Democrats as well. But again, that's a pretty clear pattern right there. The other pattern that we're seeing in North Carolina State statewide. We're tracking this is because, again, a lot of what comes out first in these counties is the early vote, it's the in-person vote, it's the mail-in vote. Then what comes reported after that is the same day. We want to see, are there partisan differences between how those votes are going? So far, we are finding that Trump is doing better with the election day voters than he did with the pre-election, with the early voters. So as you get, when you get to 80% in a county, generally what's left to come, not uniformly, but generally is going to be that same day vote. We're finding that that's a stronger vote for Trump. What Democrats are looking for here right now, take a look at Wake County. This is the biggie. This is, the state capital is here, the heart of the triangle. 3/4 of the vote is in here. And again, the name of the game here for Democrats is just drive up the margin as big as they can.
Yes,
so
Steve.
Look, it was 26.5
I will
points
drive the margin.
in 2020 for Biden. It's a little bit stronger now.
I
for
still
Harris.
have
That's
time.
What they want to see. They want to.
I can make the drive to California.
They want to get the number up. Now, Mecklenburg County.
I can make the drive. I can make the drive to Nevada.
We don't have too much in right there. There's also
I can vote 30 times.
About this part of the state. When you get into the
I
Blue
still have
Ridge
time.
Mountains, it was so
I can end stream
affected by
right
the
now, make
hurricane.
some quick
It's
drives to
gonna affect
Nevada,
turnout
Oregon,
levels.
and
It's gonna
Washington.
affect results at all. A couple things we can tell you. Most
Throw
of
in my
this
votes.
region is Republican. Most of these counties are rural and heavily Republican. I don't know why I just did that. They're mostly rural and heavily Republican, and we could just show you. You're starting to. This is tiny, but this is what you're seeing in the rural, heavily Republican mountain counties that are getting close to fully complete. Trump hitting that 2020
Wisconsin is
number,
currently being
maybe going even a little
red.
bit north of it, and you can just see
The
in terms of the
numbers are currently
turnout
being,
question here, which everybody's had in the wake of the
chimed right
hurricane.
now.
Look, 3857, 839.
Less than 1% though, but we've got some numbers. I don't know from where though. We do got some numbers. We got a couple thousand. I'm going to McDonald's. Does anyone want anything? I ate Burger King today. I went against the McDonald's name. I apologize. Donald J. Trump has won Texas. 40 electoral votes for Trump. That is huge for bro. I don't even know if it's updated yet. It has yet to update. There it is, 177. That's crazy. That is a lot, bro.
Still to come is that election day vote that we think is more Republican. So is this vote going to come down for Democrats? Let's see as that comes in. They want to be hitting, a number north of what Biden did. The other county that's just about complete, and it is a blue county. It's where Appalachian
Does your
State
McDonald's do
University
breakfast anytime or
is. I
no?
can show
My
you
McDonald's
that. Watauga County
does only
just
breakfast
about
in the
all
mornings.
in right now.
I hate it.
And again,
like their mornings
Biden
is
won
like
this thing by a
5
little over
a.m.
8 points.
And
it's at about
sometimes
7 right now. Democrats. This is
a real one really wants a 5 a.m. like McDouble. And it sucks that you can't trust McDonald's because they're going to be selling fucking taquitos and pancakes.
Another place like that is Orange County. University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill is here. This is basically on par for Democrats, even a touch above what they did in 2020. That's what they want to see. One other place I could just flag here. This is Carrabas County. This, of all the counties, all the 100 in North Carolina, this is the one that swung the most to Democrats in the last election. Again, right outside Charlotte. It's growing. It's diversifying. It's pretty quickly diversifying.
Mark,
so
your
again,
McDonald's
you can
sucks.
see,
I know.
Democrats want to make.
But it's like every McDonald's in my area. It's not like any McDonald's. It's not like every McDonald's does that. It's all the McDonald's in my area that it like do not do breakfast anytime or shuts down. What's it called? Normal food during breakfast. It's fucked up. Fucked up. It's messed up. I hate it. Whataburger is awesome. They serve normal food 24 hours. Like you could pull up at 7 a.m. get yourself a Whataburger or whatever. But if you want breakfast, you have to come in like 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. 12 p.m. To get breakfast, and they don't serve all-time breakfast, which I think is all right. I only get mad whenever you're not serving 24/7 food. I've heard that voting centers near me are getting bomb threats. Dude, that's crazy. That's so fucked up, bro. I did hear that. I read it. There's an article on the Associated Press that mentioned it. Like they just briefly mentioned it. Like potential bomb threats, and it's like I just went through it. I just glided through it. Trying to see if I can find it. Also, that like someone impersonated the FBI. That was a crazy thing.
That's very alarming for Democrats. like it did in 2020.
Whatever. I don't care enough.
A little more. Again, concern for them. It's a big blue county, but if what's still to come in Fulton is a little less blue, then that number slips.
Who's winning Georgia? It's looking to be Republican. It's looking to get won by Trump. With 72% of the votes in, and Kamala being down by 300K. I don't know. Look, it's looking to be a Kamala loss right here, for the swing state. North Carolina is also leaning Trump, with about 50% of it through. It could actually be days until all the votes are counted. Well, as far as we know, the Republican states are being caught up fast.
If the 20 in 2020, Democrats want this over 20 tonight. Let's see, it's early there, but that's a key one just because of the
the chances of winning for the New York Times has just changed to leaning Trump. It has been upped with a 66% chance of victory. Before it said toss up. It is now a 66% chance.
Georgia is one of the wealthiest counties in the state of Georgia here. Take a look.
So
this is what happened in 2020.
that's pretty crazy. It's pretty tough.
Tonight he's winning it. You could see almost the same. It's about 0.3 of a point off. The Trump campaign, let's see here. They don't want big slippage.
I'm going to pull up Twitter and see what people are talking about.
They would have liked to claw back a little bit more here, but they're not losing ground. And there are scenarios where that's enough for them in Georgia. You can look next door. Is Forsyth County. Now, this is another. This is very wealthy. This is a biggie you can see in terms of votes. This is a place where Trump lost substantial ground in 2020. Now, bulk of the vote is in. Same day still to come, so room for Trump growth here. He's already overperforming a point from where he finished in 2020. That's an encouraging one for Republicans. You can just kind of complete this loop quickly. I'll just show you some of them here. Again, Hall County is one, almost all in. Trump had slippage here in 2020. You see, he's improved by about 1.5 points here. Not major, but this was a state that was decided by a fraction of a point in 2020, so any shift is significant. Barrow County.
Mark, I voted for Mickey Mouse. Are you proud of me? I'm proud of you for even voting.
In 2020, a little bit more slippage here tonight for Trump. You can see Harris running 1.5 points better than Biden did. Trump basically
New Mexico coming in, leaning Democrat.
And you can take a look down here, Walton County. Again, this is the early vote in Walton County. Trump had slippage here in 2020. 49 points, believe it or not, was slippage for the Republican. Tonight, 46. This is the early vote. Again, same day. Does it get back to 49? Does it get back to 50? That's what Trump wants with the remaining vote there. I think we've got just about all of Douglas County in right now. And again, Douglas County, it's one of these demographically, it's fast growing, it's transforming politically, it's diversifying. And you can see here, Democrats, it looks like in Douglas, have achieved what they want to do here. Biden won this thing by 25 points in 2020, just about all in. Now Harris has it north of 30 points. That is something Democrats want to see there. So again, we zoom out statewide. It's a 6-point lead right now. We could also check in if you want. We could just take a look. We've got them marked off on here. I'll show you. This is, we're talking about this in North Carolina, same in Georgia. There's a lot of rural counties with large African-American populations, and the question for Democrats is, can they improve? They'd like to improve turnout-wise, vote performance-wise, obviously, relative to last
I can't wait to watch Orange Man talk with his hands for another 4 years. Barely even making sense, though, but bro is very, what's it called? Very lucid, my goat. Whoever can get me the most blow-and hookers, I'm voting for. If he even lives that long. He's 78, bro.
Change in 2020, so we're seeing a bit of what we saw in North Carolina, Randolph County. Very small, but a lot of this is in right now. Biden won it by 9 in 2020. It's sitting there at about 8 points right now. What's left to be reported out in Randolph County is going to be that same-day vote. We're seeing this in a fair number of these counties, too. It's a bit similar, I think, to what we're looking at to what we're seeing so far in North Carolina. Here's another one, very small, but again,
I was 9 when he was elected, and I'm almost 18. I was 12. when he was
Tonight,
elected.
sitting at about
I'm now
16
20.
and a half with just about all the votes. And again, these slight differences in a state like Georgia can make all the difference. Where of all these millions of votes, we expect about 5 million votes. And in 2020, it was separated by 12,000 of them. So again, if there's any slippage for Democrats here off that 2020 number in full, that's a very bad sign for them. And they are at right now. You know, Harris is at 72.6. This is the biggest single county in Georgia.
Man, bro, this is
72.6,
looking
72.6.
very
If
fucking
this number
close,
starts
bro.
dropping with the remaining vote, with that remaining same-day vote to come in, even though that looks like an enormous.
To be fair, Harris wasn't really voted to be the runner-up for this race. Who was?
Enormous enough that Democrats don't want any slippage there. So we'll be paying close attention to that one too, Rachel, as we get more from Georgia.
Going to Olive Garden. Let's go. Watching the MarcLIVE election live stream at the Olive Garden. What a day.
Board of Elections, and he said, look,
Give me a second.
we're on pace to have the count tonight, and we believe there's going to be turnout of more than 50% in Detroit, which is a number that might be of interest to the Harris campaign. Now, the Detroit election official says there's been no chaos, no pandemonium, no banging on the windows like there was 4 years ago. He says he jokingly said he thought he heard them singing Kumbaya in the hall.
All right,
David?
Juju Chang in Michigan will be checking back in with you, Juju. I'm looking at North Carolina, less than 100,000 votes, about a 70,000 vote margin between the two candidates. Stay tuned here. The numbers are just coming in. They're just getting interesting. Your local news standing by, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes here. Don't go away.
I'm back. I'm sorry. Breadstick and Mark Biden, but he dropped out as she was put in his place. Yeah, I think that makes sense, no? Like, who else would you put in there? You're not just throwing in Bernie, are you?
On that is it's too early to call. More than half the vote in there as well. Let's look at Ohio. We were speaking that a moment ago. 17 electoral votes, not considered to be a battleground nonetheless. We look at it, that's too early to call right now. Also, Colorado, too early to call. Kamala Harris leading now with over 100,000 votes. In Iowa, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, that is too early to call as well. Let's go over to Tom Yamas right now, who can give us a little bit more.
What did they put in Joe Stein?
270. Clearly, at this point, they're both wide open.
Yes, still very early so far.
To run for the
If
Democrats.
you're watching at home, you can find your state here. We've already given some. We've projected some states for former President Trump, some for the vice president, and still so many, the bulk of states right there in the middle, and still so many people still voting along the west coast.
Why hasn't
places like Hawaii and Alaska
NBC
as well.
called a
Let's remind
lot
you,
of
walk you
states
through the
for
paths that each
for
candidate
Harris? It
hopes
looks like.
to take to get to the White House. Let's start with Vice President Kamala Harris.
Like, this is all
We'll click her in
Associated
here,
Press
get to
and
2024. This is the
New York
predetermined
Times. Both of them have very, what's it called?
The states voted in 2020 and the 7 battlegrounds that will be decided
Close.
tonight. So her easiest path is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. She holds that blue wall. If she can do that, she gets to 270. If she's having a very rough night and she loses Pennsylvania, loses Michigan, loses Wisconsin, she has other paths, but she does have a Sun Belt path where if she can flip North Carolina, hold Georgia, hold Arizona, and get Nevada, hold it once again, she gets there as well. That path, though, would give Democrats heart palpitations. As far as former President Trump, his easiest route, just think of the east side. He holds Pennsylvania. He flips Pennsylvania. He holds North Carolina. He flips Georgia back. He gets to 270. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the blue wall. He has to break through the blue wall. That's the main difference between his path and the vice president's path. There's a path for her, even though she doesn't win any of these 3 big Midwest
Donald
states.
Trump has
But for
won
him, he has to win one
Nebraska's
of them.
3rd
If he wins
district.
Michigan and he flips North Carolina, holds Georgia, he can win any of these 2 out west, either Nevada or Arizona, put him over the top. But if he can only win Wisconsin, I'm going to take Nevada away. He has to win Arizona to get to
3rd
272.
district.
So you can see it's going to be a long
That counts
night
for one
us,
electoral
but
vote.
Every state sort of leads to a domino
Still pretty
effect,
tough.
if you will. And that's one of the reasons why we were watching Ohio, because if he were not to win a state like Ohio, which he won the last 2 presidential elections, his whole map changes. Guys, back to you.
Well, right now, so far tonight, we haven't had any big shockers. But let's talk about Pennsylvania. There's a reason that the campaigns spent more money there, spent more time there. It may well, at the end of this night, or perhaps it will be Saturday
Harris is starting to
morning, like
catch up in
2020,
Wisconsin.
It will all come down to Pennsylvania.
7%.
well could come down to Pennsylvania. 19
Way
electoral
too
votes.
early to call. But yeah, I see it. Since it's just coming out of Madison, pretty much. Getting a majority of her votes.
He was able to really drive up the vote among white working class voters in those collar counties. One more point just to mention as
My
we watch
home
all of
state, the
these
closer the
returns
race, the worse
come
for
in.
my blood
When President
pressure.
Biden was at the top
It
of
is
the ticket,
not good
a
that you
state
are
like
watching an
North
election
Carolina
stream.
was out of reach for Democrats.
For
the
the-
fact that we're
for your
talking
blood
about it right
pressure.
now, the fact that there's
Bro, if
been
I
so
was in
much
your
play in
position,
North
honestly,
Carolina,
I would try to sleep through this. Or I'd get like really high / drunk. Like just get really inebriated so that I don't put too much of my huevos rancheros into this.
You know, in Detroit and in parts of Michigan. Are we getting any read there at all?
Well, listen, it's going to be something that matters.
Can't I need to know? No. I came back to Pennsylvania being majority red. It's not.
It's only about 2% of the
Still toss up.
population,
It's
but it
still
could
only
be potentially
25%.
significant here. You saw Vice President Harris, as she was on the campaign trail just in the last
Looked
few
at.
days here, begin her rally speech.
It's not majority red. It's still only 25% looked at. It's mainly Harris though. But we have yet to see what happens. A lot of these big cities voting majority Harris for like in Philadelphia County.
So do I, and I'm speaking now, which is a line that she's
being
become sort of
very
known
huge.
for at this point. But the other piece of this too, when you look at this, Michigan is a place, it's going to be critical for her, as Tom has just laid out in the map. It is also the place where she started this shift in the last few days on her closing argument, moving away from this idea that Donald Trump was sort of looming large as this threat to democracy, this ominous shadow hanging over America, and shifting away from saying his name at all, calling him the other guy, trying to make him seem small, unserious, Lester.
All right, we have another call to make, and this is a pretty big one. The state of New York, and not necessarily a surprise, but NBC News projects that New York will, Kamala Harris is the projected winner.
Old news
In New York. And
this was called forever ago. This is old news, NBC. Get it together. I don't even want to be listening to you anymore. Give me my hot guy.
Live, ABC
Nah,
November
they're
20th.
in commercials. Fucked up. Give me Steve then. Talk to me, Steve. Make me dizzy. God damn it.
Yeah, and again,
Here it is. Talk to me,
As
Steve.
we say, most of the state is going to be Democrats putting up giant numbers in these counties, and then Trump, that's with the mail vote, and then Trump with the same-day vote trying to chip away at that and reverse it. Now, this one we flagged at the start of the night, so I want to check in on it. Lackawanna County, where Scranton is. This is one of the most complete counties. It is not complete yet, but it's one of the most complete we have so far in Pennsylvania. About 80% of the vote is in right here, and this is following exactly that pattern. The mail vote was reported out quickly here. Harris had a gigantic
80%
lead
in
with that, and with every
for
update
Harris.
since of the election day vote, Trump has been
80% of it is in.
We're at
49K
80%
for
right now
Harris,
so more to come.
42K
And again,
for Trump.
This is a key county.
Incredibly
I think once we get
close.
full results here
Harris
to
kind of
understand where
needs
this
to
might be
win.
going, because this is what we're looking
Pennsylvania.
at. In 2016, Donald Trump, this was a huge gain for Republicans. They used to get absolutely flattened here. Donald Trump only lost this county by 3 points and change. In 2020, Joe Biden, Scranton native, got it up to almost 10. And the question is, this is winning for Democrats statewide. This or anything less than that gets very shaky for Democrats statewide. So where tonight is this going to land? Right now, if you froze the election here and you said that's it, Democrats would be thrilled with this number out of Lackawanna County. We need to see, though, with that remaining 20%, if it continues to come down and it ends up looking more like this or even closer than that. But that's the most complete we have right now of a big, substantial county in Pennsylvania, and that's what we're looking at there.
Marc, what are you
and again, just a couple other things to flag. We don't have much. Erie County, we will we'll keep an eye on it because
gotta go. I'm gonna
there's
grab
only
some
2
food real quick. I don't know if I'll be
in
right
Pennsylvania
back because I might get distracted by our return. All good. We'll be here, Pumpkin.
It went for Trump in 16 and then flipped to Biden in 2020. Erie County is one of them. We basically have no vote from there, but that's a bellwether county we want to be following as it comes in. And the other one is on the eastern side of the state here. This is Northampton County. Now we got about a quarter of the vote in here. A lot of this you could just see here. This is what it led to. The mail-in vote. You see, Joe Biden won this thing narrowly in 2020. This was a flip. And again, this is the question now as the remaining vote starts to get tallied up and come in. Can Donald Trump get back to that number and beyond it? Can he flip this county? These are potentially bellwethers in Pennsylvania. By the way, Wisconsin, you know, we started to get some results here out of Wisconsin, too. And I just want to show you, we said at the start of the night, bow wow. The bow counties, Brown, Outagamie, Winnebago, blue-collar counties, Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh. These are areas where Donald Trump lost some ground in 2020, still won them, wants to win it back. And wow, that's Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaukee. These are core Republican suburbs where the Democrats have been gaining. Are the Democrats gaining more? So we do have now nearly 40% of the vote in the biggest of the WOW counties. This is Waukesha County. And just to put this in some perspective, this was a bad showing for Republicans. Trump won Waukesha in 2020 by 21 points.
You gotta listen to him. You gotta listen to him.
In 2016, Trump won it by 27. Go back to Mitt Romney. It was
he
more
barks
than
at
2
you,
to 1
you
Republican.
listen.
This was bad. This is one of the reasons why Donald Trump lost in Wisconsin 4 years ago. Now, the way the vote is coming out in Wisconsin tonight is the absentee vote. We may get absentee vote a little bit later from some of these counties. It's done at the municipal level, but there could be opportunities here for Harris to grow the support. This is not like Pennsylvania, where this is just all Republican gains later on. So we want to keep an eye on here because the Democrats want to get Harris over 40% in Waukesha. They want to keep making gains here. And so with 40% in, you're at a
Nice.
about 2020. This showing for Joe Biden, he lost by 12 points, was the best showing for a Democrat in this county since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. So this is one tonight where you want to see if Harris is further improving on this, getting this down, into single digits, 5, 7, 8 points, something like that. So far, a little bit more than a quarter of the vote in. This would be a very good number for Democrats out of Ozaukee County. These suburbs right outside Milwaukee used to win Wisconsin for Republicans. Democrats have been eroding that support for Republicans. If they can do more, that's big for them tonight. And then there's this. About a third is in now in Dane County, and this is the mother lode of votes for Democrats. It has become this way in Wisconsin. It used to be that the Democratic coalition was very spread out in the state. Democrats could win dozens of rural counties with blue-collar populations. Trump came along. He's gobbled just about all of those up. So the Democrats are increasingly dependent on just running up the score. This is a massive county. Madison State Capital, University of Wisconsin, high-density suburbs here. And here's the thing in Dane County. Every election this century, Democrats have gotten a bigger and bigger margin out of here. This is where it landed in 2020. It's not just the margin, Biden winning this by more than 50 points. It's this. Biden, 260,000. Trump, 78,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes for Democrats out of this county. And again, if you went back to the turn of the century, Democrats were winning here by about 50,000 votes. Every 04, 08, 12, 16, 20, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Democrats want to get even more out of this tonight because, again, they're taking such hits in the rural areas of the state. Can they get this thing up to 195? Could they ever get this to 200,000 votes? Every time you think they've gotten the most they possibly can out of Dane, they get more. They're probably going to need more tonight. So, again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one as it starts to develop. But
what's up, Zoner?
Wisconsin
Zoner from Twitch.
10% or so
what's
in
up, dude?
statewide, 13% now.
OMG, you made a Twitch account. This is huge. Huge for Zoner enthusiasts. Turn of the century, like 1900s. It's not looking good for Harris. I've been browsing through Twitter. People are not scared. I feel like it's really close, but I mean, I'm a normie, so I have no idea what I'm thinking.
Worried about everything else, and that number looks good. There is some, you know, they're nervous about Pennsylvania. There's a lot of vote that's out there. They know that there is a ton of early vote.
It is close
that
and
hasn't
scary
even
to me
been
only because
touched.
of Georgia.
So
not sure
no
why, but my
arrogance
comments
about
were
that,
popping
but
up on
now all the
YouTube, so I
attention's
moved
gonna
here.
start
Lol,
moving to that
really?
blue
Holy
wall.
shit! I'm sorry.
Virginia being tied
I don't know
is
why that
another
would be the
issue
case,
that
man.
is getting them excited. They weren't expecting Virginia to be tied. There's 60% of the vote in, I think, about now in Virginia. The fact that that's tied and in the suburbs, Trump did not do that badly around Washington, D.C.
Could be a signal for other states. The Harris campaign not expecting to lose Virginia, but Rick, can you show us the map that gives us the proportional look at the outstanding vote in Virginia?
Yeah, and look, there's plenty of Democratic vote. This is the Washington, D.C. suburbs. This is Richmond in the area. This is Norfolk, Virginia Beach area. Lots of Democrats. Some of these, though, are lighter blue, which means it could be more of a mix. And we still have a lot of vote left from Roanoke and from other redder parts of the state. But, yeah, you add it all up, and Reince is right to point this out, because right now there is something going on where you're just not seeing the kind of numbers that you would expect in some of these suburban areas. Biden in Prince William County, 62% of the vote. Hillary Clinton, 58%. So Harris is down now to 57%. So she's still winning, just not winning by the same kind of numbers. And when you balance that out with the redder parts of the state, where you see Donald Trump racking up the big numbers.
What did I miss?
over
How
again,
much did it change?
That's how you
Not
get
much at
as
all.
close as it is
Like,
right
I
now in
honestly
Virginia.
zero.
And just, remember how close
Not much has been
Virginia is to North
been
Carolina and
changing
Georgia.
over
We're
the past
talking
like 10
about
minutes.
Similar types of voters. So the fact
The
that
last
they're
result
battling it
we
out in
got
Virginia
was
shouldn't really be a
what's it
surprise.
called?
A lot of the folks
Nebraska.
that live there are seeing some of the same media. They're seeing some of
that
the
was
same
12 minutes ago.
advertising.
Probably gonna try to
and
sleep.
they may
Great
be
stream,
responding
dude.
to
It's
some
all
of the
good.
same
Appreciate you,
cross-pressures.
Gwen. Appreciate you being part of the
As we
stream.
talk about the blue
We'll definitely be here
wall
for the
that
next one.
Reince
Let's
was mentioning in the
go.
upper Midwest, a
I'll
lot
probably
of
be
those
live
numbers
again
have
tomorrow.
gone
We'll
up as
see.
Which is why Ryan says
depending
they're
on
not
what-
getting ahead of
depending
themselves
on what
either,
happens
because
tonight.
Pennsylvania so far,
But
at least
yeah,
at this
appreciate
point,
you.
it looks
Hope you
like
had
it has
fun,
some
dude.
promising signs
Have a good night, Gwen.
For the Harris campaign and their effort to try to reach suburban voters, like in the collar counties around Philadelphia, which you had showed us. She seems to be doing well, and in Allegheny County as well. Well, where do those numbers stand?
Yeah, so I can show you Allegheny, which is Pittsburgh. That is just a Democratic stronghold right now. It used to be even stronger Democratic, but you've seen the numbers get a little bit higher with the last couple of elections, and with about half the vote in right now in the Pittsburgh area. Yeah, the numbers are getting hit. The 538 benchmark would suggest she's running ahead of where
Well,
she needs to
acting
go.
that Trump is winning
you mentioned the
in
Philadelphia
four
suburbs.
states.
Still not a lot of vote in places like Chester County. But Harris is getting at least close to her numbers. Montgomery County hitting a little bit above it right now. And Bucks, I'm still watching.
If I'm correct,
because
some places are going
that
to start
kind of
counting at
margin,
10
if that carries
o'clock
through the
Eastern
night,
time.
would
Yep.
be really surprising and would bode well for her chances.
So it's going to be a long night. I'll more than likely be alive at least till 12 a.m. my
which is
time.
just a monster
Which
in
would
that
which
state.
would
There's
be
so
3
much
more
vote out
hours.
there, and as you'd expect, Harris is
I'll be
carrying and handling 112,000 votes that she's
I'll be live for as long as I'm awake. As long as I am at my computer, I will be live.
margin she has in the entire state right now.
Let's swing over to Rachel Scott at the other board. And Rachel, you're
Just-
looking at the
just
Senate
looking
race.
at
Bob
shit.
Casey looking to hold on to his seat.
And
Famous
shooting
name
the
in,
shit.
Pennsylvania, obviously his father in politics as well. Many years ago, Dave McCormick challenging him. And where does that race stand? I saw a moment ago, it looked like he was underperforming Harris in some respects, at least in Allegheny County.
Yeah, let's take a look at where it stands statewide right now. This is how we can compare how the presidential candidates are doing at the top of the ticket to the Senate candidates in this race. So you have Vice President Kamala Harris statewide, 52%. Again, very early, 30% of the vote in right now. Bob Casey also at 52. You mentioned the area around Pittsburgh, Allegheny County. Let's take a look at where that stands and how these two compare here. You have Vice President Kamala Harris, 65%, Bob Casey, 65 as well. Also going to be looking at Scranton. He's from Scranton, home to President Joe Biden. You could see he's performing a little bit better than Vice President Kamala Harris here. In the final stretch, David,
Election might be scary, but silly music over it makes it a lot less stressful. I appreciate that.
Independent,
Just listening to some Mario music, Nintendo music, just immediately makes it awesome. What about a spite? Like I just started.
Could impact his race as well.
Let's swing it out to Matt Gutman, who's on the ground in Pennsylvania. Matt, what are you hearing?
I'm hearing that it looks like Senator Casey has a very good chance here. I mean, from the beginning, Governor Josh Shapiro and others have told me that he is the most likely to win here. His father was a governor. He is a sign of great things from Scranton. He's got a big knock against him that he hasn't lived to get the state in this most important that is something
They have Texas. They have Oklahoma. They're going to get Georgia. They're going to get everything. They're going to get North Carolina. They might get Pennsylvania if we're not too careful. They're getting Ohio. They're getting everything. They're going to get everything.
Remember back in 2020.
It's a toss-up for Michigan, Wisconsin, but more than likely they're going to get it. Knowing the election, they're going to get it. Oh, God, Iowa is likely Republican. It's all red. None of it is blue. It's all red.
They aim to do it much more quickly. They have more voting machines, although they still have not allowed a clear process.
Trump is going to take over the world.
Rotating crews going round the clock to count the votes. Most of the counties tell me they hope to have it done at some point tomorrow afternoon.
Give me my silly
One
music.
thing to look at is Erie County.
Sorry.
At last glance, they have about only 1% in. Officials there telling me
They're going to paint the White House red.
And because there was a snafu with their mail-in ballots, the vendor sent them to the wrong addresses. Some people didn't get them.
Shut your hot ass up. Give me Steve. All right, Steve's busy analyzing the data. My goat. I'll let him be.
Universities are here as well. Greensboro, Guilford County, 55% in. Let's see how she's doing compared to Biden. Look, she's holding her marks, so this is pretty good. I want to see how Trump's doing, though, in some of the rural counties where he has to drive up the vote. Robeson, look, only 23% in. He's overperforming there. I want to go a little closer to Charlotte. Union County seems to be doing okay. Again, this is along the southern border, right above South Carolina. Seems to be holding his own. Anson, 92% in. This is actually a big flip. Let me see what this looked like in 2016. So this is interesting. Clinton won in 16, Biden won in 2020 with 92% of the vote in. Trump is on top right now. Again, not a large county you're going to see. There's only about 10,000 votes here, but we're kind of reading the tea leaves and seeing where everything's at so far. Again, statewide, 63% in. This is the only battleground state that Trump won in 2020. That's why we're watching it so close. It was very close. It was his slimmest margin. 63% of the vote is in. We're still watching and waiting here in North Carolina. As soon as we can make a call, again, too early, you know we're going to project it, guys.
Tom, you had a little something for everybody in that, no matter who you're rooting for. We got a couple of results to read to you right now. These are ballot measures. We saw the abortion measure go down to defeat in Florida. It had a 60% threshold. In New York, it passes easily, 71% of the vote.
Yes.
It's the margin there. We'll go to Maryland. There was also an abortion rights measure, and that easily passes as well. Both of those blue states. Let's bring Laura Jarrett into this conversation because we do have 10 states that have these ballot measures, and obviously Democrats have hoped that that would help their fortunes, and especially in these battleground states.
New York, obviously not a place where people think of abortion rights under threat, but the initiative there was broader than just about abortion. It had to do with anti-discrimination principles more generally, reproductive health care a part of that, but it was also about pregnancy and the like, and so that's why it was even on the ballot in a place like New York. But you think about a place like South Dakota, a completely different story. We still have to wait to see what happens there. Arizona, a different story. Missouri, we still don't have enough in to be able to make a call on that.
forgive me. Let's see if the brain's still working here at 9:45.
You got a big set of cards there,
this is a late night for the Today Show. But Nebraska has 2 measures, doesn't it?
It does.
1 for, 1 against.
1 for, 1 against, and so we'll see how that one shakes out.
So which one wins? The one with the raw vote?
The one that has
majority?
the one that has the majority, but we don't have enough in to make a call on that.
And of course,
one
there have been other states that went this road prior to tonight.
Many states that had went this road and had been able to reach the threshold to pass it, Lester.
I was gonna send an image, but I forgot this is in Discord /
Discussing different because of the
Just send it in the chat.
but you think about a place like Michigan, places like
Lucky in Arizona for the
Ohio had
homie.
managed to get it through.
Oh my gosh.
We have
Sweemy's gonna give us
presidential
Arizona.
projection here. We can put up on the screen here.
This is huge.
And walk you through it.
Huge for MarcLIVE.
NBC News projects Donald Trump will take the state of Ohio.
This is such old news, NBC. Is this like a 2-hour? What's it called? Difference? Are we is this a 2-hour behind? This is such an old news. Ohio's been called, bro.
With 81.
What do you have? What other states do they have? What's it called? Oh, they have Missouri. They called Missouri NBC. New York Times has yet to call Missouri. What's up, Allie? Welcome to the stream. How you doing, dude? Welcome to the MarcLIVE live stream.
For many of them.
It certainly is. For young women, it is their top issue, and that's where we're really seeing a huge gender divide also. For young women, 42% saying it is their top issue to just 10% of men saying that it's their top issue. When you talk about men, it's what you guys were mentioning earlier. The threats to democracy is up there, as well as the economy. There are certain states, too, where we are seeing, I know we were talking about North Carolina a moment ago, where we are seeing Trump improve specifically with that young men under 30. In North Carolina, when I came to set just a little bit ago, 60% said they supported him. That's up from 42% that voted for him back in 2020. So continuing to watch that. Abortion was also one where I saw a lot of activation on those college campuses all over the state of North Carolina, just talking about getting out to vote for the presidential ticket with that being attached to it. Of course, with the issue being attached to Harris, and within Michigan, as well as in Arizona. Arizona's an interesting one, though, because, of course, as I'm talking to the expert when it comes to Arizona, but the state of ASU.
We're going to check in on the blue wall here, and we have a new characterization in the state of Wisconsin. Our decision desk now calling it too close to call. You can see Kamala Harris out front right now. 23% of the vote in there, but again, too close.
I have the urge to draw, but I have nothing to draw with. Oh, you have nothing to draw with. I thought you were like, I have nothing. I can't think of what to draw. If you have long nails, just start scratching at like your table or at your wall. I think that might be a pretty genius idea. No need to thank me. Steve ain't saying shit. Everyone's on break. Y'all have to deal with me and staring at numbers. If she doesn't get North Carolina, then she has to get Wisconsin and Michigan, I believe. It's not looking too good, North Carolina. However, it is very close. It's leaning Republican, it says, according to the New York Times, and I'm going to believe the New York Times. Whatever they say, I'm going to believe it's truth. It's looking like she's not going to win. Like, these are all very close, but they're both saying leans Republican on both. So she's going to have to win Wisconsin and Michigan, which both currently a toss-up, but if you check anywhere else, Michigan is looking, blue. Wisconsin is looking pretty red right now, but they're both 50-50. So who knows? Shit looks red. The shit looks orange. Am I smoking weed? The shit looks like kind of orange. It looks more orange than it does, red. Like, this is red. That is orange. Like, come on now. What's Pennsylvania looking like? It's 35% of the way through. You can barely really even make a prediction since it's so early and everything is so close despite how early it is. Because it's like only 30% of the votes are in for these huge places, bro. 60% of the vote is in for this Pittsburgh, Allegheny County. And even then, Trump wasn't that far behind with 60% of it going to Kamala, 36 going to, Trump. So that is pretty crazy in itself. Everything is very close, so. Hello.
Like that pit in your stomach, no matter what side you're on tonight, as you look at the map coming together, a very competitive race. And it would look like, Rick, if the Harris campaign has a path to 270, it's looking more and more like it's got to be through that blue wall, the Rust Belt, and Wisconsin. Let's take a look at where those numbers stand tonight. It's funny when you think back, you know, Biden
I'll destroy my nightstand for the sake of silly drawings. That's the idea. That's the spirit.
By 23,000 votes. This is a state that does go back and forth. It's sort of the bellwether state of the country.
Yeah, and these are the first numbers we're seeing tonight, about a quarter of the vote in. Big caveat, we don't know exactly what vote it is. We think a lot of this is actually election day vote. We don't think we've seen any of the earlier vote from Milwaukee, which of course is the biggest city. Starting with the way the Democrats look, they have to get big numbers out of Milwaukee for starters, and that seems to be happening so far. Harris, pretty close to what we think she would need to do in the city of Milwaukee to be competitive across the state, with about 40% of the vote in. Madison is just a huge vote engine for Democrats. She's getting close to that 538 benchmark, but not quite there, running a little bit below Biden's numbers from 4 years ago. But here's some big news, and hat tip to Reince Priebus, Mr. Wisconsin over there, for highlighting
10 minutes, and some new polls start coming in. Some new polls, some polls closed.
50.7%
over in Arizona.
7 points. Harris down 5 points.
In 10 minutes, more 9 polls closed in Arizona, Utah. Sorry, Arizona is already closed. They just haven't been counted yet. In Utah, Nevada, Idaho, and Montana. And Montana. So just a couple of places that are going to start getting counted an hour, and then the next hour we get, and then the following hour we would be getting California, Oregon, and Washington. So that's gonna be pretty crazy. Unless the results coming tomorrow, unless they speedrun counting. Yeah. Are you nervous, Mark? A little. It's looking to be very close since it's coming out late. It's a very close election, and literally all analysts or analytics that I'm getting from both DDHQ and the New York Times is giving me what's it called, heavy leaning Trump chances. 69% chance victory. Over here, 65% chance victory. But to be fair, DDHQ has ever since before today was 60% Trump all the way, and it's just went up 5%. And with the projected electoral votes, it's looking to be very close. Not at all a landslide for either party. It's looking to be very close. Let's see. Steve got some wisdom to partake, to share. Doesn't look like it.
Hearing from the Trump campaign. Also, I should tell you that this particular city has just seen tremendous growth over the last few years, and a lot of those folks who have moved in here have been highly educated, blue-leaning voters. So this is becoming a much deeper blue part of the state too. So that might cut into some of those margins that that Trump might have in those red counties. So this might be the place where Harris might find a little bit of good news with those youth voters around the country. They've been standing in lines today, waiting to vote. So we'll see what it actually produces as the night goes on, but waiting for those absentee ballots to be processed, that is the thing that takes so long. So that will keep us sort of waiting throughout the night. But they tell us that it's moving along smoothly. They had a small snafu earlier, but it was just a small technical glitch. They think that's going to move along. So Milwaukee and of course Madison will probably deliver well for her. And the big question is going to be how big, because as you said, 20,000 votes or so for Biden last time. Can she do better than that? That's what she's going to have to probably do.
So the Associated Press has already given Trump Missouri right here, which has given him 10 extra electoral votes. So the Associated Press has already given him Missouri, which I hold to a similar high regard as the New York Times. New York Times is yet to call Missouri, with it being only 22% of the votes in right here. Over here it says 26, and it's saying it's so overwhelming.
47% in 2016.
The
key for Wisconsin
so
right now, though,
take
is
that into
Madison,
consideration.
Dane County, that blue in the middle. If Donald Trump can stay above 24%, I think Kamala Harris is going to have a tough time. The difference in 2016 and 2020 was about 80,000 votes, which was a difference. It was 1 percentage point, and he's running 2% higher.
Steve!
Payne thinks he can make more gains with his
No!
Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day as what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now.
Not to get political,
this
but
county
this
by more
election
than
is
14 in
absolutely
2020.
electing.
Question for the Trump
You've
campaign
never
wants
said
to get
anything
over
more
that
brave,
number. They
pumpkin.
want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia because, again, and Joy was just talking about this, the suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where the growth is the fastest and the diversification is the most dramatic. And that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black, and you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. You know, this was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won. Almost all in 2020, almost all the vote is in. Harris has improved on it. You see this. You could take a look at Henry County. Almost 80% of the vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris. So the thing is, though, the counties I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties.
What you doing when one of the states turn yellow for MarcLIVE?
Huge populations.
I move there.
You start with Fulton County, and we've been monitoring this.
If for whatever reason, like to be honest, like, let's be real. If you ran as an independent and you found out that a state actually turned for your color, for support for you as an independent, bro, how would you not like move there? They'd love you. You move there, you're loved, bro. It's like Jill Stein wins fucking, I don't know, Hawaii. Jill Stein wins Hawaii. Why would you not move to Hawaii? They fucking love you over there, man. You go over there, like, you're like, hey, what's up? And Hawaiians just hug you and take you on, like, surfboards and shit. That's awesome. Mark, what would be your policies for president? Everybody gets Valentina and popcorn in their cupboards. It's mandatory.
Good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this. Excuse me, Douglas. Cobb County, we also have, look at this.
Become
getting
real.
close in Cobb County. Again, take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points.
Nevada polls close in 2 minutes.
This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same day has come in. And, you know, Cobb is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much bigger than any of those others that I just showed you. 82%, more same day to come. That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping below that. And then Gwinnett County, this is the one that's been the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again, there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just checking in, we showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth County, where Trump is clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020, a point higher than 2020. You can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast-growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points
Dallas,
for Trump last time
Georgia.
around, down to 24. So again, that's a feather in the Democrats' cap right there in Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. And finally, we close out on this. We're basically done in Fayette County.
I'm gonna launch up my
this
Twitter.
one at the start of the night is, look, if Democrats were
See-
actually
see what the-
flipping
see what the
this,
gang's
they are
thinking.
definitely having a good night in Georgia. Looks like they're going to come short. Harris has made progress here in his big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
Shit, that's crazy if true. Oh wow. Hold up, let me see this. Oh wow. Let me see. Where can I see this more closely? Nah, it doesn't make a big difference. Actually, Loki does. No, it doesn't. Not at all a big difference. I just saw a tweet about someone saying that, like, the vote for third party, what's it called? Like for the third party is like ruined Kamala Harris. Polls have just closed in a couple of places. Donald Trump has won Utah. Donald Trump wins Utah just now. So Utah was just given to us. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. No surprise there. Yep. So far, it seems like everywhere is no surprises, but it does look like Donald Trump is winning a lot of the competitive states. A lot of the swing states is leaning fairly heavily Trump, which is tough. Arizona is going to be big, bro. 99 to 198 on what I'm looking at. I'm scared. Yeah. Oh, he won another one. He won Missouri. Oh, he was just given Missouri. Yeah. In this poll in the New York Times, he was already given Missouri over here, so now everything's up to date. No, it looks like these polls are up to date. Shit, 220 Trump on this poll. What did they give him? Wyoming. He was given Montana already. And that is going to be 220 for Trump. It looks like right here, at least, from DDHQ. They also have Harris at 108. I don't know what they gave him. What they gave her. It's crazy. Is Maine going red? There it is. It was just given Montana. Donald J. Trump wins Montana. So that's got to update. It is now hit 72% chance of victory right here for winning Trump. That's crazy. This is stressing me out so bad. I'm hopping off. I might have a good stream. I'll see you around, boo. Appreciate you, gang. Have a good night, dude. Has it updated yet? No, Montana doesn't give him much of a jump right there. I may throw up, but it's okay. These are usually red states anyway. Yeah. It just sucks that they're like, what's it called? That they're announced first, which sucks. Because of, what's it called? The time zones and everything. So it could be like fairly stressful, gang. Bum, 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 bum. Right here, 220 is very crazy. 108. Boom, 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 boom. Steve, got some knowledge to partake, gang? Nope, no knowledge.
To people, the economy, that people trust Donald Trump more on that. And they said, well, we tell them it just takes time. So that message was not really resonating. Nevada
I've genuinely never been so stressed out. 220 is crazy. Yeah, 220 on the Associating Press poll is tough. It's not the Associating Press poll. I messed up. It is a DDHQ poll, which is also fairly, what's it called?
They can hear lies, they can hear mistruths,
credible.
they can hear exaggerations, but their truth.
Trump peaked at a 71 chance of winning.
That's what it came back to.
That was like 20 minutes ago.
Exactly. Very, very high cost of rent and immigration, of course. And you could talk to Latino voters. There was one man who said,
That's me. I'm Latino.
Don't care about any of that other stuff. Donald Trump is going to be best for the border. This is a man who came into the country 50 years ago illegally. He is now a citizen. He doesn't want any more migrants, and that's why he's voting for Donald.
Yeah, really interesting. And part of what Lindsay was showing us, I mean, she still is leading among Latino voters, but not by the margin that President Biden did 4 years ago. And that's got to be very concerning for the Democrats and the Harris campaign, Mary.
Yeah, look,
Mark, heads up, don't put corn dogs up your ass. Why are you letting me just know
their most
this?
straightforward path is through
I never even thought about putting a corn dog on my butt.
Coming in, that certainly seems
But now you have me interested. What happened, man?
Still their hope. You know, the Harris campaign is well aware of all of those issues, especially in Nevada. It's why she, unveiled her housing plan in that state. She knew that she had to hammer home the issue of the economy and make clear that that was going to be her top priority, that lowering the cost of groceries was going to be at the very first thing, her very first priority when she gets into office. She always said she would pass, if elected, this big economic package of bills to do just that. The question is whether that message got across and was enough.
Rick Klein, what's the blue wall looking like at this point?
Yeah, we've seen some numbers come in that shifted the lead, again, numerically, because it just has to do with the pace of vote. But right now, Donald Trump with a 33,000 vote edge. We've gotten a lot of rural vote.
This is Pennsylvania.
This is Pennsylvania,
yep.
Yes. You asked earlier
Oh
about
shit, this is Pennsylvania. 50% Trump, 49% Harris.
Donald Trump racking up some numbers there in an area where Democrats had some hopes.
Mark, help! How do I get a soup bottle out of my ass?
You can also see.
I'm assuming you mean soap bottle, cause I don't know many soup bottles. But in terms of soap bottle, you try to squeeze your bun so that it like starts pumping soap into your butt, and hopefully it overflows enough that it'll just like slip out. That's my answer.
We're seeing Delco go very strongly for Kamala Harris. She's outperforming where she would need to be, also outperforming where Joe Biden was. And the same story up through Montgomery. And this is still an interesting one, Bucks County. A lot of folks are keyed into that. A lot of votes still to go. Unclear exactly what kind of vote that is, but at least now Kamala Harris outperforming that benchmark. So just a long night to go, but we're getting close to half the votes in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, this would appear to be her strongest state so far as
The only man I trust with my
at least
election
meeting that
news.
538 average of
Just
where these
so
candidates need
stupid.
to be. Donald Trump, in a number of the counties you just showed, slightly below the benchmark, though getting very close to it.
Yeah.
Which explains why the vote is so close right now. 46% of the vote in, Donald Trump with a very slight
On
lead,
God, bro.
Pennsylvania. And you were looking at the Latino vote in Pennsylvania and some of the counties where they live and wondering if this 11th hour push by the Harris campaign to try to reach out
Kamala
to Latinos
Harris
would actually
has
work.
won
As Martha was
Colorado.
talking about what
This
she saw
just
there in Nevada, I was
in-game.
thinking about what I saw personally.
Kamala Harris has just won Colorado. Mark gives us a super hot take. Macaroni and corn slaps. Eat both of them together. Like you combine it. Like you spill the corn on top of the macaroni. You eat them in one swoop. Very good. Very delicious. Very amazing. Yeah, bro. This shit is boring. Not much crazy shit is happening. The only thing that is fairly crazy is the fact that the swing states are leaning Trump. That's the only thing that's pretty crazy. The only thing that's somewhat surprising. But to be fair, not much of the votes are in. The only thing that is likely to be given up for sure is Georgia, which is 84%. And even then, that shit is very close with 84% of the vote in. Let me see what counties are yet to be counted. Yeah, it's gotta be, what's it called? A Trump win. Like over 90% of the votes in the big cities are what's it called? Being taken or being chosen. So it leaves like everything else just to like kind of fill in and just like keep its lead. Georgia can be lost and still have a W. I am praying on Virginia and North Carolina. Virginia, more than likely. North Carolina is scary, gang. 70%. Both so close. Even though it says likely Democrat, it's still 49.6 to 48.7 with 70%, bro. Like, that's tough. I got the fettuccine Alfredo and feel bad because I only could get 2 bites before getting full. You shouldn't feel bad. That should be awesome. You got some leftovers to take home, gang. Wisconsin's scaring me though. It's still a toss-up, but for some reason it is leaning Trump. Still close, but it is leaning somewhat. Pennsylvania, insanely close, dude. Oh my god, 79% chance of victory for Trump is an 80% chance, bro. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna come down to these, what's it called? Reported results, live forecast. To these swing states. Trump is going to win, or at least like it looks like all of the ones that were expected. So that's tough. Regardless of who wins the election, the cope from half of this country for the next several weeks is going to be phenomenal to witness. A whole lot of people who made this election their entire personality have a rough 48 hours coming to terms with reality. Grab popcorn. True, that as well as the annoying reality that is losing rights to your autonomy. Logging off, battery's about to die. Take care of yourself tonight. Of course, you too, Karen. Appreciate you, man. Have a good night, dude. God damn, gang.
Much as 2020, just a boatload of early votes that still need to be counted. A lot in Philadelphia County. So I'm a little bit slow to opine on Pennsylvania.
That's my Camara.
Things are looking very interesting south of Pennsylvania, Virginia still, and I think that's something that there's not getting a lot of attention yet, but I think people are going to start focusing on Virginia.
The closeness of Virginia. Let's take a look, Rick. Where does Virginia stand right now?
Yeah, this is just one of those really strange ones to see a 4,000 vote edge. A lot of votes left in the Democratic areas. Those are our bluer dots. But again, it's just not. One of the things that strikes me, David, looking at the map as it's filled in so far, the fact that the Democrats are sweating some of the places that should have been safe. We haven't made a projection in New Hampshire. We haven't made a projection in Connecticut. Rhode Island, we talked about earlier, closer than we thought. Of course, Virginia. These are places that Democrats flat out have to win if they're going to have any chance.
Take us through some of those states. Let's see where New Hampshire stands, because we saw some tightening in the polls leading up to Election Day.
Yeah, we did. And this is a state that we kind of thought would be called a little earlier in the night because they have a pretty true tradition. Most of the Democratic votes are in the southern part of the state. And again, Harris is leading. The question
I just want people to be chill and not have to worry about the basic right to choose what they do.
There, but
Amen, brother.
To me,
I don't like either candidate.
Talking about states like this tells you how things are at least tipping early in the night. And the southern states, clearly there's an edge right now in Georgia and North Carolina. North Carolina, I've been tracking a lot, 230,000 vote margin. That's hard to make up when you're at 70% of the vote. The thing that is keeping it, though, out of anyone's win column is Mecklenburg County. That's Charlotte. Kamala Harris is winning there. She's not hitting the 538 benchmark number, but you want to see a really big dot emerge. There it is, and that's almost 500,000 votes that are still out in the Charlotte area. But if she's winning looking at 60-40 instead of 68-20 or 68-30, that means
There I
you're just
am.
not getting as many
How's it going,
votes out of
guys?
it, and that makes it hard to catch up against that number.
No question about that. We're going to check into Trump headquarters in Florida. We're going to check
Okay, I'm
into
back.
Harris headquarters, see what the mood is on the ground at this point in the night. And we're going to keep digging into these Rust Belt states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Georgia
because it
presidential
appears to be the
forecast,
path
Trump has
as
a
we,
92%
continue in the
chance
night,
of
at least for the
winning
Democrats to
Georgia,
keep this alive.
according to the New York Times, with it going up to 85%.
Vote in Charlotte, but it is a Democratic area. But given the margin,
I want to see what Big Man Steve has to
Counties,
tell me.
Northeast Pennsylvania, slowly getting that same day, that election day vote counted up. Trump's lead now is 11 points. This is where Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania is. He needs to hit this number and probably surpass it. So, keep an eye as this remaining vote comes in. But like Lackawanna, that's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in. Philadelphia County is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at here. We got half the vote in. And you see, Harris is going to win this thing in an absolute landslide. The question in Philadelphia has been the margin, because what we saw in 2020 was ever so slightly, even as Democrats won the state and improved on 2016, Joe Biden actually lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia. And the reason he lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia was Donald Trump performed a little bit better in some heavily Hispanic parts of the city. So the question, another key question tonight has been, do Democrats win that back? Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground? Now, you can see Biden won Philadelphia 81-18, essentially, in 2020. And right now, it's 79-20. The key is this, as they count up, I keep saying the same day vote. I'm saying that because we know the same day vote is favoring the Republicans a bit. So when I say they're tallying up the same day, there's an expectation there that it's the best numbers for Trump that are still being tabulated right now. The twist in Philadelphia, though, is they still have tens of thousands of vote-by-mail ballots. And we expect at about midnight that they're going to release that second batch of vote-by-mail ballots. So as we get closer there, we're going to follow this and see if Trump can maintain this 20%, maybe even he grows it. That would be fantastic news for him if he does that. But at about midnight, a very big batch of what are going to be very Democratic-friendly votes are going to come in. And so that may answer, or really get us close to an answer, on this other key question we're asking in Pennsylvania. Are the Democrats able to hold what they have in Philadelphia and maybe even win back the lost ground from 2020, or does Trump make further inroads? Because again, this is a county where the Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin.
Quite the comeback in Pennsylvania.
As this other half of the vote comes in, and we could just zoom right out.
Donald Trump is now up 1.8 million in Pennsylvania.
A little bit more than half statewide.
To Kamala Harris's 1.7. 51%, 48%.
Flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about
Pittsburgh 78,
in here. Why Cumberland County?
Philadelphia 26. So still these large majority of these big cities are yet to be counted.
Pennsylvania's in here. This is actually, you see red right now.
So who knows? Still a toss-up. But
there's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition. Right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now you see, with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now. But this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining election day vote still to be counted, we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Butler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not, Butler County in the Trump era, which started in 2016, while it's still deeply red, has actually gotten less red. This has been a bit of a growth area, suburbs right outside Pittsburgh, some rural areas too. The Democrats actually, I'll just show you, put it up on the screen here. This was actually a
I
bit
can't believe
disappointing
Christian
for
can
Trump
vote
in
SMH.
2020.
Bro's an American. Bro's a U.S. citizen, I believe.
7 points in 2016, only
So they have
32 in
the
2020.
right
This
to
is a
vote
place where Democrats would like to make
given to
more
them
gains. Right now, it's
because
basically
of the
exactly
United States.
where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same-day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline, and maybe gain some ground back. So with most, not all the vote in Butler County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in, too, on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there. 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But, it's huge, as we just say. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020, with about 3/4 of the vote in. If you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. We got to see what this remaining 25% of the vote, if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this. The other question we're going to try to get an answer on here, too, is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County. Because we say that's the wild card in Philadelphia now. We're going to check on that in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh. But these are places, where Democrats just depend on big margins, and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins, by a few points to offset potentially, like, for instance, what Trump just did in Allegheny County. In Lackawanna County, excuse me.
All right, he finished rizzing us up. I will now be rizzed up by this man.
Hard to make up, David, as you already said, 78% of the vote that is already in, and you could see that Moreno is ahead right now by 239,000 votes, roughly, compared to Sherrod Brown. I've been studying sort of how he won the last time around. And listen, that was 2018. Donald Trump was not running, and so this is the first time that Sherrod Brown, the last remaining statewide Democrat in this state, is really trying to outrun the top of the ticket. I want you to just pay attention to some of these counties, because these are areas. They're red now, but these were blue in 2018. These are two counties in which Sherrod Brown did really well in 2018.
Witches report their spells against Trump aren't working. He has a shield. This is a post by the Wizard.
Where he was in 2018, and you can see Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yeah, at least Twitter's funny.
Sherrod Brown, the last remaining Democrat, if he is able to carve this one out, it would be pretty remarkable here. We're still waiting for a good number of votes here in Franklin County, which is home to Columbus.
What does it say, John, about the shifting nature of not only Ohio, but you're looking at Florida as well? And Sherrod Brown, very popular in that state, obviously not enough to win tonight, but the margin became smaller and smaller each time he ran.
Yeah, and look,
Kamala Harris
really
wins
tough
the District
night
of
it's shaping up
Columbia.
to be for Democrats in the Senate.
Very
I
high.
mean, the Democrats talked about two
Where is that?
seats that they thought they really had a chance.
Where is the District of Columbia?
Florida, Texas.
Where are you?
Neither
Somewhere
one of
here.
those looks good. Sherrod Brown,
Where are you, man?
going to keep. Looks like he's
Where are
in
you?
real trouble.
Where is
Tough
the District of
for
Columbia?
Democrats in the Senate.
Wherever you are, I'm glad to have you.
Your local news is standing by. We
We're
have new
glad you're a
reporting
part of
from,
the United States,
Donald
man.
Trump's campaign headquarters, who's with Donald
Rhode
Trump tonight, what
Island.
they make of what they're seeing on the board so far, and then we'll focus right back on that blue wall, the Rust Belt.
Drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Yeah, it's going to return in 12 minutes and 12 seconds. It's all good. I'll be here. I'm here for you, gang. Yeah, not a lot of movement on the what's it called, on this thing on the map. Everything has stayed pretty much stagnant. It makes no sense for me to really be pulling it up every so often, which is why I haven't. Wisconsin, Michigan, still a toss-up, still very scary. Both are very close, but with 50% of Wisconsin in, it's still for 50%. Michigan only 20%, still 50%. Iowa, 45%. It's Republican leaning, but pretty close with Kamala and Trump. Pennsylvania is still very close. However, Trump is above by like 100K. Kamala should play Burger King for real. That might have tilted the election her way if she would have played it like expertly and amazingly. It would have been great. Excellent, actually. 81% chance of a Trump victory. The thing says. All right now, gang.
2016 and 2020. That's what decided the vote. Trump won in 2016. Biden flipped it in 2020. Right now, 47% of the votes in. We want to dive a little deeper and look at some of these counties. We're going to start with the biggest one, Milwaukee. Again, we're still waiting for a lot of the vote in Milwaukee. We're expecting this a little later in the night. 51% is in. Let's see how Harris is doing compared to Biden 4 years ago. She's down about 3 points, 3 or 4 points, 2 points, actually, we should say. But we're still waiting on the vote there. Let's go over to Madison. This is Dane County. This is where the University of Wisconsin is. This is one of the fastest growing areas of the state here. 75% for Biden in 2020. She's 2 points down, but again, 75% of the vote is still out. Let's talk about the Republicans now. We talk about the WOW counties. These are the counties around Milwaukee.
The WOW
First one,
counties.
Waukesha here. Trump's at 59.6. 77% of the vote is in. He's slightly underperforming by a percentage point or two. Let's go over here to the O and WOW, Ozaki. 55.
Trump now has a
54.
95% chance of winning Georgia. Yeah, an above 95% chance of winning. It looks like. With it being 91% called, unless for whatever reason, just play quick. Vote 40,000 times.
And there are a lot of Democratic votes in Green Bay as well.
There's still a chance. Georgia's going to be given it to Donald Trump, and that's going to be a huge push to hit 270.
You may have heard of, you may not have. Racine, these are suburbs of Milwaukee, getting closer to Chicago. These were counties that Trump flipped from Obama, and then he held them 4 years later. 15% in. Trump was at 51.68. That's a strong number for him. We go to Kenosha, which has been in the headlines, especially after the George Floyd protests. 50% in 2020, 73% in. He's overperforming there. So if you're looking at Wisconsin right now, I mean, the Republicans have some sort of positivity here that they're looking at. Sauk County is one of these counties that we watch that usually picks the winner of Wisconsin. Sauk is one, and Dorr is the other one. You've probably heard of Dorr if you've been following the political headlines lately. Our data out of Dorr is a little skewed right now, so we're going to wait till the numbers get corrected there for right now. But Sauk County, we can look at 48% is in. Biden won this in 2020. Trump won it in 2016, 47-50. You can see Trump's overperforming there. But again, still a lot of the vote is out. We're going to have to wait and see and what happens. And in case you're wondering, Sauk County, home of the International Clown Hall of Fame. So if you ever want to go down there and you're near Madison, drive over to Sauk.
We're getting to the witching hour. We got the fun fact alert from Tom. Welcome to the fun facts. Yes, exactly. Let's go to Stephanie. Gosh, she's in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. A lot of hopes riding on Pennsylvania for the Harris campaign. What do you know?
Yeah, there certainly are, Savannah. You know, we are here in Philadelphia at the tabulation center. This is where they're going through all those mail-in ballots. And, you know, we've been noticing in recent weeks and months kind of a lessons learned category from 4 years ago. And this place is a perfect example of some of those lessons that have been learned. You may remember in 2020, the tabulation of the mail-in ballots in Philadelphia took place in downtown Philadelphia, and it was basically chaos. Now they're in this entirely new building. It is secured by a fence with barbed wire, and they are doing tabulation inside here. We're actually not allowed inside, but it's going on as we speak right now. And one of the unknowns back in 2020 at the end of the night was, well, just how many mail-in ballots are there out there? We don't know. Well, tonight, right before midnight, we're going to get a briefing here from the city commissioner, from Seth Bluestein. He's going to tell us how many of those mail-in ballots from Philadelphia have been processed and how many they have yet to process, to give an idea of how much more time it is going to take. All of that, more transparency, this more security, so things go much more smoothly. Savannah?
All right. Thank you, Stephanie.
Back with our panel and guests, former Missouri Democratic Senator Claire McCaskill and Marc Lauder, former Director of Strategic Communications for the Trump 2020 campaign. Good to have you both back. How's the blue wall looking right now, Senator?
Well, you know what? I just got to say, with the exception of brave Ann Seltzer and her poll in Iowa, where clearly she did not get it right, it looks like the pollsters got it right in this election because I'm looking at these blue walls. If you look at Berks County, Harris is underperforming. You look at Lancaster County, she's overperforming. It's going to be razor close. I don't think there's any question. Now, what we're going to have to figure out is, do we have a country where an election can be close and people can accept the results? That's the question that I'm beginning to worry about.
Hi.
That if these
I
are
didn't
all
know
really
this.
close and they go the way of Donald
Sarah
Trump,
McBride becomes
I don't
the
think there'll be any
first openly transgender in history to be elected to U.S. Congress. It's kind of hype. Kind of goated. Kind of awesome.
Itself, because while Kamala Harris has her margin, the numbers aren't there. She's about 2 points behind right now of where Joe Biden was, but there was a 471,000 vote difference to offset the rural areas.
Early California
right now,
poll
with 50%
results are
of the vote
in.
the last time I
91%
looked,
LeBron
she's on-
James, 4%
on
Kamala
pace
Harris,
for
Donald Trump.
maybe
That's a
390,000, maybe
repost.
400
That's a
or
retweet.
so thousand.
There's no way that
if
isn't a
the current
retweet.
margins hold, and that's a projection. She needs to be above 450.
Yeah.
And if we're down there in that right, because right now it's about 190,000 vote difference with 50% in.
It's early, but I mean, it seems like what we're gleaning from exit polls and other data is that the Trump campaign is overperforming, doing very well with Hispanic voters and young men. That Joe Rogan army appears to be real in a lot of these places. Is that what you're seeing, Marc?
No, absolutely. I think they're very excited by that. And they also see that they're overperforming in rural areas. I think they're trying to cut their losses in the urban areas and in some of the suburbs.
I knew LeBron would pull through. That's what I'm
always working, but I
talking
think in some
about.
of these key
We're back,
battlegrounds,
boys.
it's
LeBron
really
comes out of nowhere and steals.
Well, what are you hearing from the Democratic
What's it
side?
called?
Well,
50-something votes.
There's a lot of people on the Democratic side that are
For
paying
the
more attention to what's
James.
happening with Sheriff
What's up, KSM? How you doing? Welcome to the stream, gang.
because
How you
the
feeling,
fact
man?
that
How you
it's been
feeling, man?
called for Trump in Montana and it hasn't been called for the Senate race gives you an indication. Same
Damn,
thing
the
in
Twitch stream
Ohio.
like stopped and then
And I
restarted.
think
It's
everybody
kind of
needs to
funny.
remember what Lester just said is
We're back,
true.
though.
It's a 50-50 country. Let's assume for purposes of this conversation that in fact they take the Senate. And let's assume for purposes that Trump wins the presidency. They're not going to have more than 51 votes in the Senate, maybe 52. And you have a couple of Republicans that are not all on board with some of the Trump stuff, like Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski. You could actually have a situation where the Senate is frozen in either administration. Depending on how it goes. So now's a time that I think that regardless of how this turns out, I think the leader of this country needs to realize it's time to quit dividing and try to unite and figure out if we can't find ways to work together.
We have a divided Senate. I mean, already the status quo is, essentially.
I'm
tied
depressed,
with
man, but
Democrats
still
having
here
control
eating
of the
apples. My
tie-breaking
goat.
vote of
Hey,
Vice
apples are
President
nice.
Harris. We haven't even talked about the House.
Honestly, low key of a mid fruit. If you're depressed, I wouldn't go for apples immediately. I'd probably go for like a mango or watermelon. Honestly, personally, like if I'm depressed, I would be eating either mangoes or watermelons. They make me happy. Definitely a lot happier than eating an apple would.
And I, hey, you know, we're sitting here, it's 10:30 Eastern time. This is kind of a little bit of a strange moment. We have some data in, but not all. We have a lot of exit poll data in, but not a ton of vote count yet. We still have a ways to go. We haven't called a single key battleground state yet. So this is an interesting moment in the evening, and I think it bears having this conversation because when you look at the strategies from each of these campaigns, the vice president did something very specific. She looked to once she got into the race not too long ago, she looked to cast Donald Trump as a danger to democracy, but she also looked to make the positive case for herself and why she should should get another 4 years. Her campaign spent so much time in places like Wisconsin. Think about that Ripon visit, the birthplace of the Republican Party, bringing out Liz Cheney, former congresswoman on the Republican side. I think everybody knows who the Cheney family is, trying to reach out to this tiny slice of people who aren't quite totally in their tribal corners. Former President Trump looked to supercharge his base.
But it's so interesting.
I think bananas have natural antidepressants. Don't quote me on that, no. That's kind of crazy if so. Bananas are also pretty good, too. It's up there. I wouldn't put it in my all-time like watermelon and mango is. I'd probably put it like right under it, though. Like S-, A+. I like bananas. I fuck with a banana smoothie every so often. But like watermelon and mangoes, they just hit different. They just hit.
The conversation very quickly because we have a call now, I believe, in Nebraska. Okay, this is NBC News projects that 3 of the 5 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. 3 of 5.
You're late.
That takes me.
You're so late.
I'll let you explain it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Again, so Nebraska, remember.
When did we call Nebraska, gang?
Popular vote, whoever wins the state, they also give them by congressional district. From what you just reported there, projecting one of the congressional districts, it's going to be District 3. It's going to go to Trump. There are 2 other congressional districts, 1 and 2, that we're still watching. Nebraska District 2, this is the big one that we've been watching. It's the swing district. The other one, Nebraska 1, usually goes red. We're still waiting on some vote there. It hasn't been called yet. But again, Nebraska 2 is the big one because if it came down to that 269.
Why is Nebraska cut into different districts? Same with Maine. What is the reasoning for that? Why don't they cut every state into like multiple districts?
I think we just can't.
What makes Nebraska and Maine so different?
The difference was in 2020 when Biden won the state. So Democrats are in good shape.
Sorry for a stupid question. I'm 20.
Let me see if I can come back and see if we can get how much of the remaining vote is out in this state. We can't check it just yet.
With Maine, it's political population.
We'll bring it to you. It's 1 electoral vote, but in a
yeah, I got you.
election, each electoral
I understood you, gang.
All right, let's take a look at the battlegrounds. It's 10:35 in the east, 7:35 in the west, and we've got all battlegrounds closed right now and votes being counted. And too close to call is something you're going to hear me say a lot over these next few moments. That's the story in Pennsylvania.
Oh, bro, the difference being 100K is so much. It's way too much, bro. Michigan, the difference being 6K, bro. The reason is that in 1876, the governor of Nebraska lost a bet to his cousins and had to do that. Bro just lost a bet. It was like, all right. I'll divide it into 3 districts. Just to be a little bit of a freak.
We're still calling it too early to call, so we're waiting for more vote there.
Like around the coast is blue, but the closer to Canada you go, it becomes red. Around the coast, you mean?
90 minutes ago, they got to wait a little bit before they can even start counting votes there. And same thing in Nevada. It'll be a while there. And in fact, if you mail your vote in Nevada, I think you can mail it. It could be land there as late as Friday.
The DDHQ is calling everything like really fast, real quickly.
It's being filled out along the familiar lines that we've all been.
To be fair, it is probably correct. Like it's already called Virginia for Harris. So like let me share this with you. So the DDHQ, which is also a what's it called? A fairly reputable source for the presidential results, is already calling Georgia, South Carolina for Trump. It's already calling it with 80%, 90% of the votes in North Carolina. Apologies for Trump. New York Times has not, and Virginia was called for Harris here, and they're believing Pennsylvania to be more leaning towards Trump here. Which will be tough if Trump wins Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is honestly going to be the dagger. Pennsylvania would genuinely be the dagger, I feel. Are these news sites up to date or are they behind? They're all up to date. Like this is 10:38 p.m. November 5th, 2024. Same thing with here. 10:38 p.m. She 100% has to win Pennsylvania. Yeah, and it's currently a toss-up. And if she loses Pennsylvania, Yeah, it's wrapped. It's wraps. I've said it before. I will not ban fracking. I actually think fracking is fucking awesome. Fracking is fucking epic. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Fracking is epic as shit. I would suck and fuck for fracking. Yeah, it's moved to 86% chance of victory. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Wow. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? Let's see if Steve's got some wisdom to share. He ain't got shit. Let's see if Hot Guy's here.
The urban areas in the state still to go. I mean, start with Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor. You talk about your college towns. Here's an interesting.
I didn't mean that.
But better again than the benchmark, so that might play out that theory. Lansing, there isn't a lot of vote there, but so far we're seeing a little bit better than the benchmark would suggest in a place that will be pretty liberal at the end of the night. And of course, we're going to be really dialed into Wayne County. That is Detroit. It's also Dearborn, where there's a very large Arab American population that's been critical of Kamala Harris and the Joe Biden Israel policy. Not a lot of vote there to learn much about it yet.
And what's the benchmark? How is she doing compared to where she needs to be?
She's doing
Wayne County?
far better, but there's so little vote in there,
Right,
and
right.
we believe it's the early in-person vote, which happened for the first time in Michigan this time.
We're looking at margins of 100,000 votes in Michigan, 100,000 votes in Pennsylvania separates them, and what, 1,500 votes in Wisconsin?
No, my friend's sending me the Arizona results to me. Watching your stream while listening to Nox Arcana feels like watching a murder documentary. You're welcome!
Don't go her way. And we've had some significant news in North Carolina. We were talking earlier about that big vote that was out in Charlotte. Well, we got a lot of that vote now. It's 90% reporting. Kamala Harris did very well. She picked up 170,000 votes out of Charlotte, but she's still losing by 130,000. And those big blue dots are getting smaller. Less and less of that outstanding vote there for her to make
Donald
up
Trump is
significant
winning,
margin. And that
has won
135,000
Kansas
is
and has won
significant when
Iowa.
you're already in a state that has got 84%.
It has just been called on the New York Times.
The chances in North Carolina.
He's won Kansas and has won Iowa, giving him 210 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 112.
Begin to open up a little bit more of a lead, but again, this shouldn't be close. That's I think really going to be the story of Virginia, is that there really wasn't a world where this should have been close. And you look at some places where Kamala Harris is running significantly below Joe Biden. Loudoun County, which is the suburbs of Washington D.C., which makes it a bluer state. You know, Trump's not getting to his benchmark, which means he's not going to win the state, but he's running significantly better than he did the other times that he ran. And that, to me, is just that is almost across the board storyline tonight.
That's
Places
tough.
Whether it's blue or red, Donald Trump has beaten his number by a little bit.
Not only beating his number from last time, but beat his number when he ran against Hillary Clinton in 2016. He's outperforming in some of these counties. Let's head up to Rhode Island,
that's
New Hampshire,
tough,
some of these
bro.
other states that typically we would call earlier in the night.
Yeah, Rhode Island is projected now, but it was closer than it should have been by all rights. And you see some more working class parts of the state tending to do a little bit better. You know, even in the capital of Providence, Kamala Harris not quite Joe Biden's numbers. You start to see that kind of erosion, that slippage. It doesn't really matter where it is. Yeah, New Hampshire, we haven't had a projection yet. We're talking about a 20,000 vote margin in a state that gets a lot of political attention. A lot of the Democratic votes are here in the southern part. We have to wait to see if we get more, about half of it in so far. But the earlier point still holds that places where Democrats should get a projection pretty early, Connecticut and New Jersey. New Jersey, she'll win New Jersey, but the fact that we'd even mention it on air in election night, Connecticut on air at 24,000 vote margin, tells you that there's something that she hasn't really been able to bring out her base in places that don't get a lot of attention at the presidential level.
The Democratic base, and it's a question of what kind of coalition, if she's able to pull this off, did she put together in order to pull it off? And if not, the questions will be why wasn't she able to pull it off? Show us in each one of these 3 blue wall states the map that shows us the outstanding vote, the percentage of the vote.
Sure. Start here in Pennsylvania again, down 120,000 votes. That's Philadelphia and the eastern suburbs. A little bit in Pittsburgh. Places like Harrisburg, State College, Erie, they're 50-50 splits or close to it. So you're not going to net as much either way. That's the path that's still there, and it's very much an existing path. I think Pennsylvania is very realistic.
As interesting as this is, I might have to leave stream when I get home to watch something less stressful before bed. Real. I respect it. It's all good, Rosie. Hey, I might go to the USA next year. I can't wait to meet you, man. Assuming that I'll meet you. If you are to come through Texas.
It's going to be huge here. Madison, most of the vote is already in a heavily Democratic place. Right now, it's only
in about 15 minutes, we will get pretty much the rest of the votes of the United States. That is the manifest destiny United States.
I think it could be potentially going into election night. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we know Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump, quite frankly, trying to get young male voters to turn out. Vice President Kamala Harris trying to get younger voters to turn out in general. La Crosse, home to 3 different colleges, thousands of students. Let's take a look at how she's doing here. 52% of the vote. She's ahead by 3,500 votes so far. She's pretty much almost where President Biden was, with 71% of the vote in. Eau Claire, another one. Take a look here. She's still leading in this county as well, ahead by 4,000.
Let me just check on the benchmark, though. I'm just so curious of where she's just slightly under where 538 thought she should be.
I do like this website.
Just for a second.
I'm gonna. I wanna take a moment to stare at it for a second, because I think it's kind of interesting. It gives us actual like numbers and ways to win. So for example, with the way that we are looking, it's showing that Trump has already won Florida, Iowa, Texas, and all that. But let's update it according to what is looking very likely right now. So Georgia, let's say Trump wins Georgia. It's a huge blow. Let's say Trump wins North Carolina. It goes down to 10 ways to win. Let's say Kamala Harris wins Virginia. All right, awesome. It went down. Now, I don't want to put anything for Pennsylvania, as I believe it is still a huge toss-up at the moment. Michigan and Wisconsin are currently leaning red. Arizona is currently leaning Republican. Kamala Harris wins Maine. Huge. Fucking huge, bro. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, Nate. Kamala Harris has won Maine's 1st congressional district. Maine 1. No, Maine 2 is going to go to Donald Trump. So, 1 vote to 1 vote. Pretty awesome. I don't think so. I'm going to work in a cruise. Still hype. Yeah, I doubt you'd like stop by Texas if you're working at a cruise. I mean, who knows? He might. There are, what's it called? There are bays by Texas, but I highly doubt it. You'd more than likely like visit somewhere else. I wouldn't think you'd hang around Texas. Or cruises would come to Texas. But yeah, so like if we were to place like confirm the results right here of what it looks like, because it already looks like, and also on like this other poll, if I can find it, this one, it already gives Trump a lot of states. Which is the DDHQ poll. I hear New Hampshire is given to Harris. Bro, the more given to Harris, the less it goes for her. Something both sides can agree on is that the memes will be amazing no matter who wins. Sure. Yeah, the memes will be a little silly. Twitter is gonna be fucking crazy to just like stare at though. Maybe Kanye wins this year. Kanye is like sniffing some gas, gang. Hearing reports say Hillary Clinton has started throwing the Democrats' bullpen. Shit's so stupid. Hillary Clinton is currently warming up and getting ready to be put in the game. Hot damn. Alright, let's watch something. What do you gotta tell me, Steve? Steve, you're not even here. What the fuck, man? I trusted you.
This
Whoa,
is ABC
you were so
News
loud.
coverage of Election Night 2024.
Bananaing. Mike out. Did you get a banana, man? That's awesome.
It would be a shocker, right? That's a huge storyline of the night. I mean, it's a big storyline either way because control of the Senate matters for a lot of the reasons that we've talked about. But that's how the map has been looking, and so we're waiting on these two outstanding states.
And they're already part of the way there. They already have this pickup in West Virginia.
I will be right back. I'm going to go get some
Vice
water.
President Harris were to win the White House, it would be incredibly challenging for her to get judicial nominees confirmed, to get her cabinet confirmed with the Republican Senate.
So here we are. We're nearing the top of the hour, but we're still no calls in any of the battleground states. Are you surprised we are where we are right now?
No, because as Claire McCaskill has said so accurately, what we are seeing has been reflected in the polls.
The polls maybe were right.
Leading up to this evening, it looks like the polls were right. This is a 50-50 race, and so this is going to go down to the wire in all of these battlegrounds.
Close race means a long time. We can put it that way, right? I mean, I think that's generally the vibe. We'll see how it goes. I think everybody's looking towards Pennsylvania, just in chatting with
All right, well, let's check back into the presidential race, and we'll take a look at the road to 270. It is 10:51 in the East, and here is where we stand right now on the road to 270 electoral votes. Those will be the keys to get into the White House in the next year. Right now, we want to go to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters to really gauge the temperature in the room. Peter?
Well, we're outside, and it's a loud one here, but I can tell you if you get into the crowd here, it's particularly quiet in terms of their sense of optimism right now. That's how one Harris ally just described it to me a short time ago. I ran into a longtime Democratic source, a person who was close to the Harris campaign, and I asked them what they make of the results they've seen so far. They said, honestly, this is not looking so good for us, but then they quickly put on a smile and said, but you know what? We just got to keep smiling for the night. That may give you a better understanding of where they feel like things may be going right now. It remains early, a lot of votes still to count, but I'll tell you what I just heard from a Democratic lawmaker right now who just wrote me in part, quote, it's pretty concerning. I just keep reminding myself that 8 years ago, all the trends in the first few hours showed Hillary winning, and then she didn't. But obviously, this is not the return we were looking for. It gives you a little sense of the way that some of those people supporting Kamala Harris are feeling this evening right now. Again, a lot of numbers, a lot of data still to be counted right now. But as Claire McCaskill said a short time ago, some of the early results we're seeing in some of those places, North Carolina, Georgia, are not looking as positive as the Harris campaign had been hoping. It doesn't mean that they still don't have a path, but it does certainly increasingly mean that they'd have to succeed in holding on to that blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And frankly, speaking to some people in some of those states that are involved with the Harris campaign, they said that's where they are seeing some concern that that's going to be a tightrope that they have to still try to walk tonight. Buster?
And Peter, we were just talking here. There's a sense that the polls were, in fact, right. Are they getting that sense that the polls are really reflecting what we're watching?
Well, I mean, nationally, this is basically an evenly divided country, right? So the idea that our last poll showed at 49-49 is sort of a overall popular vote, that may be pretty close
In
to where
8
this thing
minutes.
ends up. But remember, for the Democrats to win the electoral
California.
college, they generally have to have a better advantage as it relates to the popular
Or sorry,
vote.
not
So
California.
if the country's evenly divided in
Or
terms
actually,
of the popular
yes,
vote,
California.
that may not be
I
enough for
lied.
the Democrats. Still
I
a long
lied.
way to go,
We
obviously.
would be
Nobody
getting
here is leaving. They're
California,
still waiting to hear from
Oregon,
the vice president.
and
They
Washington.
recognize this may be not just a matter of hours, but days right now, and they're still hopeful that people are waiting in line, including on those college campuses. They point to campuses in Pennsylvania in particular, some of the campuses out west in Nevada. They're still circling on the map as a place they think that they're have the ability to perform well in right now. But, you know, frankly, that's the candidate assessment for the people I'm talking to, so I pass it on to you.
Yeah, and as we said, none of the battleground states have been called as of yet, so we continue to watch.
But they're as close as they can be. Let's go to battleground Wisconsin. Shaquille Brewster in Milwaukee for us. Hi, Shaq.
Hi, Shaq.
Hi there, Savannah. And you know, one thing that we're hearing is that
You're not
we
Shaq.
just heard from the Milwaukee elections clerk, and they're saying that they are processing these absentee ballots. All of the early vote, all of the mail-in vote is counted here in this warehouse. And this update is despite the fact that there was a little hiccup that we saw earlier today. I'll show you what happened. It was on these tabulators that we see. And if you look closely at that red sticker there, they say that that flap was not locked. The tabulator was sealed, but the actual flap there that opens up, it was not completely locked. So what they did is they got a bipartisan group together. They went through to all of the 13 tabulators, high-speed tabulators in this entire facility, and they went through and emptied them out and restarted the count of some 30,000 ballots. Now, despite that, they say that they're moving along fairly well. When you look around here, you see at each of these stations, the election workers, the election clerks are counting those ballots. And, you know, when you talk to operatives in the state, one thing that they're focused on is what will come from the vote here in Milwaukee. And I talked to a Republican operative who said he's, quote, feeling very good about what they're seeing on the Republican side. They say when you look at Dane
It's looking like he's going to win literally every single swing state, which is such an insane revelation, dude. Tracking the swing states, very likely Trump, lean Trump, lean Trump, lean Trump, lean Trump. That is insane. To win by 300 electoral votes is crazy. What's up, Link? How you doing, game? How you doing, man? 242 already called it, bro. Wow. My goodness, what a crazy scene.
Where races are won and lost in the state of North Carolina is in Charlotte. Clinton at 62, Biden at 66.7. Harris is at 65. Remember, she has to win this state because they lost it 4 years ago. She has to be doing better than Biden. And now I want to take you to the Black Belt. Again, these are the counties that there's not a ton of people, but they're largely African-American counties. And I'm going to go to compare this to 2020. And I want you guys to watch these numbers. Remember, the number on the left, it has to be higher. The number on the left has to be higher. So we're going to lock this in. Let's go through here and just watch. Every county, she's underperforming. With a lot of the vote, there's still some vote out, but in almost every county, she's underperforming. Again, this is the Black Belt, high proportion of African-American voters here, and she's underperforming. Not a population center, but if she wants to win North Carolina, she has to be doing better there. I know you were asking about Virginia. Savannah, let's take a look at Virginia. We haven't called Virginia yet, you know, and if we, just to give you context, the last two elections, it came kind of close to 2016, about 4 percentage points, 4 or 5 percentage points. In 2020, Biden grew that lead much more. It was about 10 points there. Tonight, here's where it's at.
In 3 minutes.
77% of the votes in. There's about a 2% spread.
Bro, my guy Steve just fucked off, Ran. Okay, I think I'm going to go to bed. I'll see who wins tomorrow. It's going to be crazy. I'll see you around, Zoner. Appreciate you, man. Have a good night, gang. Thank you for being a part of the stream for this long, man. I will see you around, my goat. Wowzers, bro. My goat, Steve, is just fucked right off. He's like, y'all see the numbers? Y'all see the numbers? I don't got to do my job anymore. I'm gonna just leave, collect my paycheck. It's self-explanatory. I'm not needed, but I'll still get paid. Mike out, Steve. I aspire to have a career like Steve.
I'm being told by our politics desk.
I've seen a lot more Trump signs.
Bro, why are you on commercial break? I feel like they're always on fucking commercial break over here.
Activity, but you know you're not going to win that area.
Every time someone says African American, I think of Impractical Joker is my favorite color. African American. I don't remember that. I do remember the meme where they were like, "Look at that black thing over there," and Joe said Obama. It was
everything
like,
comes in.
She was the stupidest ass joke,
not
bro.
Here, so I'm a little nervous.
That is an iconic Impractical Joker moment that I remember.
What you're going to see is there was more.
I remember when that episode came out. I thought that shit was funny.
Virginia
it was funny as balls.
There was for Biden. I mean, I think we need.
It is hitting 10. It is about to hit 10.
That, you know.
My goat Steve has returned. I want to just stare at him. I'd rather just stare at him as it clicks down to 10. As the time ticks down. "26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21. I'm not gonna count. I don't care. It's already hit 10. So we will slowly be getting the polls in. No.
Tonight, now 11 p.m. in the east, 8 p.m. in the west. Polls are now closed in 48 states, including California, with the biggest prize of the night. It's 54 electoral votes at this hour. As you can see in Georgia, we're also following these key battlegrounds.
California
Kamala
just
Harris
hit.
behind Donald Trump by about 2 points.
Not a surprise at all. But California has just hit. Washington has just hit. So I guess we collect. The Dems now collect the few states that they very much can.
There's still significant outstanding vote in the Philadelphia area and other Democratic strongholds. The question is it enough to help catch her back up?
Pennsylvania has just changed to lean right.
We always knew Pennsylvania could be very tight.
Donald Trump wins Idaho.
Michigan at this hour. Take a look. These are the numbers. Kamala Harris with a slightly.
Donald Trump has won Idaho with 4 electoral votes.
The vice president leads the former president in that state. And in Wisconsin, 4 out of the last 6 presidential elections, Wisconsin decided by less than a point. 59%. On the line, and you can see a very close race, about 30,000 votes in between the two candidates. Let's look at Arizona at this hour. Look at that, 49.5, 49.6 in Arizona. Obviously can't call that race. Nevada tonight, the numbers have not come in yet. Another battleground, though, obviously, where the polls have closed. There are projections we can make at this hour, so let's get right to them. In the state of California, Vice President Kamala Harris, where she was once the Attorney General and the Senator of that state, she wins in that state, picks up its 54 electoral votes. In Idaho tonight, former President Donald Trump picks up 4 electoral votes from Idaho. Washington State, the polls have closed. The raw vote coming in. The number's not there yet. The moment we have it, we'll put it back up on the screen. Too early to call. And in Oregon, the polls have just closed. Cannot call that state as well. Let's look at the map tonight. 270, again, the magic number in the Electoral College. Here's what we've got. Kamala Harris with 9 states plus Washington, D.C., 145 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 23 states, 214 electoral votes. And, of course, those key battleground states, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all of them. The votes are coming in, and in all of those states, it's extraordinarily close. Our coverage of the 2024 presidential election, it could last for weeks. I'm not sure. I was just making sure you're all still here with me. It continues right now.
I love that charming, beautiful, handsome-ass man.
Election night in America.
Bro, talk to me, man!
She's turning out the vote there about 30%.
I just want I just want Steve to give me
in
attention.
Pima County as well. It's
It's not that hard.
Just next door to Pima is Yuma. Now, this is majority Hispanic, an interesting county, but this is a place where Republicans can run up the score. Trump overperforming right now. Only 35% of the vote is in. Arizona, still very, very early. 11 electoral votes. As we get information, we'll sort of dissect it and figure it out, but it's going to be a while before we call Arizona, Savannah, as you know.
All right. Thank you, Tom. We got our panel here. We got Chuck. We got Savannah Sellers over here. Chuck, what are you making of what we're seeing, what the trend lines are?
There's a reason why there's anxiety in the Harris camp, and
Locking lips
growing
with him will
enthusiasm
surely
and
get
optimism.
Democratic voters.
I mean, all the trend lines, this looks a lot more like 2016 to me than it does 2020.
Will it work
and
that
you're
way?
seeing whether it's rural turnout surging up, but we've had to up our projection of total turnout in Georgia than what we saw. And as we'd been saying, and we'd seen this, higher turnout was always going to be better for Trump. Not, there's always been this pre-Trump era conventional wisdom used to be Democrats would perform better, but he has the sort of the occasional voter. And it looks like, and we're actually even seeing evidence of what I call these shotgun Trump voters. They come in, they vote Trump, and they leave because there's about 100,000 vote gap. I mean, the Democratic Senate candidates in the blue wall are all in better shape right now than Harris.
And did Republicans crack the code of early voting and finally glomming onto that, even though Donald Trump is sending a separate message?
Well, one might argue now, if you look at the 3 Trump elections, one, he obsessive.
Cardi B has just tweeted, "We need a Hail Mary." That's funny as shit.
You may be onto something, but I do think the bigger story is their ability to expand the electorate. He used to have a ceiling of about 47, 48. That's not the case tonight. He expanded it another point or two. That's significant. As we know, in a razor-thin environment, even if you're just adding 50,000 to your voter rolls, well, that's the difference between winning and losing. Half the blue wall. I heard your Dallas Cowboys thing. I mean, there you go, right?
I mean, do it again?
Yeah, I mean,
it also works for Lambeau Field. That the last 4, literally,
a better stadium to pick. You don't want to have a losing team.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
For the losing record.
Here we go.
It's fucked up, bro.
That our elections.
I would have punched him in the mouth.
Was decided by 80,000 voters.
Right then and there. Don't talk about Dak Prescott and my Dallas Cowboys like that.
Sitting vice president that had never been done before. Succeed an unpopular president. Okay? Hubert Humphrey tried to do this, and he came 1 percentage point short. It was a very close election.
He's already talking and like, she tried.
But it came up short.
And you know what? It was
Al Gore
valiant.
tried to do this while Bill Clinton's presidency
was a good
popular.
try.
Bill Clinton, the individual, was not. We all know he came up 537 votes short, as Lester will tell you over and over again. So the last sitting vice president to win was George H.W. Bush, with an outgoing president that had a 60-plus approval rating. He was at 41%. I mean, that is, you are asking somebody to
make history,
overperform in a way that we may find out was politically impossible.
This sounds a little bit like a post-mortem, so I want to make sure we
understand.
We have not called.
The Harris campaign.
And by the way, they know if they win, it's going to be like this. Like, their path is razor thin.
That's exactly what they're saying. There's this new memo that is out now from the chair of the Harris campaign that was sent to staffers, obtained by our Monica Alba and our team that covers the Harris camp. And this is exactly the point, right? Which is why I wanted to jump in here on this. They say that the closeness of this race is what we prepared for all along. They still see data trickling in from Sunbelt, but all along they knew it was going to be blue wall. I mean, listen, to a degree, of course, this is what they're going to say, but they say they think they're still feeling good about Pennsylvania, overperforming turnout in Philadelphia in some of these areas. In Michigan, they say there's still a lot of vote to come in. In Wisconsin, there's still a lot of vote remaining. General O'Malley Dillon says in this memo, we've been saying for weeks this race may not be called tonight.
Going to interrupt here because we do have an NBC News projection in the state of Oregon. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win in Oregon when the votes are counted.
You're so late.
There's the breakdown right
Or
there.
actually, never mind. You actually got that early.
45% of
The New York Times hasn't called Oregon yet. Actually, thank you, man. I was just already used to yelling at you for being late. I'm sorry for underestimating. Actually, Oregon is looking to be red, according to DDHQ. Bro, that's crazy. Oh my God.
Those two states mentioned here, they do talk about Nevada and Arizona. It's going to be a bit, but the bottom line is they feel like this race is
Yeah, Oregon is very blue.
early morning hours.
What the fuck is wrong with you, gang? 2%
Trump
in.
says this feels like 2016. That's almost verbatim a memo that we got in 2016 saying we're focused on the blue wall, everyone's focused on the blue wall, no one panic. And we have a lot more vote to count. So I want to be very cautious in saying this, but tonally, it is fascinating that is the message that they're sending.
Well, not for nothing. They did their last rally, Kamala Harris in Philadelphia on the eve of the election.
All she did was focus on
which is exactly what
they had their eye on the ball. I mean, you can't say, right, they didn't do that in 2016, right? She was doing Arizona, she was doing Texas, and she sort
But the
of...
night before was in Philly.
True, but they sort of didn't do the blue one. To their credit, I mean,
Yeah.
she lived in Pennsylvania, but I'll tell you this, we'll see. There's probably a lot of people wondering who should be the running mate? Who should be on this Democratic ticket?
We had that discussion.
Yeah.
So some people will, if
It'll
she loses
be-
Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot
And if
of...
that's the only state, right, that'll be the hand ring.
But because Josh Shapiro is a very popular Democratic governor who was on the short list for vice president. Let's bring Savannah Sellers into this. I mean, what are you reading out of the exit polls? Are you seeing any trend lines? I know you've got your brief. You really look at young voters and you've got your finger on the pulse there. What stands out?
Absolutely. I'll start with some numbers and then give you some
Arizona is way too
information.
close to
First,
call,
let's talk
bro.
about first-time
I wish I
voters.
could
This
throw
is
in
not just
Arizona
young
right
voters,
here.
but that's 57% of these
Oh my
first-time
God,
voters
it's tough.
are under the age of 30. They are breaking for Trump. That is a major reversal from 2020. 53% for Trump right now, 46% for Harris. Back in 2020, 64% went for Biden. Something that I've been tracking, and I've been even watching it
Oh
tonight
my
on
God.
apps like TikTok, on apps like Instagram.
No,
when you
it's
just talk about like
30%.
who's popular,
I
who do
can't
people
call
like.
that right now.
The Harris campaign had such a robust internal
Michigan is
social
leaning
media play. They had this
heavily
team of
Trump
20-somethings. They had very little oversight. They were
right
allowed
now.
to kind of post what they wanted, react in real
Wow.
time to trends, to the news cycle.
If Trump is to win Michigan,
They
only
co-opted
one way to
immediately,
win,
exactly, which by the way is a compliment.
which I assume would be
But for the former
winning
president,
everything
there wasn't so much going on
else.
Internally, it was not as
If
robust.
she lost
He had this
Nevada.
sort of grassroots organic
Oh
passion
my
on TikTok. I heard so many young
Not
people
Nevada,
say to
I
me in a
mean.
positive way also,
I mean
he
Michigan.
is a meme. His things travel far. It's objectively
Oh
funny
my
when you see
God.
this information. So many young people, therefore, on these apps were served content straight from
If she
and straight
loses
about
Michigan,
the
she
former
has to
president. And
win
we're hearing so much right
everything
now. I'm
else,
hearing
and
that
that's
headlines in Arizona.
insane.
Dottie was mentioning that earlier. It's so much. It was because I heard
Because
him on a podcast.
if you
It was
look at,
because of this thing I saw on
sorry if
TikTok.
the
I
audio is
also
being
heard
too
from a
loud.
voter in almost every.
Michigan is not looking too hot, but it is too early to be like for sure this is getting thrown at Donald Trump. But it is a lead of like about 100K, close to 100K, like 90K or whatever. So that's pretty crazy, but 32% of the votes are being counted right now. So that is insane. Land of the Michis. Michigan. Man, yeah, more than likely it's a Trump vote, dude. Like Trump actually fought really hard, like in Oakland County, and as well in Kent County, like having 55,000 votes, like still like having it close in a big city, and then having it not be close literally anywhere else. That's gonna be a loss, dude. In Michigan, I'm thinking. And like if we stop with like the cope and we look at it like actually like real yeah, she's gonna have to win all the other states to even possibly win the presidency. She might lose Michigan. It's very possible that she loses Michigan. And she'll have to win all the rest of the swing states, which is highly unlikely. She just loses one. It's straight up Jover. Oh, well, except for these two. Whatever these fuckers are. I don't know. I don't care. Like, she pretty much has to be perfect. Which is terrifying, gang. What you got? Whisper in my ear,
I can take
Steve.
it all the way back to 2012 because I think it's an interesting story. In 2012, Barack Obama won this county by 71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia, it's the city of Philadelphia. Donald Trump in 2016, he brought it down to 67 points. In 2020, Trump lost ground in the state. Trump lost the entire state of Pennsylvania. But look at this. He basically brought it down to 63 points from 71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points. From 71 in 2012 down to 56. Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020, the Hispanic precincts of Philadelphia, we saw meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30 points here. We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56. The margin for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia right now is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there is a large number of vote-by-mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes
All she has
or so,
to do
that
is
should boost
lock
the
in.
Harris number in Philadelphia. That should
Like,
boost the margin
this would
there.
be
But
like
she needs to get that
actual,
back at least
like,
to where Joe
sorry.
Biden was.
This would be like genuine, like, anime levels of like, I can do this. This is what I was meant to do. I will defeat you. Like levels of fucking comeback. If she is to lose Michigan and just wins everything else and locks in like that.
Democrats want to be leading north of the Joe Biden.
That's because I didn't put my back into it.
County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the night, they want to land over 60% in Chester County. 59-8 for Harris right now. But the wild card is waiting on a lot of same-day vote. Is that going to affect? That number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You know, this is you got cities here on the towns on the main line here. Old school, 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land. The danger for them, though, is there's still a significant amount of same-day vote there. But Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the mail. They need massive margins to hold in these counties. And they're also going to need that. We'll just check quickly in Allegheny County. We're getting close, by the way. Pittsburgh suburbs, we're getting close to 90% of the vote here. And again, that Harris number here right now is under, small, but it is slightly under the Biden number. The Trump number, 0.4 of a point better than 4 years ago. If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining vote does.
All right, he's done. My goat has finished giving me knowledge.
Yeah, by party here. Yeah, I mean, that's Milwaukee. That's exactly what Ryan's is talking about. It's a huge, huge amount of vote that is Milwaukee. That's why 43,000 is not necessarily a safe lead. Madison, a little bit of a smaller dot, but there's some red spots on the map as well. You go out to the west, to St. Croix. I mean, we don't really have any vote there to speak of at all. So there's still Republican votes too. But Ryan's is right. I mean, as with all three of these Midwestern cities, we're not really going to know until we have a complete portrait of what's going on inside Philadelphia, where there's still, according to our numbers, about 100.
Biden is getting close to 0 votes. This is the biggest blowout of a sitting president in American history.
If you go up to Michigan, we don't have a lot in Detroit, only about 15,000. That's another 750,000 votes in Detroit, Dearborn, in Wayne County. And as we just talked about, Milwaukee. But those are the big urban areas, and that's what makes any lead right now potentially illusory. North Carolina and Georgia does look different right now, David. It's very hard to see how that ground gets made up because you start to see those blue dots shrink over time, and there's less and less vote. And if you get into it, you realize, Fulton County, that's 93,000 or 93% of the vote in, only 41,000 left.
Arizona's going to be very close, bro. Arizona is 50% of the way in. It's incredibly close. Yeah, Kamala's gonna need this like heavily. If there's any fucking chance, man. Yeah, with 53% of the votes in and Trump only having about 3,000 point lead, it's scary but mandatory that they get Arizona. Georgia also very fucking close, but very unlikely that Kamala gets it. Same with North Carolina. Virginia is Kamala's. Pennsylvania, bro. Oh my god, Pennsylvania is Trump's. How much is the difference from when I left? I went downstairs to talk to family and stuff. Last I checked, it was 179 to 214. It's the same. Same thing, man. Kamala's gonna have to lock in, and the fact is, it's possible she didn't lock in enough. And, it's very likely, Donald Trump is going to be president. I think it's safe to start preparing for that. Unless the Democratic Party starts faking some votes at 3 a.m. As they usually do. I don't believe there will be a chance right now. It is way too perfect. It feels incredibly impossible at this moment, and I'm going to be honest. Donald J. Trump has won North Carolina. Wow. So let's look at this update thing. So won North Carolina. So it already gave him North Carolina. I gotta look at this. Look at all they already gave Harris. Georgia was already given to Trump. At least according to the DDHQ. So I'm going to trust them on that. New Hampshire was already given to Harris. Pennsylvania is looking to be Trump's. Wow, 0 ways to win. He gets Pennsylvania. That's crazy. That's because he's more than likely probably going to get Arizona, too. Arizona is way too close to call. Even then, like, I don't feel safe, like, putting either person's name here. Michigan has emerged to have a little bit of a Kamala Harris emergence. Both of them are 50-50, quite honestly, man. At least according to this poll, which has been like the most like, all right, here's what I think. Here's what I think. I'm already calling Georgia. I'm already calling this and that. Compared to the New York Times, where they're like I'm not gonna wait for it. He has Georgia already. He has North Carolina already. He has all of this. He has all of this. I gave Kamala already Virginia. So to read that it is still very incredibly close on both of these states with 66% as well 35% in. Dude, that's crazy. Both still leaning Republican, but just so much left. So, I mean, who knows, gang? Like, this one's saying leaning left. This one's saying leaning right. Over here, it's saying both of these lean right. So, you really don't know who to trust, who to choose. So, that's cray-cray. Boys, Kamala Harris has won Oregon. Why is Hartfield box playing? I don't give a shit, bro. Give me some cool epic music. Ladies and gentlemen, Kamala Harris has won Oregon. This is massive for the Harris campaign. It's happening. She's logging in. Not at all, brother. It's actually very embarrassingly how non-locked in she is right now. Trump has won North Carolina. A swing state. Everything else is leaning Trump. All the swing states are leaning Trump, gang. Like, everyone won what they were supposed to win. It's the swing states. It's just embarrassing that it looks like every swing state is going to go red, which is crazy. Preying on Michigan. Oh shit. Alright, let's watch something.
Going on here, but Speaker Johnson among those very confident in the way things are playing out for Donald Trump tonight. Kira.
And possibly Elon Musk showing up there as well. Whit Johnson, we'll keep checking in with you there in Mar-a-Lago. Now to the Harris headquarters at Howard University. Eva Pilgrim is there. Eva, let's talk about the atmosphere there.
Well, Kira, I can tell you there has been a real vibe shift here in the last 30
It's really a real
minutes
vibe
to
shit.
45 minutes or so.
The vibes
We're
are
actually
real
starting to see
shit
some
right
people
now,
that are
gang.
leaving. There have been streams of people going. The crowd has thinned out just a little bit. You know, we've spoken with campaign sources who they tell us that they think that they can still hold the blue wall. But when we talk to people within the Democratic Party, there's a real concern that's starting to build as they look at the margins in these blue wall states, in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, in Michigan. There's nerves, a lot of nerves tonight about the numbers that they're seeing coming in and just how she's performing versus how Joe Biden did 4 years ago. One of the things the Harris campaign keeps sending us is information about the long lines at college campuses. And one source said to me, we can't count on those votes for Harris. Kira.
All right, Eva Pilgrim, thank you so much. I'm Kira Phillips. So glad that you are with us tonight. I hope you'll stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night, led by our David Muir. Don't go far. Our race for the White House coverage continues.
I don't think they have a lot to hang their hat on. It's not over. There's votes to be counted. We should point out that these blue wall states tend to be red mirage. You know, they go red and then they tend to go, the race narrows as these big urban areas come in later. But when you just look at the underperformance of Kamala Harris and the overperformance of Trump, it's going to be pretty hard, I think, for her to catch him.
Yeah, the Harris team is saying they believe
very much
performed in Philadelphia. Does that give you pause?
I don't see where they're saying that. Now they're looking, I'm sure, at precinct analysis, and we're looking at a county total, so we should give that caveat. But, you know, Joe Biden got 80% of the vote in Philadelphia County, and she's not running at 80%. I think she's, last I looked, was at 77 or 78%. So that's
yeah,
a pretty
that's
significant
fucking
difference
tough
when,
as shit.
When a race is as close as
Oh
it
my
is.
god.
Sarah, Mike, thanks to
What did that say?
Difference.
1.5 million remaining, 5.4 reported, and the difference is 200K. I mean, it's so tight, but
in certain states yet. We still haven't called any of the battlegrounds here at NBC News. And a reminder, Harris's easiest path is to hold the blue wall. If she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, remember, she gets to the White House. Even if she loses Georgia, North Carolina, the entire Sun Belt, she still gets there.
she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. That is tough as shit, dude.
91% of the vote is in, but let's talk about where the vote remains. Look at, okay, the giant circles, remember those giant bubbles? That's the vote that still is outstanding. We're still waiting on this vote to be counted. And we know the exact number, or we can estimate the exact number. We think it's going to be about 487,000 votes. There's still almost 500,000 votes out in Georgia. Still up for grabs here. Let's make some comparisons here. Remember, I told you Harris has to drive up the vote in the Atlanta metro area. 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. First county, Cobb County, she's performing just like where Biden is, slightly better. Fulton County, performing a little bit lower, but slightly, and there's still 7% of the vote out in Fulton, where Atlanta is exactly. Gwinnett County, 80%'s in. Look, she's holding the same marks of where Biden was. She's overperforming in Douglas County as we move further south. Look, she's almost exactly where Biden was all around the ring counties of Atlanta. That's good news and overperforming in Rockdale County. But if Democrats wanted to expand the map, we're not seeing that tonight. A place like Cherokee, we're going to see if they could make inroads there just north of Atlanta. It touches those ring counties. Trump was at 68% in 2020. Tonight he's at 69, and they've almost got all the vote counted there. I want to move down, though, because there is something interesting happening in the Black Belt of Georgia. I was talking to you guys about the Black Belt of North Carolina earlier and how she was underperforming there. Remember, this was Biden's number. This is her number tonight. Watch as we go around here, okay? These are counties where it's a majority African American. 52%, 50% for Kamala Harris. This is a rural county. Trump is overperforming here. We go to another rural red county, overperforming here. We come down here to Doherty County. She's slightly overperforming Biden there. But again, if she wants to win the state of Georgia, she's got to be doing better than Biden. It seems like she could be doing that in Atlanta. The numbers are good for her right now in the metro region, but it's still really too close for us to call here in Georgia. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, Tom, thank you so much. I want to go to Chuck because, Chuck, we were talking about Donald Trump getting new voters, people that didn't vote in 2020.
this is almost as stressful as the
those
last
voters
Bengals
breaking
game.
for him. And
It feels like it.
Astounding numbers.
Well, you
Bring
are,
Joe
it's
Burrow
interesting.
out.
First of all, look, Georgia
Play
is
for
going to
Kamala
shrink. You
Harris.
got about all of this vote is going to be Democratic vote. She's got to win the remaining probably 2-1.
Yeah.
That's like a reasonable thing. I mean, Georgia
is absolutely won.
And where the vote is out.
With it being, Georgia's absolutely won by
we
Donald
might
Trump.
be sticking around Georgia for a little while. Just it does. If you're them, you
so
can't
I think
totally
it's safe
write
to
it
just
off.
give it
There's
to them,
a path
gang.
there. But
And that is a whole
our pollsters did
16
some quick
votes.
noted some.
So Trump would be at
comparisons to 2020.
246
Just simply
right
Trump
now.
margins. These are not in the battleground states, but it gives you a hint of the possibility Donald Trump could actually win the popular vote if he wins the Electoral College tonight. So, for instance, in Texas, he only won Texas by a little over 5 points in 2020. He's won it by 14 points tonight. In Iowa, it was 8 points. It's nearly 15 points tonight. In Florida, it was 3 points. It's nearly 13 points tonight for Trump. Not only gave you some blue states, Virginia, it was a 10-point Biden victory. Looks like it's going to be somewhere between 2 and 4 this time in Virginia. New Jersey, 15 points Biden. Right now, it's 5 for Harris. Illinois, another state, is little under 10. It was at 17 points for Biden. So Trump has improved his standing in a lot of blue states. We'd seen that in our own polling. But it is why this time we are unlikely to have a split between the popular vote and electoral. Whoever wins the Electoral College is probably going to win the popular vote.
Those are pretty dramatic margins. I mean,
Yeah,
we're
it
not
looks like it,
picking
yeah.
about a point or two here. You're
That's
talking about
a-
Texas
5 points,
5,
10
6,
points.
That was a good little statement by that guy, whatever his name is.
That's the massive Latino shift that we've seen.
I love him and his
tonight in
airline.
those two states, but it may be spots of it everywhere.
So I'm getting reaction in from Democratic lawmakers, from Democratic operatives. Some are still saying, look, we could still win this thing. We can hold on to the blue wall. And that's absolutely accurate because we're still tracking the vote.
No.
But one Democratic lawmaker, sort of to the point that Chuck is making, saying, if this race does not go Kamala Harris's way, this is a moment of reckoning for the Democratic Party. This person saying there needs to be a hard look at what went wrong and potentially really a real passing of the baton when it comes to leadership. And of course, the attention will turn to President Biden. And when he stepped aside, 72% in our exit polls saying the country is headed in the wrong direction. That's the backdrop to all of this. President Biden and this immense dissatisfaction with the direction that the country's headed.
It could be the Democratic Party was allowed itself to just organize itself being an anti-Trump party. And in some ways, so focused on creating an anti-Trump
What's it
coalition,
called?
they stopped being a political
Twitter
party.
ain't even fun to scroll through either.
And again, right now, I get what that lawmaker is telling you, because if you look at the last, the whole Biden wasn't a pick of the future. It was a whatever you could do for Trump.
Oh, yeah, this is very cute. Hey, quick vibe approval, boys. Quick vibe check, real quick. Quick little picking up the vibes right here. Meow. Meow. What do you want, bro? It's cute. I want to watch it again. What do you want, bro? Yo. Yo. What? Meow. What a good little dude, bro. Good ass video. Pardon me. Apologies.
Back of the envelope map, 40, 50,000 votes there in North Carolina. That's going to be a real disappointment for the Kamala Harris campaign. They had hoped that if North Carolina could be clawed back into the blue column, perhaps that would open up other paths for them out west, a Sunbelt path. It is looking like blue wall or bust. That is where it stands right now, 172 electoral votes for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in the lead right now.
Let's go to Tom right now and talk about now what this does to Kamala Harris's paths to victory.
Yeah, let's show you real quick how Trump wins, right? How we project that he wins. Robinson right now, 64.9%, 30% in. You can see how Trump's overperforming here. As we go along these rural counties, you can see Trump's numbers are increasing. 63 4 years ago, 66 tonight. We'll keep moving along here. 50%, 53%. So, Lester, you asked, how does this affect him in the race for president? Let's go back out to our big board here, the road to 270. When we started out tonight, right, the paths to victory here, Trump had 10, Harris has 9. That's because we just called North Carolina. We can't even remove it anymore. This number before we called North Carolina, Harris had more paths than Trump did. But this is essentially where we started the night. This is the way it ended in 2020, right? He won North Carolina. President Biden had won the rest of the battleground states. But this gives the Republicans and former President Trump some hope. We now move to Georgia. We're going to be looking at the vote in Georgia. But as Chuck mentioned, very, very close in Georgia. And we're going to be waiting on that vote, the full vote to come out of Atlanta in those ring counties right now. But a big win for former President Trump. It's the first battleground we're calling tonight.
All right, Tom, thanks very much.
Remember, there was some late polling in the state that came just over the weekend that suggested that perhaps Kamala Harris was surging in North Carolina, that maybe she was making gains among some of these voters. That is clearly not turning out to be the case. That said, you've seen the reporting from her campaign that they are looking at the all-important blue wall. Of course, the question is, if Georgia goes, and you and Chuck were just talking about Georgia, but if Georgia does end up in the red column, it is Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania.
Well, to that point, the Secretary of State in Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, who people are familiar with from the last election, has said on the record that Trump has an insurmountable lead in Georgia with the number of votes outstanding. So he's the Secretary of State. I think he knows what he's speaking of, but we will continue to watch.
We've got another race to call, another presidential call. This is in the state of Virginia. This call coming a little later than many people might have expected, but Kamala Harris will win the 13 electoral votes in Virginia. There's the breakdown right now.
NBC is called Virginia.
Difference, 84%.
New York Times hasn't called it, but DDHQ has. Associated Press hasn't even called it either. Or actually has it?
From his goal.
I don't know.
Harris with 185 elected.
Oh, they called New Mexico.
Jen Psaki, former Biden White House press secretary, and Marc Lauder, who was joining us earlier.
You should add your face next to theirs with 100%, maybe as a terrorist someday.
It's getting to be a narrower path for Kamala Harris, no question about it. It's the blue wall or bust.
I should just edit myself like on the panel.
Yeah, it's now.
Just like just me just there, as if I was on the Hawk Tuba podcast. Ted Cruz wins re-election to the U.S. Senate in Texas.
This is the chair of the campaign.
The chair of the campaign. She was also the campaign manager when Biden won in 2020. And basically, they did not talk about it. I know NBC has not made a call in Georgia, but they did not mention that Georgia is not a part of that email. Neither is North Carolina. You just made a call on that. It's about the blue wall states, and she warns that Arizona and Nevada will take some time. What does become challenging, I think part of the purpose of an email like that is also to buck up the troops inside, the team who's been working so hard for months, that's part of it, and also to send that note to supporters. But yes, it becomes, as the path becomes narrower, there's no more margin for error, or no more margin for something going a different way than you hoped it would. And right now, what the Harris team is doing, which happens on every presidential campaign, as you know as well, is sitting in what you call the boiler room, which is kind of an intense word to use, but that's what it's called. And they're looking at their vote goals in these counties and how the outcome aligns. And you look at everything from, did they get what they needed?
What do you think about Linkin Park's new music? I don't really listen to Linkin Park, unfortunately. I'm very sorry. I'm not real. I don't exist.
As you've been reporting, we've been talking about over at MSNBC.
I pretend like I like music. I only listen to video game OSTs, anime music, and My Chemical Romance and Nirvana.
So it's a numbers game in each of these states.
But even in reliably blue states, we're seeing narrowing margins. We just saw it in Virginia. We called it. Kamala Harris won it, but I believe by a smaller margin than she did, or that the Democrats did 4 years ago. I want to show Minnesota right now, which we are calling too close to call. And this is a reliably blue state. Let me show you what the numbers look like, the breakdown. Half of the vote in.
What the fuck am I listening to, bro?
Again, when you see that wide margin, you were thinking, what are you guys talking about? It's because our decision desk was crunching the numbers. They know where those votes have come from, whether they're reliably Trump districts or reliably in Kamala Harris or a Democratic area of the state. And on that basis, they're saying too close to call. Does that surprise you?
Minnesota's a close state. It often is a close state. It's one certainly that the Harris team would love to have been in their win column earlier. But again, I think for them, what becomes harder and harder is as you get more vote total in, and the path becomes narrower and narrower and narrower, and that's a bit where they are at this moment.
The sitting governor Tim Walz on the ticket. Minnesota's governor Tim Walz.
And a pretty popular governor in Minnesota. And there's a lot of things that bend the mind a little bit if you're the Harris team, including that. I don't know that they're overly worried about Minnesota, but certainly, yes.
Minnesota!
And Virginia in their win column earlier.
I've heard a lot from people on the left.
Something was called on the DDHQ.
What's your answer?
To get Harris over 200. Not sure what it was that was called. Pennsylvania is more than likely lost, gang. And that would be how many votes? Pennsylvania? Kamala Harris wins Virginia. Whoa! Kamala Harris wins Virginia. 200. That is 200. She eclipses the 200 mark. Congratulations. Huge W for all blue people around the world. Pennsylvania is more than likely lost, and that would be 19 electoral votes. 46, 56, 56, 66. Bro, he wins with Pennsylvania. Bro, he wins with Pennsylvania. It's Jover. Genuinely Jover. Like, what states have not been called yet? They just need to call Georgia over here. He wins with Pennsylvania. Like, it's easy. It's done. And it looks like very heavily leaning right. There's no... Yeah, it's over. I don't care. Wow. What a night. It's... Yeah, that's huge. Yeah, we're kind of just waiting for Pennsylvania to, I guess, be confirmed and called right here on DDHQ. And it's Jover right there. It's done tonight. Like, it is called tonight. GG, I'm going to sleep. Hope it gets better over in the States. Thank you, Pato. Pato Astral. Appreciate you being part of the stream for this long, man. Jesus Christ. I'll see you around. Have a good night. I'll probably be live again tomorrow and the day after, hopefully with a much more energetic stream. But we'll see. Appreciate it, man. Have a good night. When do polls end? They've already closed everywhere, at least in what is the manifest destinied United States. And they are yet to close just like in Alaska and Hawaii. And that's it. Like, Hawaii is going to close. It's probably going to go, what's it called? Democrat. Then Alaska closes at 12. It goes Republican. It's done. So when do we get the new president? Probably tonight. Probably when Pennsylvania gets called. When Pennsylvania and Georgia gets called, yeah, that's when we will welcome back Donald J. Trump as the president of the United States. But I guess the thing that I'm more so interested in is seeing him back up. You know, like his statements, like that like he will make the economy better, that he will just end wars, just make sure that wars just don't happen. I guess it's just up to like just hoping like he just backs up his shit at this point now. Like that's just now like the decision, just like hoping like, all right, you've been campaigning on like you would have like the most amazing this economy. You've campaigned on what's it called? That like you're gonna stop the wars in like Ukraine and all that. Let's see it. I guess. And he's probably gonna caer bien mal. But we'll see how all that happens. We'll see if it's believable. We'll see if it's trustable now. But yeah. Shit is not looking good. And this is it right now.
More than when Joe Biden came into the White House. Americans are saying clearly, I mean, even before hearing the final results, we see, trend lines that they are unhappy
And like the fact that she's behind, like from the popular vote by almost 5 million is insane and very telling,
The
gang.
message Kamala Harris has been trying to get out there
Like
is
5 million, bro. That is, as the kids say it, a fuck ton.
they'll never get that money back.
Like you will not be winning the popular vote, and you won't even be winning the electoral college. Like no rigging whatsoever. You just lost. like this shit was ass. Some shit.
Who did not vote for Donald Trump in 2020 was disgusted by things that Donald Trump had said. His name is Carl Wild, and I checked in with Carl Wild again this week, and he said, my business has gone downhill. My wife's business has gone downhill. I am voting for Donald Trump. He said, I'm still disgusted by things he said, but this is about my family. This is about our suffering through the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, no matter the explanations about why or how that happened, that is what people are feeling. I've said it tonight before. That is their truth. They have blanked out some of the things Donald Trump has said. They've normalized some of the things Donald Trump has said, but it's their kitchen table.
And when you're paying more at the grocery store, you would know
Exactly,
it.
exactly.
And so that's your most immediate concern. And as you said, as you traveled through the Sun Belt states, everywhere you went, that's what they said. I want to bring in the team at 538, Galen Druk, Elliot Morris. Do we have a camera at 538, guys? I wanted to ask them, I know they're crunching the numbers. There they are. Let's see if we can find them in their cubicle back there. Hey, guys, are you back there? Are you still awake? Hey. I know you guys have been crunching the numbers here.
We got you, indeed.
Hey.
We are still awake.
Galen, Elliot, tell us what you're seeing in Pennsylvania at this hour. We're watching the Donald Trump lead grow. Is that something
These
that
are all
Kamala
people
Harris
like
can
me.
catch up to mathematically?
They're like me, except in suits, and I'm in a Hawaiian
I
shirt.
just want to lay out the math as it stands for 1 second. So here on this tool behind me, we're showing the probability of Harris or Donald Trump winning the presidency. If you consider all the projections ABC has made so far tonight, except for North Carolina, that first battleground state. But I want you to see,
Bro,
when
it's
we
over for North
assign
Carolina. What are we talking about?
to Trump, for example, you see that shifts the likelihood of Trump winning the presidency to 76 out of 100 times. We also heard, of course, from the Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, that he expects Trump to win Georgia. You know, we have not made that projection yet, but I just want to give you some sense of how the scenarios play out. If Georgia also ends up in Trump's column, we see that things there look quite good for him. Now, look, if Pennsylvania were in that case to then go to Kamala Harris, as you asked about, things suddenly do start to change a bit. We get closer back to 55 out of 100 scenarios Harris can win. But then Trump just needs to pick up any of these other battleground states in order to derail Harris on the path to 270. So right now, as you can see from our projections here, the scenarios that we are running, it looks quite good for Donald Trump at this point in the night. And my colleague Elliot, I think, can talk a little bit more about the outstanding vote in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, David, this might be thought of as a best case scenario for Kamala Harris at this point. One thing that this model you see here doesn't know about is the outstanding votes in Philadelphia. And what we've been seeing there and what Rick's been telling
From the election in 2012 all the way to 2020, I was correct. If Trump wins in 2024, my correct guessing street is Jover. The polls once again underestimated Donald Trump. Damn. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, the fucking, what's it called? The popular vote, the electoral college, everything. It just completely underestimated. It seems like he's going to do a complete sweep of the swing states, and that's very crazy. Like he's already taken North Carolina. Let me pause your sexy ass, bro. He already took North Carolina. Already took Nevada. Already took Nevada, Wisconsin. Is very heavily taking Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, having all those states leaning his way. It's Jover. And it's like nothing interesting happened like here. Which is why like Harris could not afford to lose many of these, what's it called, battleground states. What are they called? Swing states. Because nothing interesting happened on these fronts. All the expected to win easily states were won easily by both parties. Is Virginia there? Yes, it was won by Harris. How goofy is your cat? Matthew is very goofy. He's an orange cat, so he's like a fucking freak. I think he's like 12, 13 in cat years. He's about like 7 months old. 6 months old. So he's a little bit of a freak. Bam, bam. And like, yes, it is looking like she's going to win all of these, which is good. Awesome that you won all the states that you were expected to win, but you did not take any of the states that were expected to be won by Trump. You didn't win any of these shits. You actually lost a majority of them pretty difficulty, except for pretty largely. Like it doesn't seem like they were close at all in any of these states. Yeah, like not close at all in any of those states. Even in like these states, it looks like he's like putting up a fucking fight in like New Hampshire too. Put up a fight in Virginia. Somewhat of a considerable fight right here for Connecticut, bro. Put up a huge fight for freaking New Jersey, dude. Like, it's crazy how easy it looks like he's winning this. How easy it looks like he is going to win this. Nothing has been called. In 5 minutes, it's going to hit 11 p.m. And I believe Hawaii will be released. Or Hawaii will get Hawaii. And we'll be like, damn, Hawaii. Kamala Harris. And that's it. And then at 12 a.m., we'll get, damn, fucking Alaska, Trump. It's over. Well, it's getting closer at least. Not at all. Like, if you see the pollings, not close at all. It's going to be kind of a steamroll by Trump. Like, he's going to win by, like, quite a few points above 270. Like, right now, the idea is, like, if Kamala Harris wants to win, she's going to have to, like, forcefully just get enough to win. Just barely, like, lick the tip of 270. But if Donald Trump wins, it's going to be like, okay, I just blasted and splurted my little shit like all over 270 and I'm winning by like 290 or some shit. Fucking 300 it says is how much Trump is going to win. So that is insane. Have you listened to the thick of it? Yeah. Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. Steve, give me something good to eat. What you got for me, brother? You ain't got shit for me. He fucking hates me. Fucking. I love him, and he doesn't do this shit to me.
Illegally here. It's always been a big issue for him, dating back something like 8 years now, 4th on the exit poll list. But look what was up there at number 2, the economy. And remember, just because a candidate were to win on the top issue, which this year, based on the exit polls now, is state of democracy, doesn't mean they're going to win overall. And state of democracy is complicated as the top issue because Republicans and Democrats see it different ways.
Yeah, I think both sides think there's a threat to democracy for different reasons. Can we go over to Tommy Amos? He's been pacing over there by the Georgia map. Because it's interesting. I mean, we have the Secretary of State take Grand Rapids, a Republican, but who has certainly shown his independence, saying that Trump has an insurmountable lead. I believe you and Chuck have said there's still some vote out there.
I kind of want Harris to win. She probably won't.
First off, let's see what
I'm being extremely doomer right now
that's where the vote still
about this, and I'm sorry.
Metro region. This is where Democrats are going to run up the score.
But this is how I'm feeling.
Where they've been able to expand. So I'm going to click on a county here like Cobb County. I'm going to bring it out to compare to Joe Biden in 2020. Remember, she wants to perform over or at where Biden is right now to kind
Nothing
of see
has
where
changed
her watermarks are.
on
I'm going to highlight
the
this so you guys can see the
DDHQ.
numbers to
Nothing has
follow.
changed on the DDHQ other than like just a cover, just a couple of like percentage points. Like right here, it was 80%. Now it's up to 82%. I do believe that this election is going to be called tonight, but probably later into the night. I don't think it's going to take another day. I think it's going to be called probably like 2 a.m. or very soon. Who fucking knows? Could be as soon as like the next 10 minutes if like more votes come in, man. If just enough votes come in, like this shit is called. But yeah.
She just said it's math. Can they run up the score here? Is this what the Secretary of State is talking about, that the numbers are so high in the rural counties, Democrats won't catch them in the Atlanta metro region?
Seeing how red everything
but
is
there's still a lot of
genuinely
vote out in this
scary.
area,
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why
I think the thing that is.
Okay, where you have polls closing
Oh,
at the top of the
yeah,
hour
Hawaii.
in the beginning of the morning. It'll be midnight in the East Coast.
Yeah, who gives a shit? I think the thing that is most scary. I already talked about this earlier, but I'll show you again. Is the fact that it looks like it wasn't even close. It looks like Harris didn't even make a dent in any of these states that Trump was expected to win. You know, all of these states that Trump was expected to win, they were fucking landslides, like over 60%, like wins, 60%, 55% wins, 70% wins. In all of these states, even the ones that he was expected to win narrowly, they are 56%, 56%, 57%. He landslide on all the states. Like Harris did not even put a dent into those states. These states, however, it's a lot closer. It's a lot closer wins for Kamala Harris. 53% to 45% in Connecticut. Like 54%, 45%. 52%, 47%. That's crazy in New Jersey. 56%, 44%, 53%, 44%. Like, that is insane. 51, 46, 52, 46, 54, 45, 52, 47, 52, 46. It's all close. It's all insanely, ridiculously close. Even in the states where Harris was expected to win easily. And that makes it so that the most competitive states are almost assuringly Trump wins. Like, these are the margins. They're all leaning Trump. She did not make a single dent into any of these, so she literally could not afford to lose many swing states. And now that Trump is pretty much winning every swing state, it's legitimately Jover, is what it looks like. Hawaii was just called for Harris. Woo! Huge. Let's fucking go. But yeah, like, Alaska's gonna be called for Trump. It's really all gonna come down to Pennsylvania and Georgia, which it is looking like Trump is going to win both states, and that's going to be a loss for Kamala Harris and a win for Trump, and Trump is going to be president of the United States for the next 4 years and will be pardoning himself of his felonies. At least his federal felonies. Yeah.
Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania because he does better than Hillary Clinton in those suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's take a look at Philadelphia right now. Okay, 81 for Biden, 77 for Kamala Harris. There's still about 30% of the vote is out. But again, these aren't the trend lines that Democrats are going to want to see. Look, it could all change when that vote comes in. This is where we are right now. This is a snapshot in time. It could all change. Erie County is another swing county that we're watching. About 75% of the vote is in. She's overperforming Biden there. That's a good sign for her, especially in Western PA, where Democrats knew they were going to have some trouble because of the issue of fracking. And let's look at Allegheny County real quick. This is Pittsburgh. 94% of the vote is in, and she's about at the same mark where Biden is. That's where we stand right now, guys, in Pennsylvania.
How about Wisconsin? Can you do Door County? Because as you well know, fun fact alert, Door County has, do you like the fun fact alert? It picks the president in the last 6 elections.
Yeah, so right now, if that's what you're betting on, Door County is blue. Democrats are on top there. But look, guys, this is a very small number. Door County is not a big county, but it's one that all the political watchers look at because it usually picks the winner almost always of the statewide race in Wisconsin. Right now it's blue. That's a great sign for Democrats. I'm going to look at another one like I mentioned, Sauk County. This is another one that usually picks the winner. Trump is on top here. Biden won it in 2020, so he's really overperforming, going from 48 to 52.
So he wins Pennsylvania.
Again,
it's over.
30% of the vote.
Mark, your camera died. Shit.
The big ones we're watching in Wisconsin,
I'll be back.
as you know, Savannah, Dane County.
Yeah,
University
he wins
of
Pennsylvania from what it looks. And I'm basing all this information off of this map, which is the DDHQ. Sorry, I'm talking over this fucker.
Like the other battleground states, I should say.
I'm basing the information that I'm inputting on this map off the DDHQ map, which has been fairly accurate. Like all these are being pretty slow, but this one has been very fast in calling its states and has been pretty accurate regarding it so far. Pennsylvania is looking very, it's just moved up 1%, and doesn't seem to have moved the needle much. Still behind by like about 150,000, which realistically isn't much, but still like too close to call, honestly. But I mean, like 47% of the votes are in McKeon County. That's a primarily Trump county, so that's just gonna double that. So 7,000 votes, 12,000 votes. Sorry. All the areas that are, what's it called? Like right here, this is just going to double as well. 44% of the votes are in. That's just going to double the Donald Trump votes to 100K. It's more than likely Pennsylvania is given to Donald Trump, and by later tonight, it will be a Trump victory. At least that is the idea. That is what I believe will happen. But who knows? Crazy shit can happen. You know, you can move mountains if you believe in it enough. I'm going to go replace my camera battery. Let's see if Mr. Steve-O wants to tickle my ears. Republicans have won the Senate. Let's see if Mr. Steve wants to tickle my ears today.
Counties with significant Hispanic populations, it becomes essential for Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote-by-mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about maybe 1,000, something like that. Very small amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So, again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains, and frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains, given everything else I just showed you. Reset it, 85% of the vote now in Pennsylvania. about 170,000 vote difference. Seeing, as in case it came in there, it did. There you go. That vote by mail update, it looks like, came in Philadelphia as we were going through this. And you can see, look at that Harris margin, how much that jumped, basically up to 350,000. And there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another jump like this expected to come that did knock Trump's number down, that did knock his percentage down to 20.8. It was at about 22 before, but again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that final vote by mail update. But this one took Trump down a notch, but it didn't take him back to the level Democrats want him at there. And we can just take a trip down quickly to Georgia because we've got some more counties that have basically filled in Georgia now, 93% of the vote. And you do see that margin for Trump has come down a little bit. It's just under 120,000 votes, his lead statewide. Not a lot of votes left here, but one place we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett County. This is a giant one, more than 1 million people in that core Atlanta metro area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me just show you. It was 18 points for Joe Biden in 2020. Right now, about 16.5 for Harris. This has been the trajectory. Clinton won this thing by only about 6. Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted it to take that next step forward in 2024, again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together and put them together. That's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population, large population of college-educated white voters. Not quite Harris hitting that number that Biden hit here in 2020. Massive win for here, but not quite hitting it. Still some votes to come, though. Democrats want to get more, desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, you know, this is as core Democratic a county as you get. And again, Harris basically level, but a tick under where Joe Biden was in 2020. Not much to come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly get out of there. So again, you reset it statewide, seeing if anything changed. 118,000 votes. That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania. 166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay of the land looks like there right now.
Thank you, GOAT.
Crowd than other election nights I've covered, other Republican events that
Trump
I've covered.
HQ.
And I think it reflects something that we've seen in the exit polls, this so-called shift of the bro vote in particular towards Donald Trump, the young men who he has put so central in this campaign. You know, I think about the fact that just today when he was voting, he was asked by another reporter about what he thought one of the most important moments of this campaign was, and he mentioned Joe Rogan, the podcaster, and the fact that he did that podcast interview and then subsequently got Rogan's endorsement, which he made a big part of his closing remarks just last night. Feels like
the way that the votes are counted is so dumb, honestly. Like, can you not just count all of them and then tell us why is this like a reality show? Yeah, like the way that it slowly is in. You know what the Grammys do to the presidential election? Like, it would be hype if like the moment polls are closed, like we just get them now. Like, it's like, oh, they're out now, or like within the next hour they'll be out actually. But no, like we have to be like, actually we have to count a few. We're gonna slowly give you guys the information as it goes up.
So what is the mood there?
Well, you can hear the music blaring, but within the crowd right now, it's pretty silent. A lot of glum looks on the faces here over the course of this evening. They've been
Yeah, it's crazy.
On one of the cable channels, and frankly, they weren't the returns that most of the people here in the room wanted. So you start.
I still don't understand Georgia being too close to call.
Music. They muted
I
the
feel like
TV
that's fucking insane.
and blasted some music so they could sort of lift the spirits of some of the folks here this evening. I'll tell you, based on an attendee who was at one of the Harris events taking place at a hotel not far from here, the situation there, the scene was described as that of a funeral right now. Now, that doesn't mean this thing is over, but it does give you a sense of the way people are feeling right now. I was with Kamala Harris just yesterday as she was traveling through Pennsylvania at that late night event. Actually, it was just 24 hours ago that she was with Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin, Oprah Winfrey, and she said to the tens of thousands gathered that momentum is on our side.
Associated Press has given Kamala Harris, I don't know what they gave Kamala Harris, was it Washington, to get to 210, and to close in on the popular vote, 57 mil to 61 mil, almost 62.
Going forward at this time.
I don't know what the Associated Press is saying, whether or not they're smoking crack. But here it is, 205.
We wait to hear from Kamala Harris, of course, in the course of the next couple of hours. We'll let you know.
Wow. Jen, how important are notes like that? Not for our consumption, but for the consumption of the campaign.
Hugely important. I think people forget. I've been on winning presidential campaigns, and losing ones feels better when you win. Just to state the obvious. But you know, we can agree. But you know, this is a team that has been, many of them through a massive transition just 107 days ago, where many of them signed up to work for somebody slightly different, and Joe Biden. You know, it's been. They've been working 20 hours a day. They've been eating bad pizza, drinking bad beer, all of the things, and it's just to keep them rolling,
but at a
keep
moment
them
like
going.
This, but a moment like this, now we know earlier in the evening they were trying to keep them in line and all this, but now you're at a point where you have no control.
You don't, but you need to keep the campaign team's spirits up, because they're continuing to talk to voters and counsel people who may have questions, and they're still a part of this big team that's been working to elect Kamala Harris. They don't have control, but the end has not happened yet, and so they need to keep them all, their spirits up. That's the goal.
You say the end hasn't happened yet. I mean, do you still hold out hope that there's a path? I mean, a reasonable path?
Well, look, I think it becomes, as I said earlier, more and more challenging as more results come in, and you see that the blue wall looks like the primary possible path, and as you see her underperforming Biden in a number of these counties, that makes it more challenging. Now, there are still, if you talk to Democrats, which I have, they believe there are votes that are still coming in Philadelphia. There are still votes coming in cities. That's often how these nights go. So I'm a believer you got to wait until you know. That's what happens internally here as well. But yes, if you're on the campaign right now, you're feeling pretty down, because there are places you wanted to have in your win column to give you more space and breathing room, and you don't have them in this moment.
As we talk about this idea of the Democratic brand, Jen, and as you've been having this conversation here, I just want to throw out a data point to the table here, because there is a ballot initiative that has just passed in a state that enshrines a right to paid sick leave and a higher minimum wage, and it passed with 59% support. If I were to say that, maybe you'd say blue state, probably, right?
California, right?
Missouri, right? A state that we called almost right away for former President Trump here, which I think speaks to what you're getting at here, this idea of a realignment in this moment. You've talked about it, Chuck's talked about it, we've had that conversation here at the table.
Got to scroll through Twitter real quick.
Hallie had the opportunity
Let's see what the gang's saying,
what
the boys are saying.
Asked her a fascinating question.
Please God is trending.
Is ready for a black woman president, and she said yes. And depending on how this night goes, I think that will be one of the questions that gets asked as well.
This is the piece that, and again, we don't know what the outcome is yet, but I think when Hillary Clinton lost, a lot of people felt like, a lot of women, a lot of Democrats felt like there's never going to be a woman in my lifetime, right? And I think one of the things that is going to be a challenge if Harris loses is that there will be Democrats who will not want to take a risk on a woman, on someone who's diverse, because they'll think, I like that person, but the country's not ready. Here's the thing. The country's not ready until the country is ready. With Barack Obama, there's a range of factors that lead to the win or loss of anyone, and we don't know what's happened yet, that will all have to be delved into, but I do worry about that if she loses.
We do know it is something that she leaned out of in her campaign, unlike Hillary Clinton in 2016. It was not something that she didn't open her stump speeches with that idea. I mean, she talks about it, and she talked about it with me. She's talked about it with all of you here too, that she would be the president for all Americans, and that she is sort of putting her head down and grinding it out.
But if she loses, it won't be because women didn't turn out. It won't be because of women, right? It won't be because she pulled back a lot of the Democratic base that had gone away and were, double haters, as we called them for a long time, before there was a switch at the top of the ticket. And that is actually how Barack Obama also ran and won, which he didn't lead with the historic nature of his candidacy on his sleeve. There will be a lot of people who second guess that if she loses.
But if she loses, it may also be because there are tremendous headwinds in terms of an unpopular incumbent and people feeling terrible about the economy. And even if inflation is down to 2%, sometimes the stuff you feel, your gas prices, your groceries, it doesn't feel that way. So that may also be.
Kamala Harris has won in New Mexico. I mean, it was called right here. But it's yet to be called. I mean, or at least officially. Just yelled at me about. Yelled at me over. There it is. 210. So I'm assuming that was what was called for Kamala Harris. Something else was called for her. I don't know what it is that was called. Over here, it's already called Georgia. 84% in for Pennsylvania. It's going up very slowly. Very slowly. And it's still insanely close with it just being 100K votes, bro. Like, oh my god. Not even 100K votes, bro. That's close to like fucking 200. It's getting closer to like 200 territory. 150K. No, what was given already? Oh, New Hampshire. All right, that's why New Hampshire isn't given yet. Over here, New Hampshire is already given, as well as something else. I don't know. I guess the only thought process or the idea would be that like fucking DDHQ is smoking like crazy amounts of weed, and that's why. And that's why like it feels misleading. But yeah, over here it's not looking too great, gang. It's not looking too great.
Because of course there was so much discussion even over the summer about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So I think it's one of the big questions moving forward.
And you mentioned debate. We haven't really talked about that. There was no second debate. And, and you have to wonder how that affected the trajectory of this race, because by most accounts he didn't perform well in his first debate with Harris.
True. And I also think that it throws into question a lot of things. I mean, I think anybody who watched that debate objectively felt she outperformed him in that debate. If she doesn't win, yes, there should have been a second debate, but do debates matter? They should matter. They're the public being able to see the candidates. She has a far superior ground operation that has been invested in across the country. The Republican state parties, you can disagree with me here, of course, are falling apart in many states in the country. That will throw into question, does that matter? It should matter, but it will throw that into question. So, yes, not a second debate, not an opportunity for people to see them.
87% of the votes are in for Pennsylvania. That's a huge jump.
It didn't benefit her enough.
A huge jump from 84% to 87. And it's similar. It continues being the same. Actually kind of closing. Yeah, like the numbers continue being the same. Yeah. With it just being like about 130K vote difference, and 87% of all votes are in. It's just a matter of time before Pennsylvania gets called. Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Where are you? Like we really just have to like wait out tonight, and it's called by like 1 a.m. It's called within the next 2 hours. Is my thought process. Oh my god, and she's losing Michigan, bro. Like bad. Hey, but at least she got Minnesota, guys. Fucking shit, bro. Yeah, she's gonna lose all of these states, bro. It's kind of embarrassing. From the view of somebody on like the Harris campaign, it's kind of insanely embarrassing that you are getting like fucked and sucked this hard by Donald J. Trump. Like, genuinely, it's crazy. 91% chance of victory.
Donald Trump right now leading with 230, Harris with 189. All right, here's what we have from the state of Nevada. It's 6 electoral votes. It's too early to call. That's NBC News characterization of the race. You can see Donald Trump appears to be well out in front right now, but again, too close to call. Georgia, that is also too close to call. A 118,
hold up, kind of a clutch potentially.
Vote difference.
How so? What are you thinking?
Let's look at the other battleground. Michigan, 15 electoral votes in play, too close to call. Donald Trump with a narrow lead of Kamala Harris as we continue to watch this one unfold.
Let's zoom in.
Wisconsin just grew to 80%, and it's still close. It's still close in Wisconsin, but it's down by 100K. It's nothing. I don't see anything moving too much. Pennsylvania is a loss. I don't see it. I don't see any way that there's a win here. I genuinely don't, like, at all. Because it just continues moving up equally, and it still continues keeping that 150K votes. Voting gap between the two. Like it is Jover, in that sense. Just some popular votes moved up, but no states have been called. Yeah, like yeah, it's 150K. Yeah, dude, he is gonna do a straight fucking sweep of those states. Like that's crazy. And I'm not showing any tweets, or not many tweets anymore, because genuinely they're not funny. All of them have become like, if you voted for Trump, go fuck yourself. Like all of them are just that. Like it's none of it. Like that's not. It's just not funny. They're all like, if you voted for Trump, I don't like. Yeah, it's like okay. Look at it. Like none of them are funny. They were funny before, but now it's like, I love how Trump is considered the economy candidate, when literally every single professional economist has said his plan will destroy the U.S. economy, which is true. Maybe look at the Joe Biden ones to see them, because I don't know, old man funny. Those were up like before. What's it called? Those were up before the election started, or like early election. Now they're like, it's very now it's like rare to find a fucking Biden tweet. Sorry.
Again, it's probably not going to be monolithic, but they're uncommitted votes as well. The question is what happens. Do they not show up? Do they vote third party? Do they vote for Trump? Or do they stick with Harris? We still don't know.
Okay, Tom, hang tight there. We want to go right to Detroit, actually. NBC's Jesse Kirsch on duty there. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Savannah, I know we're wondering when we're going to have those votes from Wayne County, specifically Detroit, where I am right now, as Tom was just mentioning. Here's what we know from officials. Here in Detroit, city officials had expected around midnight that the full tabulation would be completed. So we haven't received word that that has been finalized, but that was the estimate earlier in the evening. We know that absentee ballots, around 95% of that had been pre-processed before Election Day. So the overwhelming bulk of the absentee
Trump is en route to his watch party from Mar-a-Lago. He's expected to speak tonight to his gathered supporters. We'll check that out if we watch that. If we're here in time. Where is he expected to speak though? I imagine it'll be what's it called? Broadcasted.
On the unofficial results, she says it could be sooner now. There is a caveat. Remember, in 2016, former President Trump won this state by around 10,000 votes. We are told there are around 6,000 ballots outstanding from military and overseas. If they're postmarked by Tuesday, they can be counted if they're received by a week from yesterday, which would be Tuesday, the 12th. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Jesse. And in battleground Georgia, Ellison Barbers in Gwinnett County. Ellison, what's it looking like there?
Hey, Lester, it's starting to get a lot quieter in this tabulation center, and that's because for the most part, they're almost done here. We're told by election officials.
This is Georgia?
In this county, there is one precinct that is still out of the 156, 155 have been counted. They're still counting one final precinct and a few absentee ballots, but voter turnout here has surpassed what we saw in
Like them saying, like, we're almost done here, and it is a lead of 120K.
Specifically was that Trump could maybe get a couple percentage points above the 40% that he had in this state back in 2020.
But even then, it's a win already. 2020, what's it called? DDHQ already called it.
Now he's a little over 41% of the vote.
So that's nothing too crazy. We already expected that. We just need NBC to call it and New York Times.
Talking about Georgia, think of what happened here back in 2022 in the midterms, where you had Trump endorsing candidates in the Senate race, in the gubernatorial race, and in the Secretary of State race. All of the candidates he'd backed lost that election cycle. The state essentially seemed to be rebuking Donald Trump. Tonight, Lester, it seems like we're seeing a very different Georgia than what we saw in 2022. Lester.
I'm gonna head out. The stream has been a fun way of watching some real crazy news. Enjoyed it a lot. I appreciate you, Freebo. Thank you for being a part of the stream. I hope I will have a better, more higher energy stream in the coming days. I'm sorry that you showed up for this stream, but I'm glad that you at least had fun. I'll see you around, man. Thank you for being a part of this stream and hanging out with me for this long, man. Have a good night, Freebo.
That is because we just heard from an election official about 10, 15 minutes ago to say that people are still voting. It is, 2.5 hours past when polls were supposed to close. People that are still in line can still vote, and they are still voting. We're hearing that there's a polling place, a tribal community that has about 50 people still in line. It is going to take a while for those votes to get counted. In-person
This is a
votes
fucking
that
Nevada?
come in today have to
Jesus
wait to
Christ,
be counted
Nevada.
until the very last person in Nevada.
It is not that
takes their
important.
turn to vote. So this is
It
going
is
to
not
take
that
some
crazy,
time.
gang.
We also understand there was a University of Nevada, Reno, that took a while. There were about 50 people that still had to vote after polls closed there. That is because we're hearing same-day registrations were spiking at college campuses. College students realized, you know what, I think I am going to vote. And so they signed up to vote on the same day, clogged the system a little bit. None of this is to say that this is any indication that there's anything wrong, any indication of fraud. It just means that the system is taking a while. And as we often report in the Silver State, it may take a minute before we get totals here. Back to you.
All right, Steve, thanks very much. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us now. She's at the Vote Watch desk with an update on the abortion measures on the ballots in several states.
Hey, guys, yeah, we've been tracking these across 10 different states tonight, and at least so far, we can make calls for 4 different states, and it's worth noting here, the places where the abortion referendums have actually gone through and passed are places where abortion rights are not in jeopardy, places like Colorado, where abortion is easily on the ballot there and has managed to pass. The first one, New York, again, obviously you can still get an abortion in New York, but there was part of a package of anti-discrimination laws to try to shore up these rights. Again, these are constitutional amendments. The next one, in Maryland, you can get an abortion up to the point of viability, around 24 weeks of pregnancy now, and it again will be enshrined in the Constitution. The big exception here, guys, Florida. That one was different because it required a supermajority to pass, 60% of voters, and it did not meet that threshold, falling just above it, just short of it, around 58%. So that one, the abortion referendum failed. It will not enshrine constitutional rights to abortion in the state of Florida, and the 6-week ban will stand there. Guys, we're going to keep watching other states like South Dakota, also Missouri, Nebraska.
Like, have we ever thought about how fucking insane a 6-week ban is, like, is just in general?
Thanks very much.
Just like as a fucking human being, how crazy a 6-week ban is.
Castro and Republican Marc remains with us. He was the communications director for Trump's 2020 campaign. Nice to have you both with us. Congressman, I have to ask you about the Latino vote, because we're looking at an exit poll that shows Latino men broke for Trump by 10 points. They went for Biden by 23. That's a 33-point swing. How do you make sense of that?
Yeah, I think all of us are trying to make sense of that. Look, you know, this is one exit poll, so I'm not prepared to draw complete conclusions from this, but I think it's safe to say, right? We've seen enough evidence that there was a significant shift among Latinos. I attribute that to several things. I think that you were talking about divides earlier, right? There's this, in this Trump era, the rural-urban divide, also around educational background. I think that's true in the Latino community, too. If you notice, particularly in these places that are more small town and rural, he has picked up significant Latino support. I think we're seeing that in places like Pennsylvania. In addition to that, from what I could gather, the economic message really resonated. You have to remember, this is a working class community by and large, and all of those messages he stuck to about we had the greatest economy and, you know, look how bad inflation is and so forth. I think that played well this year. I'll be interested to see whether there's a difference in Nevada and Arizona. Those are states where the Latino community is much more organized and has been by Democrats for longer than in places like Pennsylvania or some of the other battleground states.
We've got to make a call here, Secretary. This is
Whoa,
NBC
whoa,
projection.
Georgia! Georgia's been called by NBC!
In Georgia,
but not the New York Times! NBC is called Georgia! But the New York Times is still scared to call it, even though it's a 200,000 point lead.
Here's what the road to 270 looks like. Donald Trump drawing closer now to that magic number. He's at 246, Harris at 189.
Yeah, I'll be at 246.
For Kamala Harris, it's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin.
That's the Associated Press, if you called it, gang.
270 for her, so we'll continue to keep an eye on this as we await results.
Harris isn't planning to speak tonight. Well, is that right? Well, oh, bro. Trump is on route. Expect the 7 key races are yet to be called. Estimated votes counted 93%. Yeah, no, this shit's done, boys. This shit is wrapped. Wow, that's crazy. What happened? Trump campaign comments on Harris's watch party mood. A Trump campaign spokesperson is weighing in as the mood has shifted over at Harris's watch party. Sounds like the joy has left the building, posted Caroline Leavitt, campaign spokeswoman on X. The Harris campaign turned off its projected CNN broadcast as its election night watch party at Howard University as midnight approached, and some Harris supporters began leaving the event. Oh shit. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that a crazy turn of events, boys? 248. What did you gain, bro? Or is this the same number? Did you gain anything? What happened? I wish there was like a number that shows like what happened. What just happened. I feel like he gained something. The popular vote is getting closer. But nothing to like be alarmed by. Nothing to be like, oh no, shit's rigged. Absolutely not. It's just getting closer. More than likely, Trump is still going to embrace the popular vote. I don't doubt it. It's Jover, isn't it? Oh, for sure. Georgia already called. Just waiting for Georgia to be called over here on the New York Times. I don't know why it hasn't been called. Literally everywhere else has called it, gang. Why are you refusing to? Mr. New York Times, get it together. Or Mrs. Or they. Crazy shit. Let's play the crossword. Let's play the wordle of the day, boys. Check this out. All right. A. Armor. O. Try. Let's think this through, boys. No, I can't. People. I keep thinking like sermon or something like that, or semen, except O. And I don't want to do that. I want to come up with a word. Peron. Fork. No. Spoon? Spoon is possible. Spoon? Wait, if you're yellow, what is it? Is this a hint? How to play. I is in the word, but in the wrong spot. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's what that means. Dooms. Maybe if I dooms. I don't fucking know. Dooms. This is such a stupid ass word, bro. Where's us? Dude, I'm so bad at Wordle. I'm so bad at Wordle. Where is it the first one? Or O? Okay, so O. O'Reilly. Oh. Man, I can't think of a word that starts with O. What words start with O? I do wonder. Where are you, gang? Oh. Oil. Lure. I don't know. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's O. Okay, so O. Oct. Maybe. Otter? No, or R is not part of it. Other? I'm still gonna try it. T is in there. Okay, so O. Over. No. Off. Ox. Ovary. Nope. Ozempic. Oh. T is in there though, and E is here. I wish I could just have it there, just to like stare at it. Ogre. Og. Dude, I genuinely can't think of this shit. Waver. Or no, like it's, dude, I need to put a T in here. Oh. Man, I don't know. What the fuck is an auget? What is an auget? Not in word list. It's not even a real word. It will not let me make an auget. Oh, man. Oi. Oh. Man, I don't fucking know. Give me a hint, gang. What is it, man? 0, 1, 2, 3, 5. What is it, man? Give me vowel. E, give me consonant. I got all that. I don't want the word. I don't want the word. I just want to guess it. They gave me the two letters I have. Otter, dude. Otter is all I can think about, but R is not there. Right? That's what that means. How to play. Oz. Oz. I don't know, man. Oztet. Ozier. No, I can't. Ozet. You know what? Fuck it. Ozet. Yep. These are not words. What's a word? Can I look at your glossary, gang? What is the glossary? What? Bro, I'm gonna kill myself. What is considered a word? Also, how close are we in this election? What happened? Has anything happened? Nothing has happened. 87% in. But too close to call. Arizona. Arizona's close as shit. Oh my god. Still halfway through though. 55. Alaska has been called. Or 8% in. Alaska's being counted. It's gonna go for Trump. Offer. Or no. Off. Fet? Bro, I don't know, man. Off it. Give it to me. No. Why? Off. Tet. Bro, oh my god. I just want to know what it is. Look, I'm too stupid. What was it? That's not a real word, bruh. Literally not a real word. What the heck does octet mean? Octet is not even a real word. When's the last time anyone has used the word octet? Literally not even a real word. This game sucks. This game's fucking balls and butts, bro. Fucking butts and shit and dicks and shit. Yo, give me the thing, gang. Give me the election, bro. Love updates. Presidente. Did we give something to Trump, gang? Yep, he won Georgia. There it is. It is official. The Georgia win is there. Now all is left is to have Pennsylvania counted and given to Donald J. Trump. And currently we are at 92%, a little bit of a jump there. And dude, the lead is 200K. Like, it actually got worse. So, we now just await for Pennsylvania to be called, and bam, election is over by tonight, gang. Shit's crazy. See if these gangs are going to call it. Nobody's calling this shit early. Sucks. I just want to hear what you people have to say. Why is AP elections like closed? Like, it's like the website's just not fucking working for me for some reason. 246. Cool, dude. see what did Google have to say? Google's got the same thing. 230. Popular vote is a fucking landslide. Fucking crazy. 4 mil lead. Let that sink in. Elon Musk appeared gleeful about the prospect of gaining influence over the federal government during a potential Donald Trump presidency. He posted a photoshopped image of himself carrying a sink into the Oval Office, adding, "Let that sink in." It is a reference to when he took over Twitter, now X, and began shaking up operations at the social media company. Trump has said Musk, the world's richest man, would help him streamline the government. Wow. Trump has said that he would allow Elon Musk to help him streamline government. Wow. Ain't that fucking crazy? Ain't that fucking insane? With Trump expected to address the watch party at Palm Beach Convention Center, Trump supporters are making their way into the venue as the president heads over from Mar-a-Lago. Wowzers. Harris's campaign co-chair addresses demoralized election night party. We still have votes to count. The cope is crazy. Okay. Harris's campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond told the audience gathered at what was planned to be the Democratic nominee's election night party at Howard University that the vice president would not speak tonight, but that the campaign was not giving up the fight against Trump. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken, said Richmond. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. Richmond said Harris would return to Howard not only to address his supporters, but to address the nation. The event, which began as a jubilant celebration of Harris and the prospect of a new presidency, began to sour as the Democrats' path to victory narrowed. Wow. $246. It's not news. It's just Georgia. Why does it look like that and not like normal red? Flip? Oh, it was a flip. So what, Georgia was originally, what's it called? Democrat last year. Kamala Harris wins Oregon. Chris Paul hits a huge 3 to cut the lead down by 42. That's funny. That's funny shit. Hey, you gotta agree with me. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. You gotta give it me. That's kind of funny. All right, so let us return to what is the other thing that would show us the plans to wins. So Wisconsin has already grown the Trump lead. It's already 100K. This is going to be thrown at Trump. Same with Michigan, bro. It is all 200K votes for the Trumpists. And Minnesota looks pretty close for the most part. So he's going to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. It is safe to assume that, boys. Nevada is starting to get counted. Pretty cool. Yeah, let me show you guys this. Alright, so let's assume Pennsylvania has won. Bam, it's Trump. 0 ways to win. It doesn't even show like wins. It's Jover. Is what it's saying. Like once Trump wins Pennsylvania, just Jover. It just says in big bold letters, Jover. Let's say Trump wins Wisconsin. Let's say Trump also wins Michigan. It's Jover. Which is what it looks like. It looks like it's going to be a win of both Michigan and Wisconsin. It's Jover. Even with that, like, who gives a shit who wins Pennsylvania at that point? Which, it's going to be Trump. It is 200K lead. 92% of the votes in. What a campaign. What a campaign, bro. Is really all that I can say. It's just quite a failure of a campaign. Just wait, the green. Bernie still has a chance.
69%. He had.
I want to listen to you. Let's see. I want hot guy. All right, hot guy. Fuck off. Doesn't even like me. Doesn't even like me anymore.
Results out of Montgomery County. We're getting close to everything in there.
See, Steve's the only one that gets me.
Harris is winning in Montgomery County, big suburban county right outside Philadelphia. It's a 22-point margin for her. But what we have been watching is this number, this Harris number, has been ticking down ever so slightly with every update. Why? Because every update is the vote that was cast today. That is the most Republican-friendly vote. The vote by mail, the most Democratic-friendly, that was released early in Montgomery County. So what are we still waiting on in Pennsylvania? Well, again, Philadelphia, we've got about 80% of the vote in here right now. Harris's margin, 356,000. Again, Democrats want to get that somewhere around, need it, somewhere around north of,
poll closings, 24 hours. What does this mean?
Again, Jacob said, going to be a
poll
big vote
closings. Is this like approximate when we'll know all the results in 24 hours? Like what's happening?
On the vote by
plot twist, he rigged the election. Hashtag True Truth Social.
Nope.
That switches to Republican.
I don't give a shit. I don't care. Talk about the votes. Talk about the presidential votes, gang.
And in Wisconsin, too close to call. So I think, Tom, you've got Wisconsin. We'll give you a chance to do the bow and the wow counties again. Just because it's late.
Okay, Madison, this is Dane County. For Democrats right now, she's doing just fine here. 75% is where Biden was in 2020, with 95% of the voting.
She's doing
at
just
75%.
fine.
That's
And
fine
it's
for her. Milwaukee,
she's doing just fine, and it is an entire state filled with red. She's doing actually great. She's doing actually perfect here. She's doing a great job over here in Wisconsin.
So maybe she can run her
and it
numbers
is just
up there.
pure
But then when we
blood
look
red.
at the WOW counties here, Ozaki, this is the O in the WOW, 81%. Trump was at 55.2. He's almost matching where he was 4 years ago. Let's go over to Washington County, 68, overperforming there. Let's go down to Waukesha. Slightly underperforming, still some of the votes out there. But these two counties just south of Milwaukee, they're still part of the Milwaukee media market. Racine, 51%. He's overperforming there, but still half the vote is out there. And then Kenosha, 95% in, overperforming there as well. These are counties that were blue under Obama. Trump was able to flip them over and then hold them as well. We can go to the Bow counties now. This is around Green Bay. 56% Trump overperforming there. We'll come down. Sorry, let me go over here to Winnebago. 50, again, overperforming. And we go to Outagamie, again, slightly overperforming. Guys, so as we study this map, let me go to some of the Democratic strongholds, see how she's doing. La Crosse, 95%. So look, it's a slight drop, but again, when we're talking about a margin of 20,000 votes, that's what it was in 2016 and 2020. You want to be on top. You want to be overperforming everywhere you look. She's about at the same mark, slightly higher, but not by much in Eau Claire. And then another one we're watching, Sauk. This is one of those bellwethers, 50%. Matching Biden 4 years ago, 95% of the vote is in. And we'll look at Dorr. That's one we're watching. She's on top, but only by about 466 votes. It's unclear if he'll catch her. She may take Door County. It's still unclear in Wisconsin what's going to happen, guys.
All right, well, back with our panel now, including our guest, Jim Messina, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff under President Obama. Marc Lauder remains with us. He was part of the 2020 campaign for Donald Trump. Great to have you both here. Jim, when you see those trends that Tom has been walking through and there's a consistent of underperformance, what does that tell you about the Harris campaign?
Well, the county that Tom just walked through that really scared me the most, I ran President Obama's campaign, and I was obsessed with Bucks County in Pennsylvania. Where Bucks County goes, we go. And we spent more time and resources there, and the Harris campaign did too. They had huge operations on the ground. The fact that they're not going to win Bucks County is really difficult and starts to say to folks, hey, you know, we have a problem here. The other thing
Hey,
is,
Lamel,
there just may not be enough.
we're gonna lose.
And I've spent my entire adult life waiting for Philly to come in. I just have anger. I hate the Eagles.
All right,
because
relax.
But you know, every 4 years we're having this discussion. Usually it's enough. 6 out of the last 7 elections, Democrats have won Pennsylvania. Tonight, we're not sure there's enough out there.
But we were having the discussion several times this evening about, you know, has there been a failure to recognize that the electorate is changing, that everything you think you may have known doesn't represent what we see today?
Well, what those numbers show me tonight is Democrats have a rural problem. We are absolutely bleeding votes in historic numbers. Barack Obama did very well in rural America. It started with Hillary. Biden did a little bit better. But when you look at the numbers, what's happening tonight, the gender gap is there. Women are performing in the suburbs. That's not the problem. The problem is we're just doing 2 to 4 points worse in rural, and we're not getting the big turnout in the cities because we're bleeding some of the young voters you guys have been talking about.
But also, Donald Trump keeps finding more voters in these rural areas. I mean, I think there's, you know, you often hear in these political shows that you all host, you know, you hear about the ceiling that Donald Trump has. Oh, he can't get over 48. He can't get over 49%. He's found more voters, and we're seeing it tonight when he's overperforming in some of these ruby red rural districts.
Which, by the way, for the 3rd time you run for president.
It doesn't make sense for me to show y'all, to continue to show you guys Pennsylvania. Because, like, it's like the number keeps going up. Like the percentage, it keeps going up very slowly. But it stays, what's it called? The lead stays 200. Like the gap stays 200,000. It's like a 93% of the votes in. When are y'all just gonna call it, man? Oh my God, something was called here. I don't know where. Something was called here to bring him up to 250. Probably one of these. I don't know what. Something was called here. I don't know what.
we thought were both abhorrent and didn't make sense to Democrats, but clearly has worked tonight. And this
Here, New Hampshire was finally called for Harris. Maine's looking pretty all right for Harris as well.
Republican National Convention, and we were all
I don't know what Trump won to gain that. What did they give him? It's got to be one of these, right? Right? Yeah, they gave him Maine too. Yeah, they gave him Maine too. And but that's just one electoral vote. I don't know. I guess I'm stupid and idiotic. I guess I'm really dumb. Yeah. Get down. Yo. Bro. Goku, where are you? Hey, you seem pretty strong. You know what? I'm gonna put a song that absolutely describes how we're feeling right now. Kamala's gonna have to pull a People of Earth, lend me your energy spirit bomb to win. I've just been here but haven't talked because I went from haha silly to oh this ain't good. I'm so sorry. You can still be silly. I'm just kind of looking at this and being like, damn, like this is a loss. Like I'm just accepting it right now. It's processing. You get me? On the bright side, I'll wear my American Idiot shirt as a small protest thing, I guess. My goat. I don't know what I'll wear. I'll just wear some normal shit. I just find it absolutely crazy that nothing has been called yet. They're like, we haven't called the presidency already. Nevada has just finished being. Oh my God, Kamala is gonna lose Nevada. That's literally just gonna be like the cherry on top. Kamala just losing Nevada. Just the grand old cherry on top right there. Arizona is actually very, very fucking close, man. It's crazy. I've genuinely never been so distraught before. You're fine. You're fine. We'll be all right. At least one can hope. One can hope that things are going to be all right here in the United States of Americans. Not much that we can say or do. Just gotta hope that Democrats are better next time, and just I guess hope for the best with the Trump administration they have that's gonna come in. It's inevitable. Like there's no way that like some crazy ass like LeBron fucking Minneapolis miracle shit happens. Incredibly unlikely. 95% chance of victory. He's gonna win by like fucking 300 electoral votes. Shit's embarrassing. We can do like a quick comparison of Biden v. Trump election results. We can do a quick overview of it. Trump won by 306. What's it called? Trump is going to win similarly. That's crazy. Trump's going to win similarly, and January 6th happened. like this is gonna win similarly to Joe Biden after having performed January 6th. All I can do is just pray that the Project 2025 thing doesn't end up too bad, but it'll still screw shit up. Dude, that's fucking crazy. That's so true. Ah, shit. Yep. It's all just like setting in. Yeah. Bro. I want to be incorrect so bad, but like, why the fuck are we saying shit like this? like, by the way, if Harris wins and you'll start complaining about her not doing anything, this is why. Republicans have won the U.S. Senate majority. This was an hour ago. An hour ago, like, I don't think she had a chance to win when this tweet dropped. Like, she's not winning. That's not happening. It's crazy. Come on, boys! Boys! Kamala Harris has won! Where's my thing? Has won! Where's my thing? Where's my thing? Where are you? Where are you, man? Where are you? Kamala Harris has won New Hampshire! Where are you? Where are you at? Alright, we're back. It's so low quality. I don't like it. Never mind. Can I go back to normal big quality? Here it is. There it is. That's much better. Much better. Bro, just call the election. Just call the election already so I can head to bed, gang. That's all I want. That's all I ask for, really. 91% in. 93% of the votes in. You can call it. I think you can call it, gang. Oh, yeah. Dude, that's fucked up. Robert F. Kennedy joins Trump watch party. Dude, oh my god. Dude, fucking Robert F. Kennedy. Trump has said he will play a role when it comes to the health policy, but has not specified what that would be. Kennedy, who launched his own presidential bid as an independent before dropping out of the race and endorsing Trump, joined him at several rallies in the last stretch of the campaign. A guy that sounds like this is going to be running the health department of the United States of America. A guy that sounds like this and is also incredibly anti-vax and prefers that you fucking inject pig serum into your fucking veins rather than anything else to be healthy, is going to be running the fucking health department in the United States. There it is. What was called? What was called? Something was called. Here it is. I don't know what state was called right here, but something was called to just win to win according to this. I don't know what state was called. Am I fucking smoking? Oh, Pennsylvania was called. There it is. Yeah, I was smoking slight amounts of weed. But Pennsylvania has been called. According to the DDHQ, Trump has won the presidential election. We now wait for, I guess, AP. I'm gonna kill myself. You're fine. We'll be alright. We'll be alright. We'll be alright. We'll be alright. Everything's gonna be great. Everything's gonna be great. We get to hold the man accountable. We get to see what. We get to see if he was full of bullshit or if he wasn't. We have to deal with his bitch ass, with him making crazy fucking headlines every other week. In the office and all that. That's gonna be pretty crazy. It's gonna be a crazy thing to witness. Waiting for other places to call it, man. But it seems like DDHQ is fairly early when it comes to things. So if DDHQ is calling it right now, with Pennsylvania, fucking who knows how long it'll take for everywhere else to call it. But yeah, DDHQ has called the race at 270. I'm looking at Twitter. Fox News has called Pennsylvania for Trump. It is over. Gambling night in Vegas on guy. XQC placed a $700,000 bet on a what are we? Where am I? On a $700,000 bet on Kamala Harris to win. So my goat, XQC, has just lost $700,000. Meow. Chill out. I guess we'll check out what people are saying here.
About Nevada without sort of a majority, all of Clark County in, or at least 90% in Washoe, which is more reflective of the entire state. Neck and neck there. I would say, I think it's fair to say at this point with the vote where it is, Sam Brown is overperforming. Jackie Rosen, of course, the incumbent here. Not great news for Democrats right now, but it's still a lot of the vote is out in Las Vegas, and that's what's going to really decide this election, Savannah.
Yeah, and we're waiting for the Montana Senate seat as well, where John Tester is looking to hold on.
That we haven't quite projected just yet, but we know that Donald Trump is on his way. JD Vance is in the building. We've also seen Donald Trump's
JD Vance is going to be my vice president.
And the former president said earlier today on the radio that he did not have a speech prepared, but if he knew that he was going to win, he would come up with something quickly. So again, we are anticipating that he should arrive here at the convention center at any moment. And to put things in perspective, remember he spoke in 2016 after 3 a.m. In 2020, it was after about 2:20 a.m. Two very different speeches. If he comes here within moments, then that'll be earlier than both of those speeches. And the Trump campaign obviously projecting a lot of confidence about where they are right now. They believe that they're going to pick off some of those other states that still remain. And depending on how this plays out, it's worth going back to that early vote, because the Trump campaign had been telling me for days and days that they were overperforming and that Kamala Harris was underperforming. Of course, we know that 2020 was an anomaly because of the pandemic, and it was unlike anything we'd ever seen before. But the Republicans had been saying that they were making these steady gains, and they insisted that on election night, tonight, that Kamala Harris was going to have to make up ground and do something that no other Democrat.
That he didn't know anybody, he didn't know Washington, he relied on advice, perhaps advice by people like Reince Priebus. This time, he says he knows who he wants to be there, and that means he can staff his White House and his cabinet with true loyalists this time, not people that will ultimately defy him. I have to say, I just spoke to a very senior advisor of Donald Trump's who told me, this may not shock you, but that when he comes out on that stage, he plans to declare victory, flatly declare that he has won this race. He did that, of course, in 2020, but unlike that, we haven't called it. At least he has a solid reason for coming out and saying that. In fact, we've also heard on Elon Musk's X platform from Mark Cuban, who, of course, was a very prominent surrogate and supporter of Kamala Harris. I interviewed him just over a week ago. He's saying, congrats, Donald Trump, you won fair and square. Again, we haven't called it yet, but that's a very prominent supporter who was out there campaigning for Kamala Harris, going out and saying, congratulating Donald Trump, and by the way, also congratulating Elon Musk as well.
But that's certainly not the message coming from the Kamala Harris campaign. Just to be clear, Mark Cuban may be a very, a top supporter of Kamala Harris, but their campaign is still insisting they have a slim path here.
But even they recognize that in kind of going dark tonight or going quiet, that they're opening up all of this sort of airtime and conversation to the real possibility that Donald Trump is going to return as president, particularly given the mathematical path here that we see ahead of us with the blue wall. I mean, there's no way around it. He's had a very impressive night, not only in the Sun Belt, but right through the blue wall states. And so, in not giving any sort of more explanation from the Harris campaign, this is where the conversation's going to go.
And they know that. Look, they made a choice. Kamala Harris not coming out tonight to speak, likely because she didn't really know what to say. I mean, they still want to see the rest of these numbers come in. The last sort of official word from the Kamala Harris campaign is that they are waiting this out. They want to see, every last vote counted in these key states, but they are seeing exactly what we are seeing. This is certainly not the night they wanted and had hoped to have. Are they ready to come out and say that definitively? No.
All right. Former President Trump expected to speak at any moment in West Palm Beach. We'll go there just as soon as he begins talking. We'll be right back after the break, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, boys. I think we are going to call it tonight with that. This was quite eventful. More than likely will not be streaming tomorrow. Or won't be streaming like the election or shit tomorrow. But next stream will be completely non-politics related, and we'll be doing some fun, cool stuff. Appreciate you guys being a part of this stream, and I hope you guys had fun. This being the first MarcLIVE live stream. That was cool. Appreciate you guys a ton. Have a good night, and I will see you guys around. Bye-bye, everyone. Appreciate you guys. I will see you guys in much higher spirits. This was the country. Have a nice night. I appreciate you guys. Have a good night. Swim it. Bye, Jornbread. Bye, Pumpkin. Goodbye, Ed B. Goodbye, gang. Love you guys. I'll see y'all around. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.